EDG, you know that is electric. All that's missing are your casters. Pour one out for the Pacific. U2 is Achilles and paper thin.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. And yes, what a stage is set and what a match we have to dive into. Pacific may not be here, but bangers are certainly still going to be found. I'm Achilles, that's Paper Thin, and we will be taking you through this upper final to figure out which one of these teams is going to take that first step into the grand final, which team is going to have that upper bracket advantage, that double map ban.
And it's been a rocky road, a winding path for both of these teams to get to this point. Yes, they've done well regionally, but internationally it's been a struggle until now. You've got EDG, who's had their best performance ever, not just for themselves, but for their region, and Leviathan, a team that has players who've done it, that have lifted trophies, and they're looking to go once again to those grand finals.
The barriers will drop, the crowd riled up. Let's go ahead and get ready to jump straight into this action. EDG on the attack should prove a treat. Already though, heavy forward presence here from the side of Leviathan, taking a lot of space in towards A. Leviathan first going to expire. Ooh. There's the jump peak.
They're looking for this A push. That has been a lot of where EDG's attack-sided pistol rounds have gone on this map. It's going to be the spot out, and that's going to be the continue push forward here, trying to see if they can punish EDG, trying to retake that space. Instead, they're just going to be piecing out and getting the plant down, setting up for this post plant. Com's already got one.
Yeah, gets the jump on him before he can make his way into garage, so nobody going to be taken down. So now out of the hands here.
It's a straight four-man push through mid, and Ospas domes Kong.
Just finding an absolute monstrous headshot, furthering that man advantage now. 5v3 for the retake. Left wrapping their way around three-man approach rather from Snowman. Close hold from the side of EDG. Pop flash through the wall. The jump out. They're only able to find one as Simon will fall, and that's the cleanup as Smoggy dies. The Fuse will come in, and Lev will close out the opening pistol round, just passing it over to Mazzino to try to fast-track that ult.
Yeah, I really like the ideas here early from Leviathan. Play into what you've seen from EDG in these pistol rounds before. Able to find that early kill. EDG loves to leave a player near their spawn on their attacker side on this map. Usually it'd have been Smoggy. This time around, they leave nobody. He's gonna pay the price. Good start here. Flood through mid. Able to clean out players one by one, and that's something Leviathan did very well against Team Heretics on this map as well. They're really good at dissecting you, finding that individual player, getting that quick kill, and pushing forward.
Just two ghosts to try to utilize here from the side of EDG, otherwise classics abound, but on the opposite side, quite a hefty bit of firepower. Two outlaws in the mix here for Leviathan. Looking to do maximum damage where possible.
Absolutely. That outlaw, so powerful. So many teams leaning into it against these ecos, but Kong with that ghost in hand, looking to go on a bit of an explore up the mid tube.
There's the first. Ospas up on top of yellow. Kong now storming his way up into kitchen. Does get pinged by that recon. The turret as well, noting him as Mazzino is able to drop nobody. Looks for another and will have it. Simon gonna be taken down now. He just won off the ult. He's got it online. Another three-piece here for him as Kong will be able to put one of those Guardians down, but quick to swing out a window and deal the final blow. So fairly clean 2-0 start here for the side of Lev.
Yeah, and they're able to scoop up that outlaw as well at the very end. So able to keep 4 guns over. 2 outlaws, a bulldog, and a phantom, and this is huge. Getting Mazzino online with just a ghost, finding 3 big kills to get that ult available. The Reckoning is going to be in play for the bonus here for Leviathan. And they are looking really clean, really sharp here to start. From what we've seen, they have not been missing shots. And that's got to be a little bit scary for EDG. Trading starts there, going to be cleared for EDG. Getting a little bit of info towards the A site. Something EDG has done really well in this event is get good reads on their opponent and be decisive when they can find a weakness in their opponent's formations. They're really, really good at punishing that. But right now, all they know is where Com has been, and that was towards the front of the A site as he slides back with Tex. Try to hold down the back angle, give up a little bit of space.
What do you think, guys?
There
who
is
will
that
win?
Killjoy util towards the front
This
of the A
round goes
site.
to LEV.
They can pop to try to slow down this attack, buy a little bit extra time for this retake.
And not only that, but they have that Reckoning online here from Mizzino. And there it is, immediately coming through. Kong not able to hit the aim. Nice. Managed to fall to Calm and finds that kill, but nobody. Quick to trade, now Chichu finds Mizzino. Harbor dead on the back end. Man advantage found here for EDG, but look at the health bars. Chichu, nobody, both in tatters. 40 health between the two of them. Is Bite going to be landing here? Simon Speed, he's able to get the plant down, though. That had been anybody else, it could have been a catastrophe.
And that's 3 players in one-shot range of these Outlaws. That's so scary.
And Aspas, he's holding one of them. Dash popped. Gets himself worked over in towards backside. King, however, able to find one. That's Simon now down on the ground. One of the few remaining healthy players as Tex gets the swap over onto the Vandal. Chichu, however, 5 HP, still fighting. Does manage to trade one back. Smoggy trying to draw some attention. Nobody swings out. Tex going to be taken down. And nobody flushes Aspas out of back sight. A bit costly, but far from how bad it could have been. EDG will get their first round on the board.
Oh, what a swing there from nobody. Hitting some crisp shots. Take down a couple Leviathan players. Nice attempt here by Com, doing what he can, trying to use that Reckoning to his advantage. And they do a ton of damage. Leviathan gives themselves a great opportunity in this round. And EDG able to connect their shots when they needed to. Great anticipation there for nobody. Expecting Aspas around that angle. Was very well prepared. So okay, EDG able to get that round, able to prevent the bonus conversion for Leviathan. Already pressure on a Com. He gets out without taking any damage, though.
Yeah, I mean, wall set up to try to dissuade the push coming through into A main, but EDG just does not care about it at all. Disrespect the wall, they go pushing forward, and they're going to be rewarded with a kill as Tex does get taken down. Any and all utility that was set up here to defend this does not matter anymore, as EDG will storm their way forward. Now just 2 players remaining here on the side of Leviathan who will have to swallow the pill of going for this save.
These are just great reads from EDG, anticipating the posted up positions of Leviathan. Something I've been really, really impressed with this EDG team coming into this event is the way that they're anti-stratting their opponents, the way that they're understanding the formations that their opponents want to use and where positioning is going to happen. And that's got to go towards the players and the coaching staff. In particular, Muggleman, you know, may not be able to cast magic, but he sure has worked a lot for this team.
He's been working it from behind the curtain. Looks like these players will be allowed to save their weapons here, but EDG carry forward 5 as they go ahead and equalize the count 2-2. And EDG, as many rounds as they can get on this attack, that is going to be a big boon for them. I mean, we've seen the run backs, as Kukuka mentioned on the analyst desk. It's always gone to overtime from the side of Lev, but run backs for them, it's always been starting on that attack side.
Exactly, and this is a slightly attacker favor-sided map, and you know, Leviathan is happy to get in the mud with you. We've seen this with EDG and Lev throughout this entire event, that you know, things can get muddy, and they're happy to play in that respect. They're happy to let their natural talent shine in those moments, try to take over rounds that way. And we're already seeing Lev contesting the plant a little bit early in that previous round, so I was kind of curious how Leviathan was going to approach this defender side, because EDG is so aggressive post-plant. They will push angles, they will push space, and try to cut you off in rotation, try to catch you off guard, particularly Kong Kong. Got to keep your eyes on him, but so far we haven't seen EDG do that. They've been pretty reserved. And, you know, Leviathan.
Oh, Aspas saw foot there.
Yep.
Mizzino at the same time able to find Smoggy. Aspas goes for it, tries to take the fight, ends up losing his life, but Tex tries to hold things down. 6-shooter in hand, comes up with 1. He and Mizzino, though, tagged up a bit. Spike now in play for the side of EDG. Is Chichu trying to go on this flank, but he's so very low.
Oh, and a wall to cut off Simon.
But they're not looking for him at the moment. Mizzino turns his sights back for a brief little moment. Tex able to find another with that Sheriff, and now Simon flashing in a hand, nowhere to go but into the grave. Calm will take him down with the Hunter's Fury. And Lev will reestablish a 1-round lead.
There's so many good things here going for Lev. The aggressive take of space early gives them a lot of information and allows Tex to play a lot safer, to play further back off of the site so he can find those great angles. Mizzino here winning a lurk out towards mid as well. These individual picks, so crucial for Leviathan. That kill right there for Tex. Fantastic work with the Sheriff. And then they're able to use that Harbor utility to cut off Simon, to isolate players. I can't stress this enough. That's something they are very, very good at. And that is why they give teams a lot of problems and why they love Harbor. Using that high tide to your advantage. To be able to control the battle space in your favor. Something they do better than anybody else in the world right now.
Look at the gamble sack, though, here from the side of Lev. 4 players set up on A. Just Hex alone at B for the moment. Double lurk. Still over towards this A site, so EG could call a bit of an audible pivot back over towards that site, depending on what kind of opposition they find. For now, it's just going to be a tap on the plant to see what they can draw out. But nobody is able to find one. Mazzino going to be taken down. Oh, and Calm. Out-lurked. Cheating forward. Eyes just turned over towards main. Chichu up onto the rafters, able to take him down.
What a pause called by EDG here. That high tide
noise.
Yeah.
And here comes the strike. Plant now coming back. There's Aspas and Tex can turn their sights over to here. Bite gonna go. Oh, not deep enough, but King makes up for that. Hunter's Fury out, trying to flush him out of Snowman, but Kong, he's the one out into the open. Immediately gets punished, and suddenly there's a man advantage here for the side of Lev. As nobody will get taken down, it is nothing but Chichu left. Nanoswarm's not even set up. And he won't have the opportunity, I don't think, but he finds a solid first opening kill. Spamming for it, but the counter spam it out. For now, he's just trying to keep them off with this one. The Nanoswarm, it does not ricochet the way that he wanted. He's trying to isolate and conquer, but King just continues to cheat out wider and wider. Finds the kill and Lev get up to 4.
I mean, I thought this was going to be a good round here for EDG. Winning out on the lurk battle, getting that opening pick, and Leviathan is still able to turn that round on its head with some incredible shooting from King. Absolutely ridiculous stuff from Snowman. Those walls come up, and I mean, I like the way EDG plays this. They're like, we're going to call pause, we're going to wait for this high tide to go down, then we're going to go for the plant. Try to set up for our post plant, but Kong trying to get a little bit aggressive, gets caught out, and then King just starts hitting some nasty shots to take down the rest of EDG. Timeout is going to be called as well by the Chinese team. See if they can figure out how to correct this. One of the things that you need to do, one of the things that Team Heretics learned and was able to adjust with against Leviathan, play a bit more together. I'm seeing a lot of isolated fights here for EDG, and that's where Leviathan thrives. So you've got to make sure that those trades are available for the EDG team. But that's credit to Lev as well. They're really good with their timings. They're really good at understanding the map.
Sure.
And using those controllers to kind of keep you off balance, to keep you guessing where the players are going to be.
Yeah, I mean, this map has always been scrappy for them throughout this tournament run. I mean, they haven't had a clean one since Crew back in Americas, but it's been 3 times played here at Champs, and it has always resulted in victory for the side of Lev. Seeing them already at 4 on the defending side, that is scary if you are EDG.
No doubt, and certainly with some ults available, you know, it is a bit of an eco. You have to buy down to 3 Sheriffs for EDG, but you've got some huge ults. Maybe you can swing this round into your favor. Maybe you can turn the tide against Leviathan. See what they want to do off the back of that timeout, or if they're just going to hold on to those ults for the next gun round. Spot on the Chichu, but not much that Leviathan can do off the back of it. Meanwhile, the other 3 members seemingly, this is the default that EDG wanted to run with on this map coming into it. It's going to be a tough map pool for EDG no matter how you sliced it. They're going to have to play Leviathan on Icebox or Ascent or some other map early. And
big change up though on the setup here from Tex. He's got the alarm bot and a nanoswarm set up in case EDG decides to go for that really deep sight control over towards Snowman.
And that's understanding of the way that EDG likes to play, the way that they're going to get aggressive typically on post play. We haven't really seen it much so far this map, but I like that you pointed that out. That's very good. A very good read here by Leviathan.
Like spotted, Aspas just going to be dropping down off the top of screens. Not looking to give over any kind of easy kill here. Footsteps going to be heard. Aspas still sticking around. Double lurk forward. Just the Sheriffs in hand here for Chichu and Smoggy. There's Recon. Flush up Calm. They know that there's going to be someone forward there in mid. Playing around tube. Calm holding that angle. Finds the headshot immediately. One of the rifles now on the floor. Clear out some of that util. Chichu got it to fall. Aspas shutting it down, and now Simon rushing his way over towards his A side. Just 13 seconds remaining as Kong is trying to draw some attention, trying to open something up on the opposite side of the map, but Aspas, he'll be good to basically bring this round to a conclusion. Takes out Simon. Smoggy will get one, but ultimately, Leviathan not falling to the Thrifty. They move up now by 3.
And the measured approach to this round by Leviathan, the bend but don't break attitude that they took. Giving up a little bit of extra space, but allowing for quicker rotations. As soon as there was any contact over on the A side, I saw a couple players hightailing it over to bail out Aspas. And then EDG trying to play the map, trying to work it a little bit, sending players all over the place, but every step of the way, Leviathan able to handle it, able to account for EDG's movements. And it helps when Aspas starting to heat up a bit as well. No doubt that he is going to be a force to be reckoned with throughout this event, but who is going to be the one that can step up if EDG is going to have a chance? Is it going to be Smoggy? Is it going to be Kong? Simon, nobody, Chichu, everybody's had their moments for them.
Look at that drone tells all. Lev very convinced that this is going to be B, and they would be correct about that. The shots through the screen, and Kong does come away with a headshot there onto Tex. Doesn't need any damage himself as well. Now the man advantage set up here. Chichu still, however, still lurking over towards A, suspecting that there's going to be that forward push, that flank coming through to try to pressure out over towards Garage. Reckoning now, second one of the half. Trigger gets pulled there by Mazzino. Sun's starting to fly. Aspas up in hand, seeking a target so far. Smokes are keeping them all obfuscated. Kong able to find a second, but Mazzino takes out nobody. Mazzino takes out everyone! As Simon and Smoggy all fall to the wayside. Now, it's just Chichu left, and not for very long. Had the nano gone off, maybe it could result in a round victory here, but ultimately, Lev, it's just an explosion of death into the kill feed as they move up now by 4.
Yeah, the confidence is flying for Leviathan. And I can see it not just in their shooting, but in the way that they're approaching the map. The whole round, I mean, that's just absolutely dirty, Mazzino. But the whole round,
I've never been so excited to watch, bro. I've never been so excited.
Yeah.
I was pretty excited to watch too, Tom. That was quite good. But really, when I'm looking at the map, I'm seeing all the players watching for that lurk from Chichu the whole time. Like, there's always somebody, whether it's Com or Mazzino or whoever, that's checking towards mid, checking towards tube to find where that lurking player may be. Some pressure you're onto Aspas, though.
Sending out the op shot, trying to clear that. Recon dart does get pinged. Now lockdown going to be in play. Forward position, only one safe spot within the site itself. Aspas going to be revealed once again, just backpedaling, getting his way out, not wanting to be detained. No one caught. Attempted the retake can now begin here. This bite opens things up. Kong sending out a couple blades, but ultimately not making contact there. As Aspas up on top of the railing. This takes one into the shoulder. Nobody deciding to stick around here. Pit now in play as the lockdown gets ready to tick down. Looks like nobody will go ahead and sack himself to that. No double detain, as well as Smoggy is forward in the pit, just staying hidden where possible. Mazzino, he catches a stray onto Smoggy. Kong will be able to put down King, but Aspas with his own knives is starting to take things down. Swap over, Aspas a little bit faster on the draw. Gets the shorty out, gets the 4K, and Lev will get themselves another round victory.
Unbelievable. EDG threw everything they had at Leviathan this round. The ultimates, the Blade Storm, the lockdown, the Viper's Pit, all in play. But then Aspas, of course, says, oh, you've got a Blade Storm? I do too. And the Leviathan fans absolutely loving what they're seeing. And EDG struggling to find answers against this Leviathan onslaught. These retakes have been so good.
They're looking for an answer in the way of Kong bringing an operator now into this attacking side. Trying to fight fire with fire. He's going to get pinged out, but the weapon for now not going to be revealed.
And this is something the desk was highlighting, that Kong in particular, one of the rare players who prefers an attacker-sided op over defender-sided. Can't clear the drone, but looking for that duel, potentially, with Aspas. Aspas has been so good at repositioning. That little micro adjustment he had in the previous round to get up on top of the railing in the back stairs. So good. Threw off Kong's aim enough. He wasn't able to connect with that Blade Storm. Now a readjust here for EDG. Reading that the A side not to their liking. And again, this is something they've been very good throughout this tournament, finding the weak side, getting that plant down, and they've been really good in post plants. Oftentimes getting ahead of the curve, but this time around, again, they're taking just a little bit too long, and Leviathan is rotating in. They're going to be right here to try to contest. Aspas already with the op, up close and personal.
And there's that deep util coming into play. Chichu going to be taking down Smoggy as well as nobody. Traded out, and only Calm is found so far. Just Kong with that operator, an all-in bid. And he's just been out in the open again, taken down Simon. Last man standing, completely surrounded. No hope in hell as Lev are just running away with this half, running away with this map. 8-2.
They're just so ahead of the curve. They're doing a great job of understanding the way that EDG likes to rotate. They're so on pace. Seems like they've got clocks in their head to read the timing. And they're so ready for these aggressive pushes as well. You've got the high-low set up there on the bridge in the back by Snowman. Able to shut that down, and Aspas, again, already on point.
I killed that guy and I pressed them.
Well, Aspas, a little bit of a slow start, was 4-4 at one point, but now it's just been 7 kills stacked up on top of that. No deaths to be found. He's coming alive.
Here.
We might be pressing F on this map here pretty soon with the way it's going. Leviathan is so on point.
Oh, cannot find the shoulder. Ash gets himself behind 410. He's gonna reposition, continuing to try to go aggressive. Blackin does not catch him. Aspas getting tagged up a little bit, but still staying alive. The movement absolutely electric to watch. He's out to safety, and EDG still no closer to putting this spike on the floor. As Mazzino instantly has the reckoning to cover his comrade. Aspas is back on a hard angle, and Kong is dead. Everything that they try is struck down. One after the other, they fall. As Chichu up on top of pipes, now going to be revealed. Just get a nice headshot there on the text, but there's still so much work to be done. One shot potential on a Mazzino, onto Aspas, if they can get into position. But for now, they're just locked in place, waiting out this util. The jiggle peek attempt. Chichu swings out, it's a little bit wider. Aspas not going to be fast enough to pull the trigger. Does not shut him out. And at the same time, remaining diligent, just waiting, watching in case there's a rotation out below 2, but with time dwindled, with weapons needing to be retained, Chichu and Smoggy will just hold on to these guns if possible, but Leviathan can certainly chase forward if they want to. Seems like they will allow it.
And it's so tough here for EDG to get good reads on the way Leviathan wants to play their defense, because sometimes they're trying to contest the point of attack. Other times they're going to give that space up and play for the flood retakes. Mazzino has been absolutely unreal this half. He has been so on point with not just his util, but his shooting in particular. 14 kills, 4 deaths for Mazzino so far. Been leading the charge as that Harbor.
Since round 1.
Yeah, since the very first round. But now you got a Viper's Pit and a Hunter's Fury as well for Calm. Yes, you've got the other Hunter's Fury and a null command for Simon. Right there. But look how far back Calm is, and he's already going for that pick.
There it is, opening it up. Knows that he's not in range of any kind of null command denies. Just looking for a tag, and will be rewarded with one on the very end as Smoggy gets taken low. Kong trying to take some space. Mazzino dancing around the box. First shot here from Aspas, going to be going wide. Damage going to be eaten there, but still alive for now. Mazzino, however, going to be taken out. Simon able to find a stray headshot through the wall. Opens things up a little bit more here for EDG.
This is going to be tough. There's only one player with full armor.
He's still just been brought to a halt, though. Now the drone to check. King, if he just cheats forward a little bit more, he can just send out that pit. Oh, completely shut this down. Looks like they'll save it for a retake attempt. Kong able to find one. Push up into the smoke. Calm going to be eliminated. Aspas, however, still standing. And still out for blood. Just he and Tex, though, try to be the difference makers in this round and stop EDG from getting a third, but it seems like it will fall to the wayside as Tex, all on his lonesome, will get taken out. Kong will find 3 to get EDG a third round victory. It's 9-3 at the half.
Some signs of life for EDG at the very end, but 7 in a row for Leviathan is the story of this half. Absolutely dominant. It's going to be difficult now, switching over to the harder side of the map for EDG to try to come back in this one.
It's going to have to be a hell of a defense for EDG, for the EDG faithful here in the audience. They are praying the curses are in fact real. But right now, Lev, they look absolutely impeccable. As we give the players a moment, let's go ahead and get ready to send it down to Jen, who's going to be standing by for a halftime interview.
Hello everyone, Jen Lee down here with Coach Zeish of Carmine Corp. 카민 코프의 제이시 코치 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 인스파이어 아레나에서 오늘 함께하게 됐는데요. 현장 분위기를 어떻게 느끼고 있는지부터 물어보도록 할게요. Welcome to Inspire Arena, Zeish. What did you think of the atmosphere here?
I mean, it's insane. I already lived something like similar with KCX, with our own event, but seeing all of this type of people like in the stadium, I would have loved to qualify already, actually.
먼저 분위기가 너무 미쳤어가지고 지난번에 오프시즌 대회 때 프랑스에서 또 KC와 이런 대회를 했었는데 그때 분위기가 느껴지고 이런 분위기를 느끼니까 진짜 KC도 챔피언스에 왔어야 되는데 라는 생각이 들 정도라고 얘기를 하는데요. 이렇게 현장 분위기가 너무 뜨겁기 때문에 훨씬 선수들도 부담감을 크게 느낄 것 같습니다. 뭐 EDG 같은 경우에는 이렇게 높이 올라온 게 처음이고 또 레비아탄도 그동안 좀 흔들렸던 모습도 있었잖아요. 두 팀이 모두 여기까지 올 수 있던 건 아무래도 뒷심 그리고 버티는 힘이 아닐까 싶은데 좀 이렇게 부담감이 클 때 이렇게 버티는 힘, 이겨내는 힘은 어떻게 유지하면 좋을지 또 코치님께 물어보도록 할게요. EDG, they've never placed this high before. Leviathan had their ups and downs along the way. Both teams are here because they displayed huge amount of resilience. So in such a high pressure moment like this, how do you create and maintain that type of resilience?
So my team is not the best example this year for like high pressure moments, but I would say that I think it's more on like the momentum that you have in the tournament. Like you can work as much as you want during the year, but if you lose the momentum that you have in the tournament, you won't make it. So like I feel this team's like, this is why I said to you earlier, I feel like EDG might win it, even though like right now it's really tough for them, but like they have an aura around them, like really good momentum. So I feel that they're gonna make it.
KC를 좀 참고할 수는 없겠지만 그래도 아무래도 이렇게 좀 큰 대회에서는 그동안 1년간의 흐름이 아니라 그때그때 흐름을 놓지 않는 게 중요하기 때문에 또 코치님께서도 EDG가 좀 이번 우승을 할 수 있을 것 같다고 얘기를 했는데 이런 흐름을 그때그때 놓지 않고 계속해서 이어가는 게 굉장히 중요하다고 얘기를 했습니다. 이렇게 해서 제이시 코치 만나봤습니다. Thank you, Zeish. And
Thank you for having me.
back to the game.
Thank you very much. Some wise words there. We as Pacific casters, of course, know a thing or two about teams losing momentum in the tournament. It's all about maintaining it. Let's see, though, if Lev can maintain the momentum from the first half. 9-3 as they now switch over onto the attacking side. The stage is set for this to be an absolute, just explosive closeout for them.
And so far, you can see the experience advantage that Leviathan has. The pressure hasn't gotten to them. They're playing up to their full potential. Now we need to see if EDG can bounce back, can fight back. A lot of noise being made here by Lev, and EDG right around this corner.
Nobody trying to hold the line here. A couple shots going to be going wide. He dances around that sheriff, but Auspas eventually on the repeat is able to find his mark. Simon similarly taken down. HP going to be low on a couple players here on the side of Leviathan, so some damage opportunities still can be dealt here by EDG. Dr. in the back of sight. Take Chichu down to 22. The peek out from Kong Kong. He's instantly dead. Chichu now trying to desperately hold as Smoggy swoops in from behind. Comes to the rescue. Finds him. Chichu now with 3, and Smoggy gets the follow-up. And Smoggy's arrival could not have been timed better. He saves his comrade, keeps him in that round as EDG will equalize the pistol round count.
Unbelievable. Just when it looked like it may be curtains for EDG. Chichu is right there to stand up and open things up for the side of EDG. Oh my God. 22 health. And he's able to get it done. And he's gonna slam that desk in celebration. Muggle's like,
what?
I shouldn't have got there.
How did
like,
that happen? Well, you might not have the answer to that question, but for your EDG right now, you absolutely take those.
Just a little bit of...
Nobody got to be careful here, though. Oh, there's an hand, and they lined up for him. Basically a collapse with that Spectre Kong Kong on the peek out. Able to shut down King. Quick movements here from the side of EDG. Wanting as clean of a start to this half as they can possibly get, and right now it's looking like it may be flawless. Tex, of course, with that sheriff in hand, does have to be respected. It's for reasons like that. Shock Dart going wide. Looking to try to flush him out into the open. Chichu will peek right as the reload comes through. It's just going to be a Marshall left on the floor, but Smug can take that up as EDG, they start closing the gap, but now we move into the bonus here for them. Can they get that conversion?
Well, they're going to try. They're going to put the operator early into Kongong's hands, it looks like.
Cannon.
One enemy remaining.
Has to go big now. You can tell that they're feeling the pressure, but with some hot starts to this half, maybe, just maybe, EDG can turn things around. They're able to get a mishmash of guns into their hands, but can definitely do some damage. Some util dumped to clear the orb.
But nobody very cognizant of it. Wasn't just immediately going for it, just stayed back, waiting to hear if that util was going to be coming his way. Doesn't get caught by anything. 0 point, however.
Caught everybody.
Yeah, catching damn near everyone on the side of Leviathan. And already Smoggy is pushed forward in garage in case of rotate out. So he's hoping that his teammates are going to be able to hold the line here. Dash now pop from Aspas. It's going to be noted by the drone. Cuts his way out. Oh, a brief little spot. Takes out Tex. A fantastic shot as they try to drive them back over towards Smoggy, but right now it looks like Lev are hard committed here towards his A site. Fragment down to try to slow the flood, but Calm already forward here, waiting. Around default, trying to see if they can spot out anything. Watch is going to be sent. A Cloudburst in, 0 point. Taking away whatever util they have left as they swing onto the corner, and Calm catches them unawares. Cleans up 2. Now suddenly, Spike can be planted. Or going to be grabbed, but Smoggy strikes from behind.
Spike down A.
Interrupts the plant. Now
30 seconds left.
they have to be pivoting back and forth. 180. Watching every single angle. They know that Smoggy is in behind them. Calm down to 7. The one to try to hold the line first, but Smoggy catches King out into the open. Like to try to flush out that back sight. Chichu just pulling back. Aspas trying to hold things down here. Time starting to tick. They swing in, and Smoggy collects them both. The 4K to defuse, the bonus conversion, the operator to be saved. EDG are on the right path to try to bring this map back to parity.
This is absolutely ridiculous from Kong to start, to set the tempo, and then this lurk from Smoggy, something I was so impressed with Leviathan on the other side of the map. They were doing a great job looking for these lurks, accounting for them, but here, they get into the mud and they lose their heads a bit, and Smoggy punishes the heck out of them, able to find 2 huge kills, and then come in for that 4th at the end. Unbelievable round there for him. And EDG, who would have thought a bonus conversion on their defender's side to start this half?
Well, this map might be delivering more than we had anticipated after that first half. Lev now going to be pumping the brakes, calling that first timeout for themselves. Still going to be one apiece remaining for both of these teams. But one of the things that we weren't seeing in that first half on the attacking side was that impact from Smoggy. Just was consistently being shut down. Came into this half, just, 4 kills. But that's that round that you want to be seeing from this guy who has been delivering on the regular for EDG throughout this tournament. He is maybe the biggest reason why we've seen them make it as far as they have.
I agree with you. I think he's been the MVP for this team so far in this event. He has been absolutely clutch. Comes up with huge multi-kills when the team needs him the most. And here on Icebox, starting to come alive on this defender side, starting to find those gaps in Leviathan's defense. I think Leviathan needs to start mixing things up a little bit. Show some different looks here to EDG. You're gonna have to spread the map a little bit more. You kind of just tried to bully your way through A. That hasn't worked. EDG's been able to put up a brick wall and keep you from really finding much success there. So now it's time to start trying other parts of the map. Eventually, this is the eco, so maybe if you've got a set play here on this side, try to go for some quick picks.
Now, I don't have the stats on it.
Yeah.
I'd be curious if anybody does, but it does feel like a lot of bonus conversions that we've seen, people drop the Thrifty immediately after. Like that Fnatic SEN series is just so back and forth, bonus conversion after bonus conversion, but then always getting thriftied in that 4th round of the half.
Teams are pretty good with sheriffs, is what it boils down to in my mind. You're absolutely right, though. It has been wild this year. Some of the eco rounds that we've seen. Clear the drone.
Kong just looking to reposition. And immediately, this is going to send left packing over towards the opposite side of the map, where it is just Smoggy to try to hold the line for now, but already rings out a shot.
And EDG has to respect the A-side hit because of how much pressure Leviathan has put there. So that's going to give a little bit of space here for Leviathan, an opportunity Let's see what Smoggy has in store, though. Was brilliant in the previous round.
Recon out. Smoggy just tucks back behind the wall, but pings come down. Left have a very strong understanding of his position. Does do quite a bit of damage, though, as they all go cutting across towards yellow. Full HP bars whittled away at here. Spike gets planted. Retake now, getting ready to come through, but Kong finds an opener. Ospas going to be on the ground. The Guardian now passing hands as Tex picks it up. Fragment into the back. As Tex going to be flushed out into the open, and Chichu, it's enough of an angle for him to go ahead and collect the kill. King trying to hold the line, finds himself a second. Mazzino gets the other.
Oh!
And now King is trying to conquer them all. The half hold. Chichu, though, pulls off the defuse, gets the headshot, and says, no thrifties today.
I thought you had willed it into existence there. It almost happened. Unbelievable stuff there with the Sheriffs. An early pick for Kong at range. Good spam there from Chichu. And then King just comes alive. He has the opportunity as well. Just misses the headshot. Chichu quick to pull off and adjust. Almost. Ospas clear as well.
Not in that round.
Not in that round.
But he is still by far clearly in the lead. 69-2. Numerous players nipping at his heels. But EDG suddenly just 2 rounds away from tying this up.
And this is going to be a really important next couple rounds, because look at the ults that are coming into Psycho here.
Yep.
You've got the Viper's Pit, you've got the Reckoning, you've got the Lockdown for Chichu, you've got the Hunter's Fury for nobody. So these are the rounds that are going to really pivot, potentially.
Smoggy, he's slipped the net a little bit, drags across, managing to find the headshot, but does he suspect Tex from behind? He kind of does, but still ends up falling. Jump out, that is going to be a body tag there on the He gets taken low, but not taken down. His knives now do get popped.
You should run.
Kong on the fast rotate. As the lockdown gets placed here at B. 4 players alive, but not even a full HP bar between 2 of them as Tex and Com, both dangerously low.
And you don't have Smoggy to cover this plant.
You do not. There's a jump out and Com punished on the jiggle, just trying to get that recon out towards Snowman. Kong shuts down those hopes and dreams. Recon quickly going to be cleared out, but Kong now repeats from the flank, and Ospas is not ready for it. Knives going to be a little bit whiffy there, but it doesn't matter because Chichu in position. Go ahead and collect one. Shorty now in hand. The flash, he's blinded up. And Kong strikes from behind. Suddenly, there is just 1 round separating these squads. EDG are on a monstrous tear.
Well, who needs a Viper when you've got Kong with an operator? He's just unbelievable right now, starting to really heat up. A player that for so long has been so highly regarded with that sniper rifle and digging deep when EDG needs it most, and they are 1 round away from tying this up. And that lockdown got invested for nothing for Leviathan.
It did. There's still some crucial ultimates here, though. Hunter's Fury, the Pit, as well as the Reckoning, is Chichu quick to clear out that Nano, not wanting the turret to be destroyed, but it's going to be a full cut under tube here as Reckoning comes in, and Kong just has the backpedal, but he's still looking to stick around. Goes for the peek, and Mazzino gets taken down! What a disgusting shot! Their own lockdown now in play, but it's a fairly shallow one sent here from the side of EDG, but it stops them from pushing forward. It makes them think twice. Tex now dropping out from Kitchen. Does get spotted out. Hunter's Fury crashing across. As Com goes on the hunt, just trying to open up some space here for his team, but nobody now. Finding one. Ospas, knowing that Kong is tucked into the corner, swings out, does find Chichu. Takes him down, but now they counter Hunter's Fury on the opposite side. They're trying to find that elimination, but it looks like widely they will be able to get away scot-free. The Pit now going to be invested here from King. The push up onto the corner, the Shorty. He takes him down. Ospas dead. Weapon swapped. Vandal now in hand, but they still have to deal with King, and he's in his element. The Shorty at the ready, and Kong gets the fadeaway double pump. Com is dead, and we are all tied up 9-9.
They are unbelievable right now. Kong in particular is making such good reads. Toying with Leviathan's ultimate here. Fakes like he's gonna go back to Snowman, and changes direction. Gets the kill, unbelievable. And Ospas trying to do what he can here to hold the line, get some big kills. But Kong able to hide in that corner and wait out his moment to strike with that Shorty, to get up close and personal. finds 2 huge kills, and King playing so close. Just not able to adjust in time, and Kong so fast, had that dash popped as well. Was able to get the first shot, get the second, dash out. Just on point right now are EDG, and this is going to be the last time out of this map for Leviathan.
Second one having to be used. Cash somewhat all over the place, but Wiley can't afford to have a rifle and half armor here on just about everybody other than Aspas, but he has the blades available. But that was still such a huge dump of ultimates here for Leviathan. They now have nothing else, and if things continue trending the way that they are, they're not going to be able to generate any more ultimates for the remainder of this map.
Exactly, and that's the concern I had a couple rounds ago, talking about all those ults that were in play. Leviathan used the lockdown on one, didn't work. This time they use a bunch, doesn't work. And now you've got EDG, who's got a juiced economy, has a Viper's Pit of their own, still has that operator for Kong. Gonna have to find answers. Maybe Ospas's Blade Storm can be that turning point. He had a phenomenal round with it on the defender side, but now it is EDG's turn. They have done 7 rounds in a row themselves to match what Leviathan did previously. Can they keep this momentum up?
Knives immediately have to be put away. Just wait out that null, though. Because, I mean, there is not really any ambiguity here. Thrown. Doesn't quite get the spot there on the Smoggy. Maybe it turns back. Either way, he's still stagnant. Now strike, but oh my god! The flick from Aspas is absolutely disgusting. Smoggy now dead. The potential for that pit taken away. Aspas resurrected for a moment. Let's find 2. Mazzino, weapon in hand, put to the good use. Chichu Simon both going to be taken down. Up here from Kong, now last man standing. Dash at the ready, moves up into the cold, recovers the weapon, looks for a little bit more. My god, for a second I thought he had it. Shades of something, shades of Kong blending together into one beautiful round, but in the end, it is Aspas that we have to focus on, because that was a disgusting way to break through.
I am just so impressed with Aspas every time. It doesn't matter. I don't care how many times you've seen him do stuff like this. It never gets old. He is outrageously talented. Mazzino continues his hot streak on this map with a big double, and Kong knows how close EDG was to maybe shutting the door on Leviathan. But now a breath of hope, a breath of fresh air for Leviathan as they try once again to scale towards this orb at the front of the A site. Immediately reinforcements for Simon and nobody. It's everybody from EDG except Smoggy is here, and that knife, it's a lot of info.
Trying to spam him out. Aspas will be countered as Simon does fall. 1 for 1 so far. Kong sticking around, lingering, gets rewarded for his patience. Finds one, Tex answering back, a kill there on the nobody, but the man advantage still here in the hands of EDG. As they once again look to tie things up. Mano does not force him out, and given the funding right now,
now look at this, they're looking.
Might just have to make the call to go for a save, but for now they're at least going to push around, see if Smoggy has lurked all the way forward. He's still hanging back outside of garage, though.
This is great understanding now from Leviathan, remembering what happened earlier in this half.
Can they break through this line? Smoggy, the next jiggle, will spot one. Now he knows that they're starting to rotate out of the site.
30 seconds left.
That's a great decision by Smoggy to not stick around and try to go for any extra damage. Just wait for the rest of the team. Confirm that they're going to come to B site before you call the reinforcements over. Play for your life.
They opt to push into him, and there's still going to be 2 nanos set up on this B site here. Time ticking. Delay tools available. Smoggy, even if he just comes away with one, he might just be able to get both, though. They're rushing forward. They think that he's gone ahead and evacuated. Now he strikes. The spike, Panther, absolutely dead. Time gone. Tex will find a final shot, but EDG will find themselves tied up once more.
It's hard to play it better than Smoggy did right there. Such great understanding. Gains a ton of space, gains a ton of info. Doesn't give up his life, holding that angle towards spawn. Falls back, hides behind yellow, and just plays ring around the rosy. It catches Leviathan completely off guard. Oh, I don't know what you saw there, but that's amazing.
Saw where the shock dart was coming from.
Yeah, unreal stuff from him.
Follow the paper trail back. And now 10-10. Again, economy disrupted on the side of Lev. Guardian Vandal in hand, a stinger there for Calm. Being just with a classic, hoping he can pick up a weapon from a fallen opponent. Kong immediately rotating, getting himself towards that back rafter, but Smoggy's been taken down, dealt with over here on B, but now Ozpot's traded out. And that is the tip of the spear, cut off.
And just a little bit of an adjustment here from Leviathan. You're going to send Tex out on a counter lurk to deal with Smoggy early to buy you a little bit of extra space, and a great shot from Kong though.
Just finds the timing. Tex not paying attention to Snowman. Ends up getting taken down, and now all that heavy hitting weaponry that Lev did have available has been left on the floor. A lurk though from Com, but he's missed this. Nobody, he's in so deep.
Oh my.
Com is not checking for this now. The swing getting ready to come through. Guardian scooped up, and King does manage to find one. Nobody falls. As the spike starts getting rotated back across that attacker spawn. Over here for the plant. Vandal now
This
picked
high
up.
tide.
And suddenly this round becomes a lot more winnable for the side of Lev.
This high tide in mid, I thought might give away the
About to go
script.
online.
Yeah.
30
The
seconds
orb take
left.
into the plant. Ult available here for Mazzino. And he can just wait patiently, but no, he sends it early. Trying to see if there's anyone playing close.
Even with Com in that corner, no sound heard, just went for a gamble.
Here for Chichu, Leg's gonna be spotted. Com, as he brings out the shots, he will reveal his position, so now needs to tuck back. Kong is in, knife pulled, gets a spot, but King gets the shot, takes him down. Chichu pushing forward, tries to bail them out. 8 bullets remaining here in the mag. Mazzino running away, just slowly walking out. Time is dwindling though. Chichu, when does he make the call? When does he try to go for the defuse? He's right above him, he's making noise. He spotted him for a brief little moment. He's trying to spam him out, and he will, but he just cannot get that defuse. Lev will scrape by with a thrifty victory presented by MasterCard to get themselves back into the lead now, just 2 rounds away from closing this out. And for EDG, they're likely gonna feel like they just got robbed.
Yeah, but it's little changes that Leviathan makes in this round. Sending Tex out early onto Smoggy. It's a great punish. Even though Kong is able to find that kill the whole time, Com is just pushing space. Great awareness again that somebody could have gotten into their spawn. Not sure if Com barely heard nobody's footsteps or what. Still, really good understanding of the map. Leviathan there, able to find their way over to the site and hold on by just enough time. It's the similar opener here for Leviathan. Cascade with the snake bite. A lot of times they've been sending the drone out right away off the back of that Cascade, but this time around, no drone just yet.
Set up. They're pushing forward, taking even more space here, Kong and Smoggy. Some fairly aggressive positions. Of course, the dash can get Kong out to safety, but there's the drone. Spam through, smattering of damage going to be found onto Ospas and Com.
Here.
Cascade to try to dissuade them.
Smoggy now going to be noted in this forward position. He pulls back. Kong wanting to stick around, see if he can get a little punish here. Takes a couple shots, but that shot will not connect. He's still looking for more. But now he's in a very committed position. Ospas gets up over the top. Going to be spotted out. Cloud bursts the recon. Looks to re-aggress. Kong is playing this on a knife's edge. He isn't spotting anything. Shock dart lobbed over towards him. Just cannot make those shots connect.
But he's bought time.
30 seconds left.
He's waited out the smokes. He's got the rest of his team here.
At what point do they just call an audible to try to rotate out? Is it off the back of this pit? The answer's going to be no, because the pit doesn't exist anymore. Mazzino just swings in. Blind spray across, and Smoggy is found. Fragment, oh my God, King! Takes his head clean off. Plant now being used in a deeper position, and Chichu cannot line up the shots. Tex is going to be noted in 2, but it doesn't matter because nobody. He's giving up the plot. They know where the last player is. They know that he's not in a position to do a damn thing about this, and EDG may just be crumbling here right in front of the finish line. Leviathan will get themselves up the map point.
And Leviathan able to pause just enough there to get themselves situated, and some great shots through the smokes. This team really understands where EDG is trying to put pressure at. EDG loves to play you right at the edge of the smokes. They're going to try to find those opportunities, those moments to catch you off guard, to strike when you least expect it. But Leviathan gets ahead of the game in this round, finds some big kills to get through there, and they are 1 round away from taking their map pick of Icebox. What a comeback here.
For for EDG. I mean, already the last round wasn't the cleanest on the economy. Simon went into it, I believe, not having a weapon in hand. It's disgusting. King.
Oh my god, Mazzino, that kill was so
But now
huge.
they find themselves up to map point. EDG 2 in a row. For Lev, it has always gone to overtime. Here in the upper final, is this finally the moment where they get a clean victory on their icebox? We'll have to wait a little bit longer to find out as EDG call their last time out.
It's going to be very, very interesting. I think here for EDG, maybe play a little bit more for the retakes. You're getting shut down when you're trying to contest these plants so far. Might be time to show a bit of a different look. See what they want to do. Found it interesting though. I had a chance to talk with Mazzino real quick before the matches started today. And I asked him, how are you feeling about this? He said, good, yeah, we've got a lot of experience, kind of the typical things. And I said, but what about going up against EDG? They're a tough team. Things can get muddy. And he's like, that's okay. We love being in the mud. We love it. That's how we play, and that suits our style perfectly. And it has been muddy, it has been fast, it has been aggressive. But so far, Leviathan is just a slight step ahead. But EDG has given them everything they can handle.
They have final buy, though. 4 half armors to the side of EDG. Bulldog, Guardian in play. Can they manage to take this over to OT? Will Lev be bringing this map to a conclusion and get everything teed up for Lotus? Let's see, as Kong changing up the playbook here a little bit. Pop flash over the top. Opts not to go for it, though. Is Hunter's Fury going to be opened up here from the side of Com? Nobody going to be tagged, not killed, but he's down to 45. He himself would love to have that Hunter's Fury. He just hasn't been able to get that final ult charge to have it available for him.
That all felt like a bait to get that Hunter's Fury out of play. Nobody, wow, playing with fire around that corner.
He's always been an absolute lunatic. That has not changed here in the upper final. But he so desperately wants that final charge.
It would be a huge boon to have that no command.
Oh, Kong trying to reposition. Taken down on top of 410. King quick and clean with it. Smoggy now going to start to rotate over to try desperately to stop this push, but Chichu has found maybe a bit of alert timing here. He's very far forward.
There's nobody watching this.
No one's watching it here for the moment. They're getting ready to go ahead and strike. All eyes focused on the site itself as nobody holding close, finds the first. Hunter's Fury is available, but he's inside the pores, popping out. Chichu strikes! Cleans the boss plus, Tex dead. The push up into the wall. King has been felled. The revive will be there. 4 members will survive, and EDG are 1 step away from taking Lev into a 4th overtime on Icebox here at Champs.
And this is just great awareness here, a great timeout from Muggle to be ready for this Hunter's Fury, to find a way to bait it out. Bit of a misstep there from Kong, and you worried that it might be game over for this map, but they buy tons of time for Chichu. Nobody holds that off angle right by the orb. It works a treat for EDG. Leviathan, 1 round to try to stop what has happened to them every time on this map at this event. And EDG looking to try and continue the script that we have seen so far here at Champs.
Lockdown available from Chichu. Tex just 1 away from his own. King similarly, the pit, just about to be at the ready.
Well, the ults eventually did come back in the cycle because this dragged towards the finish line. And look at this, they're so aggressive here. Tex all on his own, potentially against 3 members of EDG. And they're looking to try to find a counter lurk. We saw that last time where that was Leviathan's response, was to send Tex out on his own.
Chichu now trying to rotate, get himself into position so they can utilize that lockdown. Cascade coming through. Recon sent, but there's the lockdown now committed to. Plant will come in, and King will have the pit off the back of this one. But no, they interrupt. The Nanoswarm pop, they lob it in, and now Lev's going to have to make their exit. They've been held at bay for the moment. Is Hunter's Fury actually going to be opened up here? Blind from the side of nobody, just going fishing here, trying to spot out anybody that he can. Kong calls it back over towards the site, but the tags cannot be found now. The plant going to be coming through, and the pit will be in play. A quick peek there from Mazzino, seeing nothing there because of the cove. Simon able to find 1. Tex going to be dealt with. Ping's coming down on the flank, but Ozpos also felled. It's a 3v5 with King tagged low. Calm, however, managing to find one. Chichu cleared out. Kong here flush against the pit, pushes up, finds two as King and Calm both fall to the floor, and now it is all on Mazzino. But he's been spotted, dealt with, and it cannot happen. Lev on Icebox here at Champs. It goes hand in hand with overtime.
It is just destiny that we're going to overtime. Every time these Vipers pits come down, EDG has such good ideas about how to clear them. And it's Kong who has read the Leviathan script, said, I know this game, and he just is anticipating. He saw the util come out from down there and was so ready for them to be right underneath the rope at Nest. Finds two huge kills. Unbelievable that we're doing it again.
We are, and immediately EDG are using their overtime timeout. This attacking side, it was struggle street for them, just the 3 rounds picked up, so Muggle, Haladon wanting to go ahead, get in the players' ears, and get a solid game strategy based on what they observed from Leviathan in the past on this map, as well as just in the map earlier during that first half.
Yeah, I'm really curious about how Muggle is going to want to approach this, because Leviathan just had great reads, great adjustments. It was phenomenal calling by King. Every step of the way, it seemed like he was understanding and matching what EDG wanted to do. So maybe you've got some set plays, maybe you've got some ideas, try to break open some space, maybe a mid push or something like that we didn't really see much of from EDG to try to set the tempo here in this overtime. Try to see if you could flip the script against Leviathan, who has been in this situation a lot, as it turns out, many times in this event, and yet they have come out on top every time.
That they have. 3 for 3. Can they go 4 for 4? EDG is looking to put a blemish on that record here at Champions and take away their opponent's map pick. Lev, though. Let's see what they have up their sleeves. Let's see what they anticipate from EDG after the timeout gets called.
No glass cannon for either side. It's just going to be rifles v rifles. And already looking for some kind of B setup for EDG. Deep knife. See if they can clear a lot of space, get a lot of info on this B site. Okay, you see King.
Field 1, but Mazzino, he's set up here for the trap, and now it's been sprung. Finds one, but Kong able to trade it back out. Does take a little bit of damage, down to 77. 4 armor remaining. Some shots ringing out from Tex here, trying to catch a timing through that poison orb.
That's not the worst trade there for EDG. Taking out that harbor, that retake utility, that was so difficult for them to deal with on this attacker side. I think you'll take that. I think you're going to walk away from that fight happy. Now they're going to try to re-clear the space. King's still lurking around. Pings are being spammed all over the place by EDG. Looking to see if there's going to be any attempt at a push out. They're trying to pause. They're trying to bait out a lurk. Right now, Leviathan not giving him that space.
A couple shots ringing out. King repositioning, though. This is, again, just a bit of a bait setup here. Kong can swing out. Back yellow. Now presence is known, and Kong is dead. And this time, there can be no counter trade. EDG down a man. As Tex jumps his way back up into kitchen, just watching the exit.
30 seconds left.
Watching this too. And Ozpos so far forward. Dash still at the ready. Footsteps going to be heard. The jump out, and Ozpos finds one. Simon's going to be dealt with.
Down A.
I felt like Chichu needed to win that fight over in kitchen. Now all eyes are on him. Swings out, and Tex takes him down. Now, with 12 seconds, it's overtime. There's no reason to not play for it, but Smoggy just does not have anything working for him. All odds against him. Look at a snappy headshot, but that's about as good as it gets. EDG will drop this opening round. Lev counteracting, outdoing them at every twist and turn.
And it's just really good understanding of the way that EDG likes to play. And a lot of times, Kong is going to be left on his own. Com's able to punish him. Isolated from the rest of his team.
One enemy remaining.
Like you said, not able to find that trade like they did against Mazzino. And then it just kind of comes unraveled. Your lurking player gets identified and dealt with as well. So it's just the same story for Leviathan that we saw in the first half on their defender side. Very similar stuff, very similar results.
Still no glass cannon. Kong wanting that armor, wanting that phantom. For now, it's just Aspas dropping down. Not taking too much forward space, though.
Yeah.
Drone will lead the charge. Gets a spot there onto Simon.
Leviathan worried that we were going to see something that we saw at the end of that first half, where they pushed out towards Nest. So they have to use the drone to check for it.
Steps going to be made. Chichu, he can hear these. Getting a decent amount of information there as King going to be pinged over. But now the pressure getting ready to be applied here to Smoggy, who's all on his lonesome at back yellow.
Needs to play his life, like we saw a few rounds ago, and is already stepping back.
Timing's about to be so poor for him. He's up over the top, but Aspas is not checking for him. And Aspas ends up falling. Swing out from Mazzino. Smoggy able to tuck back. Gets out scot-free. King again going to be noted, just trying to keep some attention over towards his A side. But Smoggy saying, no, there's more than one. The rotate starts coming through. Smoggy, however, he gets spray through, finds another tags, knocked down to 10 HP. And it seems like we're not going to be getting away with a clean victory in overtime for Lev. EDG look to reset as it's just King and Calm left standing. Spots out one, but Calm now dealt with. King finds the first, cannot get the second, cannot get the spike. 13-13, we go again.
And that round hinged on what happens with Smoggy there. If the timing is just a little bit different, if Aspas sees him before he sees Aspas, it could be a very different round. But he's able to get that kill, able to back out, able to spam down as they try to get the spike planter into place. And that leaves this snowman push from the other players completely isolated.
Right here.
And they have life. They have a chance again. This feels like if EDG can find that attacker's round win, maybe, just maybe, they can stop Leviathan on Icebox, something nobody has been able to do at this event.
I do get the ping out there on the Chichu, but he gets the nano across, claims the turret, and ultimately that was his goal. So for now, it's just going to be silent.
It's a very different formation now for Leviathan, leaving Mazzino alone on B. King is going to be sliding forward to the front of A with Aspas and Tex to set up this crossfire. Calm going to use a little bit of util to try to get some info, but EDG waiting this out.
But look, the attention that it's drawing. Calm rotates back over here towards mid, doesn't see anything, will start working his way back to B. Two being watched. King hanging way back over towards the spawn.
EDG is not giving up any information, leaving him guessing. So Leviathan is going to try to move through mid.
Chichu spotting one, but there's a swing out, but Mazzino cannot find the kill. Chichu strikes him down. 5-4 now as Aspas dashing away. Tex, however, holding close. Take Kung Hung's head off, looks for a little bit more. Decides to tuck back. Turret going to be set up. His Calm will find Chichu, flushing him out of mid. Gets the punish there too. Simon going to be spotted here in the corner. Aspas readjusts. He just take out nobody. Smoggy will be able to come up with two here for his squad, but Tex finds three, and EDG still just cannot get that attacking side round. Left once again, have map point.
I like what EDG does here, to be honest. I think they do a good job of not giving much information over to Leviathan until they're ready to try to make their attack. Yeah, they'll lurk through mid, get spotted, but still, Chichu was able to win that fight.
Hey, look at me. Look at me. That's a fucking
man
round. Let's go.
But the players on site trading so well for each other. Aspas's reactions absolutely insane, as always. Now it's going to be Leviathan's turn to use their timeout for the overtime to try to end this before it extends any further. They have an opportunity. But both teams have been incredibly good on their defender side on this map.
Really, very much have. Changing up the script here a bit. See what the adjustments come through, but Calm feeling very confident they will be able to close this out right here and now, not let it go any deeper down the overtime or rabbit hole than we have already gone. So far, the furthest that it has gone for Lev was that 16-14 scoreline versus G2.
We could go there again. It's been so darn close.
I'm down to break it.
Sure, why not?
I
got nowhere better to be.
What do we got to break? 19-17?
I'm down.
For a global event?
Yeah.
Well, let's see. Crowd is riled up and ready to go. EDG, do they have it in them to deliver another reset? Once again, no operator spotted across the lobby. Hong Kong Vandal this time. Quick nano out, this time not going to be cleared. It's a turret, just have to be recalled out.
Sending a few players, this time 2 players, over towards B instead of just Tex. They're going to have King join him as well. Try to see if they can deal with some of these EDG players. Smoggy.
Now this is all to disguise Hong Kong, who's about to strike. He saw one. Trying to spot them out, play it patiently, waiting for the moment that he's got line of sight with the teammates still falling around him, but there it is! Gets the spray down, Tex trying to go for the 180, but he cannot make it happen. The man advantage there, but this is still dangerous territory here for EDG. Nobody tucked in behind the box, hearing the footsteps of Casino, pushes his way up into the site. He's waiting to strike. Util in hand, cannot confirm the kill, swings out and somehow come! Does not finish him off! Casino now with everything to do to try to bring this map to a conclusion, but he cannot! Deeper down we go, 14-14.
Switching sides.
Both teams making slight adjustments here. Leviathan adding an extra player to that layer to try to take control of the lurk of EDG. And instead, they sneak Hong Kong around right behind them. None the wiser are Lev. Unbelievable stuff there. They're so willing to take risks, our EDG, and you can see the frustration from the Leviathan coaching staff. And we go again. Some spam down the middle. Tom just anticipating this push, sees a bunch of EDG.
And he does. Doctor going to be sent. Has he realized it? Well, now he will. And Hong Kong has made his way up over the top. Calm still in a position to be punished, so does get whittled away at down to 89 overall with the armor.
See, this is one of those rounds I was looking for from EDG. We haven't seen much of this early. Hong Kong dropping down towards the tube. Smoggy looking for that Leviathan player. They're expecting somebody to check mid. We've seen it before. Chichu dealt with it previously on this attacker's side in overtime. Now the rest. EDG going to group up. Potentially going for that decisive hit, but once again got a lot of Leviathan holding their feet.
Crossbus here on the close right side. Goes unchecked for a brief little moment, but Hong Kong still able to adjust. Finds that kill, but Texas finds a nice timing, peeks out, gets himself one, Cobb gets another!
Down A.
It's Smoggy and nobody now. Last 2 members standing versus 3. It has very much come down to whoever realistically can get this attacking win. And right now, it looks like it's not going to be any easier for them as Smoggy has everything to do. Swaps over to the Vandal, 10 bullets.
If there's anybody who can.
The year that he's had, the tournament that he has had, you would be correct. But odds are stacked against him, and now there's a Cove in play. It's being watched, and he just cannot flush it out. Level once again get themselves up to map point. Is EDG, do they have the drive, the tenacity, the will to keep this going?
And I mean, you take down Oxbox, you gotta be thinking is EDG, all right, final boss is dead. Let's storm on in. But Tex plays this so well. Just
let's go. You like that? You like that, Ian? Yeah, okay.
Tom, he's been there. He's done that. He's lifted a trophy. And he gets a huge 2K in that round for Leviathan. Unbelievable stuff there. But just the way that Leviathan staggers their defenses so effectively. EDG does it great too, though. Both teams.
EDG losing out on an opening player. Osbot's wise to it. Deals with nobody. Thrown lead forward here. Simon nearly punished. They force the dash back. This A site is being conquered. Smoggy just disrespecting the nano. Slides across. Tries to get himself tucked here. Hong Kong approaching from behind, but this time it's being watched. The turret is set up there to go ahead and reinforce Texas' position. Smoggy flushed out. Lev have been adapting on the fly. The pop flash sent Simon, only going to be good for 1. And Chichu has been taken out. 10 HP from Hong Kong with not a hope in hell. 4 players to try to work through, and he cannot get the first. 16-14 once again. Lev pushed to the limit on Icebox, but once again, they get the win.
The script is written in stone for Leviathan here at Champions 2024. Every time on Icebox, it's overtime, and every time, it's Leviathan.
4 for 4 on the map of the series. Far from over. EDG, they have their map pick of Lotus coming up next. We'll see if they can tie up this set, take us the distance, give us that map 3, or if Lev will be gliding their way forward into the grand final.
Trade in any phone in any condition guaranteed and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6. Only on Verizon.
all has ended with me.
I'm standing here on stage right now with Itopata of Leviathan. We gotta talk about those overtimes. Oh my goodness, map number 1. Let me know, how were the energy levels like with the boys? Was it going up and down? It looked like it was 2 different sides of the coin every single time the side switched.
Yeah, I think the boys kept their composure throughout the whole time. And it was nice to see because obviously with this big stage, some mistakes are bound to happen, but I kind of have a feeling they have like a secret pack and they're trying to see what my blood pressure is going to be at the end of the tournament with those overtimes. But yeah, I'm glad that we closed it out and on to the next one.
Well, I hope your blood pressure is going to be okay. How are you feeling about the next map though, Lotus?
Lotus, obviously we're 3-0 in this map and we're very confident in it, so I'm happy that we're playing it in this stage.
All right, well, good luck. Best of luck to you and keep that blood pressure in check.
What a way to kick off the day here in the Inspired Arena as well. Leviathan, they are 1-0 up against EDG after an incredible Icebox. The fans are having fun as well here. And I am back here on the desk with Kokuka, Sideshow, and a very special guest, Coach Alex. Welcome.
Hello. How's it going?
How was the FanFest?
Oh, it was good. I had a little meet and greet there, so enjoyed myself, met a lot of people. That's sick.
Yeah, and I'm so happy you're here with us. But that game, though, you two, oh my goodness. I mean, Itopata's blood pressure was rising. I feel like yours was as well, you guys.
I mean, it was not only extremely exciting to watch. I think that the display that we were seeing, we were talking about Kangkang not using the operator that much in the tournament, and then we get this performance with another OT win for the side of Leviathan.
It's actually ridiculous that they keep going to overtime, but they keep winning as well. They are the best team in the world on this map, but like by such a thin margin against every single team. I thought it was going to be over until the pistol round turnaround from EDG. Then they went on a run.
Yeah, Alex, did you think we were going to get a 16-14 map when it was night 3?
No, I thought as soon as pistol round was 5v2, something like that, and they turned it around. I thought at 5v2, I thought it was over. I really thought it was over.
Oh, for EDG. You thought Lev was definitely going to close that out.
I was 13-3.
I mean, you have experience with EDG. I heard that, you know, even though you guys were knocked out the tournament, the boys went home, you guys still made an effort to scrim them before their Sentinels game.
We did. You want to know anything about it?
Yeah. Let us know. Let us know. Give us the insight.
Honestly, I think they were playing really, really confident in scrims. We didn't play Icebox, so wasn't expecting this performance. But the maps that we scrimmed them on, they were extremely confident. They took us on fights very, very confidently. They beat us. They beat our ass in the scrims. So,
how would you compare this version of EDG to the previous versions?
In sense of the roster?
Yeah, well, in terms of like their performance recently, like, do you think their form is better?
Oh, for sure. I think, I don't know why, but when Simon came in, activated Kangkang. It seems like what Simon does is he just protects Kangkang, makes sure that he has all the utility going towards him, and because of that, you know, the guy is confident. He's taking fights like super confidently, as you can see. Honestly, I thought in Icebox, you know, it's hard to op against Harbor Viper. And he was finding little angles to kill people on. We didn't see that in like for the whole year.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kangkang, he really put the performance of his life into that one, but it's time for our Verizon high-speed moment from Leviathan in round 8. Kokuka, talk me through this.
I mean, basically one of the keys of Leviathan having such a good first performance is this mischievous but perfectly planned at the same time retakes. We saw Mazzino that used 3 ultimates in the first half of the game, and breaking the tempo, not allowing EDG to even get ready to play this postman was what enabled such a good first half for them.
What's crazy too is they needed this level of a first half actually, because EDG just ran it back. It really did look like they were struggling against the Kangkang operator, which I wasn't expecting him to do very much of on Icebox. I said that they wouldn't be an op v op battle because they op on different maps, but they ended up pulling it out. It makes me think maybe that EDG have got hidden plans that they're, you know, ready to unveil, because they pulled out something really impressive here, and that wasn't even their map pick.
Yeah, they did indeed, but Josh, give me the script for Lotus. What can we expect as we head there?
Okay, so one of the really interesting things about Lotus that I wanted to run through is how EDG kind of approach planting on the C site. And so I've got an image here which shows you all of their plant locations on the map. Now that in itself, not particularly interesting, but if we zoom in onto C, what you see is a really classic plant spot where you can play for mound, but you also see that they are not planting in what I would consider at the moment to be the meta spot. And the reason for that, I think, is because EDG do not have good protocols at clearing out waterfall. And what that means is that as a defender, you can just spam down this line and you force them to plant in these bad situations at the back here. And if I zoom in again, what's important to note too is that when planting in these spots, hiding from the spam at Waterfall, EDG have not won a single post plant. So once you force them to plant in a bad spot like that, you win in the round because they have to play clustered on site. They can't back off the mound. They don't have any space that they take aggressively. I need to see that fixed on their attack side. That's where we're going to start on Lotus.
Well, let's hear from the EDG head coach Muggle ahead of Lotus.
Hey guys, I'm here now on stage with EDG Muggle and Luna, of course, to help with some translation. Now, Muggle, I think a lot of eyebrows were raised when they saw that you guys let Leviathan pick Icebox, especially since they're known to dominate on that map. How did you guys prepare for this, especially with that showing?
就是我们大概知道他们那个队伍的整体玩法是比较依赖选手，就是选手的当场发挥嘛，然后我们就是会做到更加整体性一点。然后今天你说他们，我感覺是土一他們發揮得太好了。
Actually, we know that they're gonna play. Their play style is more depends on the individual power in instincts reaction. But I think they play too well on map 1.
And how do you feel about Lotus now?
我觉得图2应該能贏，然後拖到圖3的話，我們應該能碾壓他們。
I think we can win map 2, and if we get to the map 3, we can crush them.
Oh, that is very exciting indeed. I guess we hope we're going into a map 3. Good luck out there.
If they want to get to Abyss, we have to go through Lotus first. And of course, they run the Clove Omen stuff. Alex, do you have any experience against that? What do you make of that comp?
Experience? Very bad experience.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
We got destroyed by them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. You know, we had a team that runs no Sentinel. And when we ran a Sentinel, they destroyed us without one. I think you're going to see Smoggy take a lot of fights because it's hard to hold things with Clove. And what I think they do very well is with the way they defend C. They like to play with 2 people in C and they make it very hard for you to enter by just holding the entrance. So if we see like I think Lev will be ready for that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So if you could teasing us, I love the reveal 1 by 1.
Yeah, 1 by 1.
What's he gonna play? It's Breach.
I think everybody's just, but you can see the name at least, you know? You don't get the image, but right there, it is the name. So Alex, if you could give one piece of advice, something that you probably learned the hard way to Lev, to win.
But he wants EDG to win.
Yeah.
Well, they're not listening, so. I mean, I think Leviathan have to play very aggressive. I think what they need to do is they need to push into the B main entrance. They need to cut Smoggy off from rotating because all he's doing is watching the back. You know, if you irritate him a little bit, they can't actually like charge you full speed. I also think if they play retake on A a lot more, it should be a lot cleaner game for Lev. If they try to fight Mound, it might be very hard.
I'm going to be looking at the pistol round here because, again, it made such a difference on Icebox, that turnaround in round 13. And for Smoggy, when he's playing Clove, he loves starting off with a Frenzy in most of their pistol round strats, and he has a pick-me-up. That's so dangerous.
Well, I hope they don't do any of the things that you both just said because I want to see a map 3. Am I right, Achilles, on paper thin?
You absolutely are. Lotus here, the staging ground, to see whether or not EDG will be able to take us to that 3rd and final map to still have that opportunity to go into the grand final as that favorited team, as that squad that has the map ban advantage, or if it's going to be Leviathan taking that next step towards getting another trophy for COM for Aspas.
Absolutely. Feels like they could potentially be on their way once again. I really like the way the desk was talking about this, because the pressure that EDG creates with this comp is a little bit hard to understand in some ways because they're very decisive, and this is one of those moments. A lot of times they're going to challenge A. Instead, this time it's just a quick C hit. One of the things I was curious about for Leviathan is how much util are you going to use to control A rubble. This time around, don't need to use much because EDG just sprinted for the C site. Are going to go for that mound plant. Not that off weird one.
Smoggy, though, holding close there, ready for this. A little bit of damage going to be taken down, but a nice headshot from Aspas. Able to go ahead and flush out that Clove. At the same time, going to be finished off another Cypher. Not a worry. Chichu tucked away here on the corner. Blind comes through, but I don't think they've registered this position at all now. He will make his presence known as Aspas falls to the wayside. Paranoia across. King just tucking away for the moment. Mazzino desperately wanting Simon to go for the peak here at Waterfall. He does. Mazzino wins at the fight, but does eat some damage. Kong on the swing, takes his head off with the classic, and get that weapon upgrade, and EDG will be taking the lead here in pistols as well as on Lotus.
This is a great idea from EDG. Every step of the way, they're ahead of the curve. Alex was just talking about this on the desk, that it didn't matter if they have a Sentinel or not versus EDG on this map. There's that classic Kong positioning. Loves to get deep towards spawn on this attacker's side, but it's the response that they have to the immediate pressure that Leviathan is creating through their spawn, through EDG's spawn, and they have setups there. They have Simon with his util kind of cover that position that they're waiting in, and then they're able to strike. Chichu doing a great job being patient, sends out the paranoia as well to just buy time, delay, get kills, get spams. Great work there. Great pistol round dialed up by EDG. This is going to be an orb for Calm on the other side of the map. But quickly, Leviathan sending their 4 other players towards C and B. But EDG also going to be snagging an orb of their own, trying to get that rolling thunder closer for Simon as they begin to work their way towards site. But it is a Marshall for Aspas.
Deadly, and there it is. Strikes. Finds the headshot. Kong now on the floor. Site well protected still, even with Aspas here. That's already quite a bit of fire power, but you've got 2 players in behind him. Looking to scale up, take some space. Tech's going to be noted here in the corner of the Seas. Gets the catch. The Aftershock to try to take him down, but he's able to dance around to the side of it. Stun though. Chichu through that will still be able to find the kill. Brings it now into a 4v4, but you have the push in from behind. Calm looking to take some space, maybe find a timing. It is just a classic. Aspas bringing out a couple shots, trying to get a connection here. Mazzino down low, King on the peak. Head gets taken off, Chichu snappy with that headshot. Gets them back into the advantage. Aspas just desperately spamming through that globe smoke, trying to find any kind of straight connection. Knows that the players on the opposite side are going to be weak, knows that he can get those kills. But they're just eluding him here for the moment. Calm flush against the wall. Likely going to play to see if he can try to get any exit frags. See if he can find them here. Smoggy inches closer and closer, eyes trained over towards Mound. The push out. Oh, he spotted him, and Calm just cannot make it happen.
I'll find you.
He's blundered it. There's nobody wants to try to get this Marshall out of the hand of Aspas, but ultimately they will go their separate ways, and Aspas will go diving into the spike. He will fall. 4 players left standing. EDG, fairly clean start here to the map. 2-0 on the attack.
Well, and after what looked like it might be a pretty good round for Leviathan, EDG is able to stabilize. They're so good on this map about knowing when to pause, about the timings they need to take to know when to be decisive. That's what was so impressive for me when I was watching the VODs against Sentinels coming into this match. They just have tremendous understanding of their space, of how they can utilize the Neon, how to wait out these util dumps at Rubble. They're doing a great job dodging some of these early Seas nades, things like that. This time around, it's the haunt. The Seas comes late.
Seas is in. Nobody's getting forward, trying to take some space here. Does get quite a bit of damage across onto Calm, but Aspas eventually able to go ahead and take him down. Spam through, ensuring that no one is hiding, tucked in behind the box. The world will get tapped, and now Lev starting to reposition, rotating some players around over towards rope, towards stairs.
I must wait a moment.
Camera gonna get a lot of information here for Leviathan. See if they can shut down this push. Kong just trying to spray through the smokes.
Smokes are being cycled, but this trap wire is set up on them. Potentially protected, try to play off of, not cleared yet. EDG don't go for any kind of deep presence here on the site, then maybe they can avoid them, nullify them effectively.
Spike planted.
As for now, they have. They just pop. Kong pushing forward, works his way over towards stairs. Trap wire now can be noted. Swing out, Mazzino going to be good for 1, but Simon trades it back. The slide in, Kong unable to stabilize that aim, ends up falling to the wayside. It's Smoggy dragging back, finds one with the Spectre. Just now the Sheriff in hand though, shoulder to shoulder, alongside Aspas, who's just lingering within that smoke. Paranoia going to be sent, he has to pull back, gets himself tucked into towards tree. Weapon scooped up, a Bulldog now in hand, but 3 players to try to play against, and he cannot find the first. 2 on the floor, but the defuse comes in. Lev not allowing for a bonus conversion to be found.
And this round to me shows that Leviathan has done their homework. I'm seeing so much in here to anti-strat, the way that EDG normally likes to play these at A attacker sides. It's a delayed Seas instead of the early Seas nade at the door that Sentinels was attempting to slow down Kong and this aggressive push out from EDG. And the trips are a little bit further back, expecting EDG to try to get aggressive.
I fucked you, but I saved you as well. I was like, wait, what do you mean you missed?
Yeah, he doesn't miss often.
No. So now, right.
What?
Oh my God! Kong is finding King. That jiggle peek, I believe. Didn't quite get to see it. I'm sure it'll make the replay package regardless of who wins the round. That is a nasty shot to be found. And a very bad target if you're Lev to have be on the floor. Omen now out of play. The smoke's gone. After Shock to try to delay the approach here, Kong just waits that out. Now looks to push forward, take some space. The fade lurking here within the smoke. Kong pushes out, does just to find one. Mizzino as well, picking up a kill before getting traded out. Right now to come through. 3v2 with Simon down to 21, but that ult is available.
This is so annoying for Leviathan. You're trying to find an angle where you can dodge this ultimate and potentially go for this retake, but
all lines back available for him.
There's so much patience being shown.
He would love to not have to send the Rolling Thunder, but looks like he will just go ahead and do it. A solid timing, catching them both, and that should just go ahead and force the save. Another fault line going to be sent. Yep, Lev sent packing as EDG will get themselves up to 3. Keeping themselves at distance, not allowing for Lev to tie things up.
And it's just a great round for EDG. This time they're able to find those trades on site to get those kills when they need them most. And it's tremendous patience shown by Simon, the rookie coming in. And even though he may not be putting up a ton of kills, he has great impact with his utility in this round. Really doing a nice job just keeping everybody at bay, making EDG's lives a little bit easier with that ultimate. Kong getting close to his overdrive, but the ults are coming into cycle for Leviathan. One away from the showstopper for Aspas, a couple away from Mizzino and Com's ults as well. Tex, Neural Theft 2 away, so big momentum swing potentially for Leviathan if they can get to it, but so far EDG firmly in control here on Lotus. They have a great just feel for the tempo of this map. I'm just so impressed watching them throughout this event.
Fault lines at the ready here for both sides. Gonna run forward, King. Gonna be stunned up the slide in. Chichu finds the first, and Chichu finds them both. Mizzino dead. Not before he takes out that enemy Neon. But EDG, once again, fantastic position with a man advantage as that plant gets ready to come through. Simon, go ahead and get ready to set this one up. Forward on the stairs, Paint Shell's gonna go in, bounces back, it'll do a smattering of damage and flushes him forward. They're able to get a couple more tags onto him. Just managed to go ahead and disconnect from the top of the site.
Still
a bit more safety.
So much util here for
EDG.
EDG.
Check. The clear out comes through. Aftershock to stave them off over here in Waterfall. Chichu now setting up the smoke. Watch the angle. Com taking a bit of damage. Sends him out in reply, but nobody eventually finishes the job. Swings out, looks for a little bit more. Takes quite a bit. Down to 32. Tex drags across to find Smoggy, but now it's just Aspas on his lonesome. Nothing more to be done as EDG continue to fight back, looking alive and well, not allowing for the finish of that icebox to dwell on their minds. They're now up 4-1.
This is just phenomenal from EDG. They do such a good job of reacting to this little trap play that Leviathan tries to set up at Mound. King's in an off angle, and he's dealt with quickly. Reveals his presence, and Chichu just having none of it. And they're able to hold these deeper post plants quite nicely, and you don't even give an orb over to Aspas. He's still one away from the showstopper. Yeah, you've got the Neural Theft and the Rolling Thunder, but it's hard to have that round go EDG's way any more than it did. Absolutely incredible read. Sees nade gonna be dodged. Kong just gonna get out in time. But again, that's a little bit of a change up here from Leviathan. They haven't tried to contest that in that fashion until this round. And this time EDG, they like to shift their weight quickly off of all that contact. They like to try to take advantage of that weaker site.
Looking like Seaside Simulator here. As EDG once again storm the gates. Simon fault line ready to try to intercept these players over at Waterfall. They know that there's going to be a couple as they push down off the back of the stun. Ospas cannot get out to safety. Chichu will go unpunished. It's another concise strike. As EDG are looking to run away with this half similarly to what Lev did to them.
One enemy remaining.
Tech's now felled and it's just Calm left standing. A death, a kill. We'll have the Nightfall for the next round. His footsteps will be heard and Simon draws down, delivers the headshot immediately. 5-1. EDG unfettered, unhaltering in these attacks.
And this is just quintessential EDG on this map. Sometimes, if you give them that early season nade, that util dump towards Rubble, they'll immediately shift over to the other side because they know that you've probably got at least 3 players on that A site and that they have C site relatively free, especially with the speed of that Neon. They can get over there faster than you. They can out-rotate you and try to take advantage of their numbers. Or sometimes they'll pause. Sometimes they'll wait you out. Sometimes Kong gets ahead of it, gets to the other side of Rubble. And early on, Leviathan, I thought had good answers for that, but that round just fell right into EDG's hands.
Oh, well, Chichu going to be taken down off the rip. Showstopper ult slides back from Kong, reestablishes his aim, to be able to take out Mazzino as well. The key ultimate dodge there, but Kong does still eat quite a bit of damage. Advantage in theory for now here on the side of Lev. Ospas pushing up past Mound, taking a peek, but not spotting much.
EDG needs to break out and re-clear some of that space. Kong going to be the one to do so, to check behind, see if there's any quick lurks. Seen Calm go for them. Ospas flirted with it, but holding his ground.
Probably hits the trap. Tex finding one. Smoggy not dead yet. Pops the ultimate to get himself back in, but Tex is just unassailing. But before they fall, and Lev will break this win streak here from the side of EDG, finding their second round win on the defending side.
And finally, Lev is able to get some of that pressure that they're trying to create at the beginning of the rounds to work for them. They have to invest quite a bit into it, but keeping Kong stuck behind that door. Sure, he dodges that ultimate, but you have trapped EDG at this point, and they don't really have anywhere else to go except for B. It makes it easy for Tex, and Mazzino, spirit's still high, even with that rough start to this map. 5-2 now, and a lot of ults for both sides.
Ospas tagged up, does get spotted there. Damage not going to be found yet. It's Boombot will lead the way up into the smoke, but Kong finds the timing, just slides right past it, and the flash comes through. Major opener here for the side of Kong. Smoggy is ready for the jiggle peek. Just takes his head off, and now, I mean, take your pick.
Yep.
What site do you want? It seems like they are choosing wisely. As Tex out into the open this time, not going to be finding those snappy shots like we just saw in the previous round. He'll be forced back. Nobody wants to just continue to try to fake, keep some interest here on this C side, but Lev is very much aware of the game plan here from EDG.
Have that rolling thunder. You can maybe just find that one pick of Leviathan. You might be able to get that ult to go.
Man, it feels like that's still going to be a major commitment given the Tex and Mazzino are both down so very low on health.
Oh, it's going to be really difficult to put it mildly.
This angle, though.
He's going to go for it.
It catches onto multiple players.
Go away.
They managed to find the avoid here onto one. The phone line, the counteract. They managed to find the stun. And Chichu trades him back. Tex now going to be dealt with. And EDG are not allowing for Lev to creep their way back in. They're continuously slamming the door shut. And now they don't have to worry about that rolling thunder in the next round.
It's so close. Yeah, just a great pick here off the back of Simon's utility. And another thing Alex was talking about.
I mean, you saw that eyebrow raise from Kong. He's got to respect it. Like, damn.
Yeah.
Clean shot.
No doubt. But that rolling thunder invested there with the paranoia to try to clear it. And I thought that Leviathan gave themselves a chance, but the shot's just not quite connecting enough to finish it in time before the response comes through from EDG. Able to get the stuns of their own and slow things down enough. Keep Leviathan at bay, and Leviathan now needs a timeout. 6-2, things are starting to slide dangerously away from them. Yeah, it's defender side of Lotus. Yeah, it's difficult to play this side of the map, but you can't let this run out of control anymore.
Certainly not. We're down by 4 rounds. EDG at least wanting maybe like 1-2 more to feel super comfortable before the side swap. Lev did not want to give that to him. There's an opportunity still to run this back and bring this to parity, make it a 6-6 half. He needs to start right now. By the most part here from Lev. Decently healthy. They have 3 ultimates to try to utilize, but there is still that stinger in the hands of Mazzino.
There's a lot to work with for Lev, and they're going to try to gamble towards A, see if they can deal with this rubble control that EDG likes to take. I mean, you got everything but the Cypher. So you got that Nightfall. Look at Kong. He's sprinting for the door.
Working his way forward, but it's going to be hindered up here. Get the spot onto Onspots, who just swings out, takes his head off. He's up for the challenge. He wins it out. Stinger finds value. Simon going to be taken down. Nobody now trying to survive here. Back rubble alongside Chichu, but Chichu finds the headshot to put down Calm, but now all the advantages here in the hands of Lev. Nobody making it a little bit more costly here. Finding one, swings out the double face. Will guarantee them the round victory. Leviathan off the back of the timeout. Find that win. It's just up to 3.
And it's just that extra layer that you have with that ultimate available for Leviathan that gives you the ability to contest this space a little bit more freely.
That was sexy.
More
you want to kiss?
Confidently.
Okay.
And they're able to do it. So I like that they're showing that changeup. I like that they're showing, you know, it looks like it might just be kind of that standard util dump. And that's going to bring a timeout from EDG right after that round. Muggle already saying, I don't want to see that kind of thing happen again. We need to find different ways to deal with this rubble control.
All right, well, effectively back-to-back here as the team swap around, but yet clearly coaching staff not happy with how that round went, but also maybe noticing some things about how Lev are playing this out that they feel like, okay, well, we need to bring this to the players' attention now. Otherwise, we're going to let Lev back into this half. Either way, minor pause in the action. We'll see what the adjustments look like, what they have identified. Ults online here. Simon just 2 away from having that next Rolling Thunder. But I think the most interesting thing that we're seeing from EDG right now is that Chichu has 12 kills, 4 deaths. Everybody else on EDG, 5. Everyone's getting the participation award, but Chichu is getting the gold star right now.
Well, and another thing interesting to note, Simon already has 10 assists.
Yeah.
9 rounds in, the man's averaging over an assist per round with that breach util. He's doing a phenomenal job. Landing those stuns, landing those blinds. The Rolling Thunder to buy them, even though he doesn't get any assists from that, he gets a Rolling Thunder that gives them a guaranteed round win. He's doing a lot of great things on that breach.
That's for sure.
Look at that, just running backwards to avoid the flash. TP over. Just a fake TP actually coming back for Chichu. And they're just trying to avoid that util. They did this a lot against Sentinels where they'd show presence at rubble and then either back off or send Kong deep to where nobody's standing right now. And then just kind of wait things out. But there's no util to speak of. Now, wonder if Leviathan might be able to find a way to play for retake a bit more, especially with this Nightfall coming in. Gonna have to be the choice.
Did just barely clip there on the comm. So gonna be audioless here for the moment, but already a lot of players in position. The final 2 getting ready to join, working their way through the spawn, and nobody's going to be taken down off the rip, trying to scale forward, trying to get himself over towards drop. He ends up getting punished, and Kong is stricken by the Prowler, has his head taken off. Neural Theft now comes into play. The ping to reveal them all. Tex pushing forward, gets past that aftershock. Do they register this? Saucepots will get full flash. Chichu on the peak, finding one, but no, they weren't ready for it. Tex finding one before getting taken down, and Chichu cannot hold the line. It's now all down to Smoggy. As that overhealing coming through, finds the first! Nearly gets himself a second, but Lev will ensure that victory cannot be found off the back of the timeout. And they take things even closer. Now just 2 rounds separating. That 6-6 half is still very much a reality.
Perfectly played and understood by Leviathan. Expecting that adjustment from EDG where they don't aggressively contest rubble. So they don't commit any utility to it. And the whole way, Calm is playing for retake. As soon as that Nightfall comes through, he gets out of dodge, sets up, regroups, and then Leviathan starts knocking players down. Very patient, very calm, collected flood retake that shuts EDG out of that round. That is so well done by Leviathan.
Let's see what the strategy, the game plan looks like here from EDG. Rolling Thunder at the ready once again here from Simon. Smoggy nearly with his own ultimate, ready to go as well.
This has been just a phenomenal comeback now for Leviathan, especially off the back of EDG's timeout. To take another round off of them has to be a bit demoralizing for this EDG team trying to continue on this run where no Chinese team has been before. They've already made it as far as anybody in their region. They are looking at trying to get even closer. King over in Waterfall, just waiting things out. A couple players there. You got a lot of util to throw into EDG's faces if they try to break through that C site. So clearly we're seeing that part of the adjustment Leviathan is making is to reinforce the C site. Like you said, it was C site simulator. Don't allow that for EDG. Play for those retakes at the other sites potentially.
But here comes the strike now. Trying to hold them in place. The Rolling Thunder are going to be used here proactively. Does get the stun here onto Comp, but the smoke will obfuscate, and King immediately TPs over to this side of the map. Aftershock this time will hold him at base, stop a player from getting down to the drop as the plant comes through. Kong up top, wins out the fight. Comp going to fall, but they still have not scouted King. Do they anticipate that there's going to be somebody in this position? The answer is absolutely not. Simon caught unawares. Deals with the one player. Kong going to be taken down. She just has not been able to flush him out now. Just 6 bullets. He's reinforced. Mazzino joins in the fight. Chichu dead. Nobody in Smoggy versus 3. King tagged up. Smoggy stunned for the moment. Forced away. Some spray across. Mazzino getting tagged. Tap onto the spike. Looking for the counter spray through. And they managed to find the balls. Smoggy just barrel stuffs Tex. And EDG look at themselves now up to 7. Breaking this run back from Lev. But still 7-5. Lev will take that considering how this map started.
What an absolutely wild round for both teams. I mean, the fact that Kong gets so deep there and gets a kill leads to King's position not being anticipated by the side of Simon. He dies. They're able to reinforce his position, give themselves a numbers advantage, but just spraying through the smoke. I thought Leviathan had it, and I think the coaches did too. You see both of those bullet tracers coming out of that smoke. You know where they are. And yet still somehow EDG is able to get those shots to land. Unbelievable.
A Judge, a Spectre in hand here for Leviathan as we go into the final round of this half. EDG looking for that 8th round victory. Only 2 ultimates in play are on EDG side. Chichu with the TP, Smoggy with the not dead yet. Paint shells from hotspots will try to slow things up as the suns come through. Kong having to reroute. Slides around, but now comes over here towards water. Cannot transition over onto that second player. Mazzino scoops up the Vandal, immediately finds value, but cannot get that Rolling Thunder through. But look at the HP bars. Damage has been dealt. Comp spotted on the swing out, goes for the fight, but Smoggy wins it out. Ult is online and out as Tex all on his lonesome. They're all so very low. Can he divide and conquer? Dodges the smokes. Smoggy dead. Ult now going to be popped. He slides back, he's just keeping him inside. Tex deals with the other, but Smoggy swings back out from the same angle, finds the 3rd, and EDG will finish the opening half 8-4.
What a play here for Kong. Just times the end of that stun so nicely. Yeah, Mazzino able to answer back quite nicely, but EDG plays with such ferocity on these executes. They're so well coordinated, just in lockstep with each other. They're able to take Mazzino out before he's able to get his ultimate to go. Fantastic stuff.
A very dangerous finisher there on the round, but EDG out in front. We got an interview, though, in the halftime with Potter. Let's go ahead and hear from her.
Hey, what's up, guys? Jen Lee here with EG's Potter. 포타 감독님 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 감독님 먼저 유일한 디펜딩 챔피언인 콤 선수에 대해서 여쭤보고 싶습니다. 아무래도 잘 알고 계실 것 같은데 콤 선수가 이렇게 중요한 경기에서 팀에게 어떤 역할을 해주고 또 어떻게 도움이 되는지부터 여쭤보고 싶네요. Potter, hello. Now I want to ask you about Com, the Seoul defending champion here in Champions Seoul. What does he bring to the table when it comes to big matches like this?
You know, he just really controls the awareness and the tone in the team. You know, communication is such a huge part of the pace and just understanding when you're going to fight and things like this. But Corbin's awareness is just next level, and you know, he just pulls his teammates up to where he's at, and so it helps with the flow state for all the players.
확실히 좀 상황을 인지하는 걸 많이 도와주면서 리더십을 보여준다고 하는데요. 왜냐면 이런 경기에 있어서 좀 흐름을 읽고 페이스를 조절하는 데 있어서 좀 팀원 간의 커뮤니케이션이 굉장히 중요한데 콤 선수가 그걸 잘 픽업을 해내가지고 잘 팀원을 이끌어가고 또 팀이 어떤 게 부족한지에 대해서 제깍제깍 말을 해주면서 스스로 인지하면서 팀을 리드해가는 그런 능력이 굉장히 출중하다고 얘기를 합니다. 그러면 또 포토 감독님 한국에 오랜만이라고 얘기를 하셨는데 여기 포토 감독님 팬들이 진짜 많거든요. 한국 팬들에게 한마디 부탁해보도록 하겠습니다. You have a huge Korean fan base here, super Potter fans everywhere. So anything you'd like to say to our Korean fans in Korean?
안녕하세요. 소주 너무 맛있어요.
소주 did very good. Okay. Well, thank you, Potter, and back to Lotus we go.
Back to Lotus we go, indeed. Lovely to hear from Potter. Lovely to see the fans show that love as well. Let's go ahead, though. Focus back into the game. Sheriff in hand for Osbos and Tex. Looking like some frenzies here from Smoggy and Kong, so maybe a bit of a pacey hit as they start off this defense. But EDG for now, up by 4 rounds.
And this is the exact same scoreline that Leviathan faced the last time they played this map. It was a 4-8 on their defender side. They switched to attackers. They went 9-2 against Heretics. Absolutely closing the door on them. Are they going to be able to do the same here against EDG and close the door on this match? Or will it be a continuation? Are we going to be able to see that Abyss? I really want to see that Abyss. I'm not going to lie. I want to see that double duelist comp from EDG. It's fun as heck to watch, but...
It is. I'm right there with you, but let's see. Just for now. Lev just cutting some noise, playing out patiently. Nobody going for a bit of a jiggle peek. Now spotting him. Tucks back away before Osbos is able to line up the shot. A couple wall banks. Right there. Kong gets himself situated here. Over by Tree. Break of the door. Pivot comes through. At the moment, it's only Simon who's playing this position. There's a flash and a fault line to try to slow him up. But a lot of the relay tools have already been burned here from the side of EDG. No relay bolt, no C's. Kong playing forward, sees the reveal, but doesn't swing fast enough to actually find the punish.
30 seconds
Sticks
left.
around, doesn't really notice much. Now the pivot comes through. Tex taking some space, pushing his way through upper. See if EDG read this one, because Chi-Chi's going to be the first one to try to clash against him, and Kong sliding forward. He's able to find one. Smoggy, similarly, finding value off the frenzy. Kong kneeling with a third. Smoggy cleans it up, and Simon swoops in. The defuse will come in, and EDG. They will find both pistols here on Lotus.
And these are these decisive timing hits that EDG is so good at. Once the button to go is pressed, everybody is on board, and Kong comes flying in on the Neon. Poor Com just trying to do what he can. He's sort of ready for it, but it's so hard to adjust for that Neon. And then everybody's swooping in from every angle. They've got Leviathan contained.
In his best Neon impersonation. He's like, well, that's his job. You run.
Yeah.
You just Forrest Gump cosplay, you run everywhere. Well, Sheriff investment here from Lev. 3 players picking these up. Tap the orb to try to see if they get anything to peek out. So now Mazzino on decent pace to try to get that Rolling Thunder online, but Simon situated behind the box, has that fault line ready to go. Any noise, any contact, he's going to be sending it. Prowler comes through, will swing onto the corner, a bit of damage going to be done, and now Smoggy able to isolate and just pick them all apart. The aftershock to flush them right back out into the open as well. Now Tex just sat here, wondering what the hell happened on the other side of the door. The slide through the slide back, it's fancy footwork as Kong will collect. EDG flawlessly close out the anti-eco, and they get themselves up to 10.
Man, Kong is so good on Neon. The way that he's able to utilize that movement and speed, time and time again. He does a lot of little things where he gets out of the way of the utility.
Walking on him.
Yep. The man just is unstoppable, like he's gliding on water with Neon. Just ridiculous. But he's
Now we go
so
into the
good
bonus.
at all the little things too.
Oh,
Really
sure.
is.
Certainly has mastered this. Heavy stack, though. As Tex, right now, lone player on this side. Slide forward, though, and Kong once again putting that stinger right to his temple. Takes him down. Simon playing limit testing here within the smoke. Seeking a timing.
They have no idea.
The plant's coming through, silently creeping across the plant. Interrupted. His presence made known. Swaps over to the Sheriff. Down to 87. And he will eventually fall. Spike can now be planted, but he ensures the man advantage. As EDG will look to retake, look to win out, and convert this bonus. Paranoia across the slide in, the haunt revealed, and Kong does get taken down. Kong with a solid headshot. Is able to go ahead and bring numbers back to parity. Tries to get up onto the box. Has managed to find Smoggy before being taken down. But now it's nobody. Could recover a weapon if he wants to make some noise. For now, it's just the Spectre in hand. He's reading it decently well. Snappy with it. Readjusts. And the defuse will come through. EDG up to 11. They convert the bonus and are just 2 rounds away from taking us to Abyss.
They are so good at playing in and around smokes. The way that Simon hides himself, he has just enough room on the ground to keep his feet obscured. And he just waits Leviathan out. Unbelievable patience. And it's so close. The coaching staff for EDG could barely believe it. Going up against Aspas. Nobody with a Spectre. Sits him down. And we may be looking at a map 3 relatively quickly.
And look at Kong, outlaw in hand. He knows the situation on the other side. He knows that the economy is in tatters and that they're all going to be having these half armors. And he wants to take advantage. They're on the Prowler for now. Simon again pushing his way forward here into the smoke. Paranoid crashes across, but already Smoggy finding one. Pushes out, looks for a little bit more, but he's got the ultimate to play off of. A peek in from Simon, a spray across, he finds one, but Aspas quick to trade it back. Aspas trading up! As now Chichu will be eliminated. While that outlaw is in play, suddenly it is not the weapon that Kong wishes that he had. He's trying to take some space, pushing forward, taking out a blind shot. Ultimately, comes up short. Can get the swap, Vandal in hand. And if he can deal with Tex, he's going to be in a good position. Some wild spray, a reveal off the haunt, and Aspas getting ready to strike from behind. The slow creep up. Ooh, Kong narrowly avoiding these pixels, but it seems like Kong is not registering this at all. But now, with the ult popped, he finds one. Paint shells coming through. Kong, he knows where he's at. He holds it to half, eats a little bit more damage. But his teammates can realize this, and there's nothing more that Aspas can do. He's out of line of sight. He's outdone him in every possible way. The Red Bull clutch as EDG get to map point.
What decisiveness that Kong has. Pops the ultimate when it looks like Leviathan may have finally stabilized, may have found a round when they needed it most. It's a scrappy play off the rip. Leviathan able to just barely get over with a couple big kills from Aspas and get to the site. But then this man comes through with the lightning fingers, and King is not happy.
Complete inversion of emotion across the stage. As Leviathan are being pushed to the limits here on Lotus. EDG now here at map point, one more to send us to Abyss. And it seems nigh impossible for Lev to turn this around even with this last timeout being called.
Yeah, I just love the confidence that Kong has in moments like that. He's just making all the noise in the world. The haunt comes through. There's zero ambiguity about where he is. And he goes, nah-uh, it's my time. And just goes for it. Gets the spam through the wall, the ult. He's unbelievable. Truly one of a kind.
This will be the last time that Lev get to talk to their players on their own terms here in this map. Nearly 4 ultimates to try to utilize to start getting themselves back into this game. But if they have to dump everything just to be able to win, to break that win streak here from EDG, to get themselves to 5. Or they might just be screwed in the follow-up. Once again, going to be half armors abound here across the board for Lev. 2 Guardians in play, and an Odin from nobody. And he's pushing out towards Mound. Showstopper pops here from Ospas. Holds them back for now, gets himself up over the top, sends it out blind. A little bit of damage going to be taken as a Prowler. Scout Simon over here towards the door. Does he just send him out?
Oh.
Simons doesn't need audio. Snaps in, finds 2, looks for a little bit more. They line up for him, but he cannot take the shot. But still, damage is done. Parity is found, a 3v3. And health, the advantage here for the side of EDG. Zero Theft gets a second ping, fast lane to try to slow them up, but they're just going to disrespect that, go gliding across.
No way!
Kong has spotted him out, but he runs out of bullets and Tech swings the corner. Finds that kill, but Smoggy shuts him down. And now, it is Mazzino with no util, just a rolling thunder and a fault line to somehow try to turn this round on its head. A 1v2 versus Smoggy and Chichu. The 2 lobby leaders. He knows that this is not a great position, and he will fall. Smoggy gets the final kill. 13-4, EDG answer back in a monstrous way. Not dissuaded by losing out in overtime on Icebox. They come back in fully confident, fully geared up on Lotus. And now we go to Abyss.
Not missing a step the whole way through. I am so ready for this third map. It is going to be incredible.
Red Bull gives you wings.
我是 Nobody， 就是因为我们图一遭受了比较大的困难，然后但是其实这场胜利，其实我们赛前也预料到我们是比较大概率获胜的，但是没想到我们输掉我们的基本图，所以现在我感觉像是那种劫后余生的感觉。那我觉得给所有来自 CN 的队伍做个表率吧。我觉得意义非凡吧，我只能说，因为我们也是首次就是经历这个我们能够进入到下一个场馆比赛的这种事情，因为之前从来没有过。然后现在感觉像做梦一样。
Down to Smoggy, he's holding it down towards the back, beaming him down. Still got the ult as well. It's not dead yet. Nobody up and over the top. Punish onto tens. Nana swarms, shredding them to pieces onto the back of the side here. But as the smokes dissipate, Smoggy.
我觉得利维坦现在是一个个人实力非常强劲的队伍，因为他们刚刚在美洲拿下的冠军，说实话是比较出乎意料的，因为他在之前的成绩并不好，所以我觉得现在虽然说利维坦输给了 TE， 但我觉得当时他们可能状态不是特别满吧，我觉得非常值得人尊重的一支队伍。我想对利维坦说，上一次在 LA 我们输得很可惜，但是这一次我们要像在东京击败 Aspas 一样再击败你们。
That is my IGL. EDG, they hit back hard on Lotus, which means we're definitely going to get a map 3. I've got Sideshow, Kakuka, and Mimi here with me. It's happening.
Yeah, it certainly looks
happening.
like it. I mean, they just broke a 7-map win streak for Leviathan, and they beat them harder than Trace beat them, which was the last loss that they had. They're kind of bookending both losses to a Chinese squad.
I mean, I think it's also the fact that we could predict how they were going to play, how they were facing all of the issues that they had on this map, and they just took it to a different level.
Yeah, this was a ridiculous game from EDG, and that first half in particular was incredible. They got the plant down 10 out of 12 rounds and were converting the lion's share of those. And I think the biggest reason because of that is that Lev was just having to give so much respect to these executes with the neon from Kong. And once they got in the post-plant positions, they did such a good job of disrupting the Leviathan retakes and closing out those rounds.
And the momentum was going in for them. Even when it got to those clutches, to those 1v1, they felt like they could win them, and time again they were doing it. We know that Leviathan on a map like Icebox, they're super good on the retakes, but they did not have a plan B for this one. A couple of rounds they tried to confront it, but EDG was ready for it.
And I think one of the problems for Lev is that they took too many early round fights that they were losing, and that meant that they weren't in a 5v5 retake scenario, which their comp excels at. They're playing a retake comp and they only won 2 out of 10 retakes. That is not good enough if you want to be able to get to the grand finals.
No, EDG, they were taking advantage of that. And I want to talk about Chichu, which you gave him a lot of kudos before we went into this game, and how great of an anchor, a silent anchor he is, but also he's just shooting.
Man, and I think he fits so well into the plans, especially when we go into the defense, and they knew that they have a tendency of how they play Mount. I loved how they tripled down on it. Lev was struggling so much to face this kind of early encounter, and again, every single round was a bit different from them.
This guy so often is asked a lot on these attacking sides, where Chichu is put alone when the team is playing a 4-1 setup, and he has these opportunities to lurk up, to create space. It happens on a lot of their different maps, and he's so successful in those positions. But on a map like Lotus, some of the time he is playing more with the pack, going for these faster execute rounds, and he's just finding the same value there as well. Chichu has kind of had a sleeper, outstanding tournament for EDG.
Yeah, you want to know a bonkers stat? On the attack side, Chishu wins 73% of his first duels.
That is ridiculous.
What is he doing?
That is just ridiculous.
You're either going
By the way,
the 4-1.
Kong is on the team and he goes for like every single first kill, but he is still that successful.
Yeah, literally, you have to pick your poison. Do you go into the heavier side and fight Kong on the neon, or do you go and try and take a peek elsewhere and you're going up against Chichu? They're just so good at getting these first kills. Leviathan did not win a single 4v5 this map.
Yeah, they were just shooting back. It's time, though, for the HyperX reflex moment of the match, and this came from EDG in their pistol round.
Yeah, exactly. We were given props to them and what they were doing, how they were able to stay in the map. But what they did here with this Francis made no sense. So disruptive, so quick, and of course a beautiful win for them. They're converting, I think, 3 out of 4 of the pistols that we're having so far in this match.
And that's even better than their average, which is 65%, right? And I think so much of this is coming down to... Yeah, pretty much. So it's it's a lot of it's coming down to Smoggy. Smoggy on Lotus, on Clove, one of the best players that we have at the tournament, and put him with a Frenzy and an Overheal in his hand. It's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous indeed, but let's talk about this elephant in the room. EDG, they could have gone to Sunset. It was their choice, and they chose Mimi to go to Abyss. What do you make of this decision?
I think it's really interesting, and it makes me think they have something cooked up. They've shown this map twice, playing back in CN. They were running a double duelist Jet Yoru with no Sentinel on the map, and I think the biggest question now is, do they go back to the same ideas, or with the 5 days off from the group stage, do they have something new planned?
Even if they do have something new planned, when you opt into a map that you're not sure that you've got like good match results on, I think that's a tacit admittal that you're the underdog in the game.
Sure.
I think they've deliberately gone for a gamble map 3 to try to knock Leviathan off. And Lev are sneaky good here. They're 2-0 on the map. They've got some very big wins against other teams that are good here, like G2. It's going to be very tough for EDG to close out when they could have 2-0'd today.
Exactly. Just think about the momentum. Everything is back on their face, but we need to see, is the double duelist going to be back? And it's not.
Chu Astra.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a little bit more similar to the comp that they were just playing on map 2 with this double smoke idea, this time with that Astra instead.
Now, surely they didn't see the DRX beating everybody with a very similar comp and just steal the comp and the ideas.
Surely not.
I cannot wait for the Chichu highlights, but definitely something that they've seen here. But Leviathan has to be incredibly comfortable with this composition. Mazino is probably the best harbor that there is in the world.
We saw it on map number 1. Lev's protocols on the retake with these harbor comps are killer. Teams rely a lot on the post plants here, and Lev are one of the best in the world at winning these late round retakes.
The Smoggy Omen has not been as successful as the Smoggy Clove. He gets almost half the kills per round that he does on Clove, so I'm going to need to see Smoggy step up.
Yeah, on the other side, Lev, they didn't change anything here. How do we feel about that harbor?
I mean, I like it. I think that if there is a team that is going to be running it, Leviathan has the easy one right now. If we think about the phases and the reactions that we were seeing during that map 2, things were not going well. People were trying things and nothing was working out. But for this one in particular, everybody's playing a little bit of like best in slots. When things are going wrong, you should be able to step up. But if you think about what EDG is doing, they played with their minds. They were not expecting this map and not this Abyss.
Yeah, we're just experiencing some in-ear issues right now on stage with a very small delay. But yes, Mimi, what did you think about Lev's comp?
I think it's really Leviathan, to be quite honest. They're the only team that is playing Harbor, and only other Americas teams have even experimented with this agent at this point in time. And like you're saying, Mazino absolutely world-class here. I think besides just those retakes we've already talked about, their protocols to deal with mid with this Harbor are really good. They have a lot of different walls to condition and threaten a walk down in that area. And I think it makes it really hard for attack side teams to mid-round past that utility.
I totally agree with you. I think it's going to be really important for EDG to fight over that space. Another thing to take a look at is that this is one of the maps where you see Aspas play with the op on both sides. He loves playing with the operator at backside towards A, on top of the box on B as well, but he will sometimes take it on the attack to try to find entries into B too, which is a little Kong-Kong-esque. So that's certainly something that both teams could rely on. Thus far today, I feel like Kong-Kong's had the better form with the operator.
Exactly. Let's take a little bit of a look at the numbers. So at the beginning of the day, we were thinking and speaking about this head-to-head between Kong-Kong and Aspas. Right now, kills is 11 to Kong-Kong, 8 to Aspas. 2-2 in op kills, just in the head-to-head, okay? Just in the head-to-head. And in the first kill, first death department, still Kong-Kong is winning 4-3. But still, is a very, very small margin.
Yeah, Kong-Kong was excellent on that map number 2. If EDG is going to make their first ever final, this performance from Kong-Kong would be the way to do it.
It would be indeed, because of course whoever wins this map, may it be EDG or Leviathan, will go straight to Sunday's grand finals. Achilles and Paper Thin, I cannot wait to see who makes it.
I don't think any of us can, but we will, as we wait to see what the conclusion of this map of Abyss looks like. New agent revealed there, but it all comes down to this. This map determines whether or not you go straight into the grand final, gain that map draft advantage, being able to ban out two that you do not want to play, or if you're going to have to make the run through that lower bracket and risk elimination.
So much pressure here onto EDG. Trying out a new comp, adding in that Astra like we've seen with Fnatic and Heretics. But to some limited success, teams have done a good job adjusting to it. Leviathan using that high tide to gain a lot of space and information, but EDG wise to it, setting up some defenses of their own to try to counter that move, and it will be Leviathan who readjusts and moves back to their starting positions. King, though, going to be jiggling at that angle along with Calm, trying to watch mid, trying to take control of this. The smoke's going to come up for EDG to allow this cross, but it's pinged out. You don't have a ton of info, though, as Leviathan. Hard to get a read right now on where EDG is, what they're thinking. The only thing you can really see is that star that's right in front of Tex.
Tex watching into main, not at window, as Kong slowly creeps out, puts a shot across onto him. Can't confirm the kill, but certainly takes him lower. Camera around the corner. Start coming through, now will be cleared out and removed. Tex just tucking back here for the moment, expecting this push out, but he glides back into the smoke, breaks that line of sight for a moment. Meanwhile, Ospas over in mid, able to win out versus Chichu, taking down the enemy Astra. So now, don't have to worry about those grab pulls.
Right here.
Flash at the ready here from Simon. Swing onto the corner, sends it out. King not getting caught by that, but does catch a bullet. Shots through, reveal coming down, push onto the corner, and Mazzino clean the last two eliminations. Leviathan will go ahead and pick up their first pistol since Icebox.
A huge pistol round win. And even though EDG able to keep themselves kind of obscured, able to deny some information about how that round was going to look, Leviathan has great protocols in place. The only thing I saw that was a little bit off, I think one of Calm's shock darts went sailing off the map. But other than that, it was really, really good for the side of Leviathan. And they're able to get such valuable information. The spot makes it so easy for Mazzino on that harbor. But early mid control with that harbor is going to be something that the desk talked about and something that I'm very keen to keep my eyes on. How does EDG try to deal with that? You have this Astra in here. Try to give you a little bit of extra post-plant utility. Oh, Kong?
Kong takes out Tex. I mean, he had an outlaw on hand. Had the weaponry to be able to win out in that fight, but it's a quick peek in and the kill rewarded. It's a very solid start here for EDG. But all the pressure very much lies on Kong's shoulder, given that everybody else, widely just classics. Chichu with a ghost, maybe an opportunity to do some damage.
Trying to see if Smoggy is going to attempt to make a push in towards the vents, but for now, EDG continues to take their time.
Register. Only will now.
Yep. And an immediate cascade in response, just in case there is a push off the back of that drone. Instead, more time being taken here by EDG.
Trying to draw this attention towards that A site. Yep. See King starting to drift back, get himself into position for a fast rotate.
I mean, they're using their Yuto really nicely to keep Leviathan really off balance.
Star's now going to be set. Nebula's going to come up.
30 seconds
Recon
left.
reveals nothing. Ping coming down, suspecting somebody on the opposite side of that wall, and they would be correct. Mazzino looking to push forward, catches a glimpse, gets a couple shots across. Smoggy going to be down to 30, but Spike's now planted. Shocked to try to soften them up on the approach, but damage not going to be found there. 0 points sent. Just the one. Calm. Utilis here for the moment. Just has that one shock dart at the ready. As nobody swinging across. He's been absolutely unscouted here. Finds a headshot to put down King. The Kong's dead. The Marshal out of play. Code being spammed. Fragment comes in. They'll hold it at least for the half. Not sure if EDG realizes that it's been taken that far, but will it matter? Chichu now last one standing. Gets swung on. And the fuse can come through. But my God, what a costly round here. Just 2 players left standing. As Ospas and Mazzino will be able to carry over an Outlaw and a Bulldog.
And this is where some of that effort that EDG puts into the beginning of the round to keep Leviathan off balance pays off. And they're able to get into those post-plant positions, able to sneak nobody underneath the nose of that recon dart, right behind the box on site. And that gives him a free kill. That gives that extra layer to this defense that makes it so difficult for Leviathan. Yes, they get the win, but it's a very costly one for sure. The bonus looking rather weak for the side of Leviathan, just that Outlaw and the Bulldog.
Another Sheriff in there. Looks like they want to try to go a bit aggressive here. It's going to be Paranoia out, but Kong swung out ahead of it. Does not get caught. Puts quite a bit of damage down as Kong backpedaling, falls to 22. The opening fight very much goes the way of EDG. Nobody. Set up here for a lineup. Making sure that he's right on the edge.
Just curious about Leviathan's answer to this. It's going to be that drone going around the edge of the map.
Going out wide, gets the tag on the one, looking for a concuss on the close left side. Trapwire going to be cleared out, but the reveal is good enough for Tex to go ahead and find the shots. He takes out Kong. One player dead, the first step taken. Calm. Recon right into the head of Smoggy, but Smoggy just turns his sights up towards heaven, managing to find that kill. Shots ringing out, Smoggy up over the top, collecting 3 and out. Just Ospas left standing. Only Chichu at half armor. It's a one-tap potential on the body. Just not quite there. See if Ospas can make this a little bit more painful here for the side of EDG. Seem like they're very well poised to get this round win in the anti-bonus.
Yeah, just not much that he's going to be able to do at this point. EDG doing a great job here, anticipating the early pressure. Gun going to be snagged for Ospas on the way out.
And will sprint over into mid. Gets himself out. Nobody counter-rotating over to try to get a punish there, so will hold on to the weapon. EDG finding their first round win here on Abyss.
Yeah, just solid patience from EDG, a team that just showed you on Lotus that they're all over the place, they're explosive, they're really taking their time on Abyss, really trying to work the map, trying to find the utility of Leviathan, trying to bait it out, trying to get an understanding of how they're posting up in their positions and working around it. In this round, though, Leviathan tries to turn up the tempo a little bit. Not much doing. Now we go over into the full rifle v rifle, and ult already, though, for Simon. He has that null command available. Mizzino close to a reckoning already, just like on Icebox. Cycling those really quickly for Leviathan. They love to play the retakes off the back of that Harbor util. Getting that in there early, such a huge advantage. Just a bit of a peek here from Kong. Nobody wants to challenge that one right now. Oh, jiggle peek, but just a spot. And a change of direction for EDG, but mid-left, widely uncontested by both sides. And I think it's going to be more difficult for EDG in so many different ways to take that mid-control. You're going to have to rely on those scrappy fights, on those numbers advantages that you're trying to create here by showing presence on both sides of the map to get these plants down and get into your post plants.
Well, they're basically just trying to replace the Sentinel with the additional smoke. Take information away to try to get the advantage there, but Ospas dead right before he drops down off the top of the box. Gets a little bit of damage across, but not too much to be found there as Fragment. Calm not going to be caught. Spam, however, not quite in line, but as he readjusts, final couple bullets ring out and nobody will be taken down. 4v4 for the retake as Lev try to establish a further lead here. Let's see what the post plant looks like here for the side of EDG. Tarkov flying through. Tiny amount of damage here onto Smoggy. Widely untouched. Quick tap in. Some wild spray across. Kong willing to maybe give his life, but it's actually going to be Simon who ends up falling. Paranoia now going to be sent out. There's the Harbor. Ultimate coming into play. 2 players left standing. Stun. Getting ready to connect here on the Chichu of Smoggy. Tries to hold them back. They're just being pushed and prodded at every single twist and turn. Diffuse to be held. They just haven't delayed enough. Over a second to spare as Lev will stretch the lead now up 3-1.
Yeah, I love the patience that Leviathan shows. An early cascade to give them a little bit of breathing room to scale towards the front of the site. And then they're baiting out that gravity well, using that time to spam those tight angles towards the attacker's side. And then you can use that, again, use this Harbor util to isolate fights, to cut players off.
I'm the hero y'all needed, baby. Let's go.
We got a little Noribong going in here, eh? Yeah. I like it. But still, it's just great ideas from Leviathan, understanding the win cons of this EDG comp and using it against them.
Oh. Well, okay. I was going to say some wall bang shots there on Ospas. The Tex just gets rid of Kong. Vandal now on the floor. Nobody nearby to try to recover that. Say no one nearby to try to recover that. Now the neural depth is going to be coming through as well. So EDG say, okay, we have to up the tempo maybe a little bit, but now there's a drone on the opposite side, so they have to pull back. Space now being taken as Ospas goes on a big rotate. Working his way over towards mid with that outlaw in hand.
Oh, look at this util is just chewing up EDG. They've taken so much damage trying to get through. Great response from Leviathan.
And this is such a rough position now. Everybody's HP bars in tatters, just Smoggy at full. Fragment into the back. They're going to try to make a go of this one. This Chichu up over the top, cannot find the first target. Mazzino strikes him down, finds himself a second. Spike cannot be planted. And it's just one after the other. As Lev will flawlessly get themselves a 4th round victory.
And Leviathan just playing back far enough that that close pop flash that Simon tries to send out doesn't really matter. And they're able to just hold their positions, throw some util of their own to delay, leave a player tucked in up towards heaven. And King just finds a great timing there to step down. Once Calm and Mazzino are in the thick of it, King just swoops in, gets a kill of his own. The timing, the coordination, absolutely brilliant from Leviathan. Yeah, a lot of ults for EDG. Both teams having their Hunter's Fury. Kong with that Blade Storm. EDG's creative with the Blade Storm on this map. Sure, a lot of you have seen that Smoggy highlight clip, but Tex just says no.
Yeah, just sprints over top of the fragment. Seems like they don't anticipate this, but they haven't read Smoggy's position until that very last moment. Tex does get caught off guard as Chichu comes bouncing across the way. Mazzino still sat here. Backside. Grabwell pulling him around the corner. This King will fall, swing back through. Mazzino going to be good for one last, but now suddenly it's Calm. Left alone, Hunter's Fury in his back pocket, but does he pull the trigger on this? And do they read this at all?
Sound.
He's about to find a timing.
Ooh.
He cuts the noise. The jump across, he just catches a glimpse of nobody. But nobody's taking his time. And it seems like EDG have absolutely no idea. Calm finds the first one, but then he's caught with util in hand. Catches a great timing, but then gets timing in return. EDG will find their 2nd round win, but for Calm, it seems like he's still all smiles.
And for Calm there, it's because he has his Hunter's Fury that nobody reacts like that. He doesn't want to stick the plant because he's afraid of the Hunter's Fury, so nobody pops right around that corner. Calm doesn't anticipate that. Gets caught with util in hand. What a scrappy round from both teams, and oh man. Leviathan's coach is very, very frustrated with that. Calm had a really good opportunity. Had he been just a little bit more prepared for that quick movement from nobody, he might have been able to get that round, but not a bad idea. Here's the Hunter's Fury.
Well, there's the Hunter's Fury. Nobody getting attacked, and this time Calm will find some revenge. A solid way to kick off this round and try to keep EDG at arm's length distance. Cosmic Divide is cutting this side apart. The drone from Calm about to come through, spotting them out. Unable to hear it on the opposite side of that wall. Now the reveal, but Smoggy pulled up in the box. Going to be good for one. Mazzino taken down. Peeks up for a little bit more. Simon just goes pushing into its back sight. He ends up falling with Kong. Quickly replies, trying to get back. A 3v3 with an operator on the opposite side. Spike ticking away as Calm works his way up here.
Right here.
Gets in the tower.
Right here.
Recon to try to scout. Ping's coming down, having a solid. Oh, he's got him again.
Landed on him.
Absolutely pinned him. That's the 2nd time. Now they look for the clear up at Smoggy. Still finding one. Ospasto, point blank range, finds the other. Chichu, last man standing, Guardian in hand.
You gotta go.
It's planted here on the bridge. The time, it's ticking. Ospasto's trying to wait for it. Sets up for the cover, the grab, they're trying to deny it away. But the time is just ticking away. And Chichu will find the final 2 kills to get the Red Bull clutch. EDG now just 1 round away from tying us up with the economy. They've been losing so many players in these rounds, it's not in a firm place.
But I think there's just a few moments here where Leviathan just oversteps Mazzino. Tries to play off the back of his own cascade to see if he can find a timing or something. But he gets picked off for free. And that's that extra man that Leviathan may have been able to use in that post plant against Chichu's positioning. When you only have 2, it's so much harder. And you don't have that extra smoke. The jet smoke is so short. Oh boy, I thought for a moment maybe Aspas might go for the play that Smoggy did over in VCT China, where he went up and around the edge. He is going to do it, but it's not
an all-in gamble because the full distance, but Chichu will snipe him out of the sky. Takes a couple blades there into the shoulders. A wild attempt, but will not find value.
To be fair, Smoggy's attempt was all the way towards attacker spawn, so a little bit of a shorter try for the side of Leviathan, but we're going to lose Aspas early. Com gets a lot of info off that recon dart, even though it doesn't land. A couple bullets came out at it, so they know there's a couple there. EDG this time wisely waiting out this util dump that happened the last time they threw that flash through that high tide. Reckoning here, though.
Base going to be taken, but King able to find one. The drop there from Com right before the paranoid crashes across. He catches a glimpse, and Kong catches a stray.
30 seconds left.
What a turnaround on how things started. EDG now widely just contained back here into main. Did they actually try to play for this? Again, economy not in a great spot. Chichu noted there.
Right there.
Time going to be ticking. Hope gets ready to expire. Recon up over the top. And yeah, they're just going to be sat here, waiting it out. Lev will find themselves a fifth as Mazzino finds Chichu at long last. Simon, the only one to retain a weapon. As we go forward now into round 9.
This is so difficult for EDG to deal with. Okay, this doesn't work. They wait out the util, but there's that extra layer for the side of Leviathan this round because they have the Harbor ult. They can wait for this execute, use that, and then flood towards EDG's attempted site take and just shut it right down. Like you've been saying, the money's weak for EDG. And now it's reared its ugly head.
And Aspas has an outlaw once again.
Here.
See if you can find a little more damage this round.
Only Kong with full armor. It's King needing a little bit of damage, but Kong quick to adjust over to that left side approach. Mazzino taken out.
That is filthy from Kong. Just cold as ice. Gets that kill and dips. Still though.
Now you got 3 players playing in mid.
Well, I think that Kong push really had to call attention to this space, right? Where Kong is. Oh God.
Well, dissipates it. Nobody wins it out with a classic. Some tags in there from Smoggy, but Kong now going to be taken out, dealt with. Looks like Smoggy just wanting to get towards that A side as fast as possible. Doesn't go for the recovery on the weapon. They will carry forward at least one Vandal. That was Chichu. Grabs up Kings. I've sat here. The recon coming through. Full flash into his face. Still manages to get the recon out. It's going to be cleared. Pushes forward. Now going to be concussed. Just staying sat here, hoping he doesn't get spammed down. Shock dart. Will be able to find nobody, but not before the plant comes in. Calm alive means it's still going to be a 3v3.
Here.
Can they flush him out again?
Right there.
So difficult.
Previously it was the Reckoning, just keeping everybody stunned, contained here in main. This time they don't have that.
They don't have anything.
Push up into the smoke, and Chichu comes to the rescue, keeps Simon alive and well. An attempt here at the no-scope, but they hound him down. And it's going to be a MasterCard thrifty for EDG to once again get within touching distance. 1 round away from tying us up.
And all it takes is a push out from Kong. Gets that 1 kill and immediately ducks back. And everybody on Leviathan is super worried about some kind of vents hit. And then you lose this fight. King there, not able to get the aim down in time as 2 players staring him down with weaker weaponry. Kind of panics a little bit that
this
the
guy's a little
shot's
bunny
just not
rabbit.
landing.
There's a little bunny rabbit in the smoke, Simon.
Talking about Simon just frantically, feverishly jumping as he just tried to elude that spray. EDG though will be calling a timeout despite the thrifty coming through, wanting to apply an overall grander strategy here for the team in these last 3 rounds to be played out in this half.
Well, I mean, if I'm Itopata, I think I'm just saying, like, look, you guys need to calm down. Like, don't overreact to some of their stuff. They're not being ultra aggressive for the most part. Wait their hits out. Set up those crossfires and those utility combos that have been shutting rounds out away from EDG. A little bit of patience. And then I think they're okay for the rest of this half. Still, though, this has been a great back and forth between these two teams. So much fight. You also have to be concerned now about EDG having a couple huge ultimates available. That Cosmic Divide and the Hunter's Fury. Also Smoggy with his ult. Apparently saw that a while ago. Didn't really get to talk about it, but he just TP'd behind Leviathan and they had no idea. So things like that you have to be concerned about.
Pacey mid-tick coming through, but already some pings down from Kong. As for now, it's just playing Ring Around the Rosie with that drone, avoiding detection. In the meantime, the peek out. Not so cognizant of it after all, as King finds the timing to go ahead and take him down. Auspas now lurking forward as the drone will be sent. We'll find the jet.
That was the same push out, more or less, that Leviathan did on their pistol round. And EDG was so ready for it. This time they're just kind of lost in the sauce. I'm a bit surprised that Kong didn't expect somebody to be coming through that angle. Gets caught completely off guard. It's painful for EDG to say the least.
It absolutely is. Constantly been trying to tie things up here on this map, but just haven't been able to make it happen. Let's just continue. Just stay one step ahead. Hunter's Fury now going to be sent out as nobody's just blind fishing and nothing bites.
30 seconds left.
Time dwindling for EDG. This has to be quick, and there can't be much resistance if they're going to get this plant down.
20 seconds is Calm ready for it. Out of line of sight of that dart. Eats a bit from the fragment to try to reposition the swing out, and Auspas not going to be good for it. Simon does manage to find the kill, but Calm still here. Spike now on the floor, off the side of the map for a brief little moment, but the round is already over. They need to do nothing more but sit back and stay alive. Some damage will be dealt to stop, the final vestiges of these rounds, the economy being built up for Leviathan, but that round win still eluding EDG. 6-6 now, the best that they can hope for, as they still have these ultimates to try to utilize, but Lev keeps himself out in front.
They just felt very off balance the whole way through on that round. Every idea mostly got read.
Beautiful, guys. Nice run.
Absolutely beautiful. Auspas surprisingly at the bottom of the scoreboard, but Leviathan still ahead in the score line. So despite a little bit of struggle from their superstar, everybody else on Leviathan stepping up nicely. And it's a really great team effort. This time they throw that same high tide out, and that's going to force EDG to have to hold back and respect and use some utility to clear this, because they have no idea if somebody could have snuck into that spot again. They have to use this drone to check that. That's such a great exchange for Leviathan in terms of util. You use a high tide, which comes back up eventually, versus that drone, which does not.
Slow approach here from EDG. It's keeping things quiet now. Four-player approach over towards B. He's coming down, nobody. Saying, excuse me. Gets situated here for the lineup. Can they try to spot it? Null command opened up from Simon as they stomp their way forward here into the site. Plant can come through unhindered. Tex is spraying through that smoke. Kong just trying to stay quiet. Sat up top. As nobody sprays up in towards heaven and actually does manage to find a kill there on a King. Paranoia now not available for the retake. Jiggle peeking, and the Kong clearly spotted out. Ponytail maybe giving him away either way. He gets tagged low, but still just re-peeks back in towards the site. Gets a headshot there on the Tex. Dodges out the shock dart. Re-peeks, finds another. Value continuing to be found. Paranoia now moves across. As Calm has to reposition, but Chichu is ready to strike, intercepting these rotations, these exits. He's now stuck. He will fall. But EDG will once again close that gap a little bit more as they seek that 6-6 half.
And I like a lot of what Leviathan is doing in the beginning of this round, but they sort of gamble that EDG is going to go mid. I saw a couple different players holding at vents, holding at top mid, but not watching mid directly. They were waiting around corners to see if EDG would poke through. They didn't have anybody on B site proper to watch for that. And then when EDG gets the plant down, King just kind of out there, gets spammed down for free. Kong finds another one as Leviathan's trying to get settled to go for a retake. So Leviathan just one piece of the puzzle that was missing, and they couldn't complete what they had tried to do off the rip. And EDG finds that one narrow gap. And here comes that Cosmic Divide to try to give themselves the ability to plant towards that bridge.
Flash sent Kong working his way in towards the back. Does he actually want to push this one? The answer is going to be yes. He lands right in behind Tex. Already though, Messi coming through. Is Zito going to be taken down? But Kong finding two. The Hunter's Fury is absolutely monstrous. Now into a 2v2. Spike not yet planted the drone. Working his way across, spotting them both out. Looking for the shots. Shock dart lobbed in. Nobody slides forward. Planting out, ready to come in. King just a Bucky in hand on the far side of the smoke. If nobody pushes up, it'll almost certainly be a dead man. Recon comes in, the jump across, the spray down! Chichu, nobody together! We'll get EDG tied up at 6-6 at the half.
What a series, what a map. Incredible back and forth. EDG able to stabilize and find 5 of the last 7 rounds.
We would not want to see it any other way. Complete parity here at the half in this map 3. We're going to go to a halftime break. When we come back, we'll see which one of these teams goes to the grand final.
One enemy remaining.
No one.
On your brother, you can't see me, feel like showing shit. Goes by the hell, Q1 4, bitch. Alright, these big shit got over on. I got a big kid, put it in shit got over on. It's right, don't let Joe shit got over girl. I feel this bitch's big shit got over on. Shit got over on.
Showstopper out in the crowd. Pumps some t-shirts up here for the awaiting fans, but what we're really awaiting is seeing which one of these teams is going to make it into that grand final. 6-6 at the half, anybody's game, anybody's match. Could very well all come down to this next and final pistol.
And the first thing that comes to my mind on this half is that EDG is running a Sentinelist comp. And this defender's side is going to be very tricky. It's very difficult to keep information, to keep mid control, something that Leviathan's comp excels at. They have so much ability with the Sova, with the Cypher, and with the Harbor to make your life a nightmare for understanding where and how there's going to be flank angles attempting to be created. And what is going to be the response from EDG? A lot of teams have struggled to adapt to teams that have good mid control, so their answer is to stack up players and just watch for it with pistols.
The wall comes up. Shot's going to be exchanged here from the side of Lev, letting them know, yes, we are in fact here. And they're all going to cut their way towards this B site where it's just Simon here for the moment. Smoggy not far off. It's just a classic in hand. Wall coming up. Recon going to be sent. Quickly cleared out, but Simon widely just has to backpedal now. Entry comes in, Ospas taking space, confirming that back site is going to be cleared out. The plant can now be made. Tex, once again, Sheriff in hand, good for one. This Ospas looks for a little bit more, but ultimately will be felt. Simon finding that kill. As he traded back to interrupt. A 3v3 for now. The spike not in play quite just yet. 0 point connecting on the 2. Cold coming through, Chichu rerouting, getting his way up in towards heaven. Star set up another wall coming through, and Simon bumping over to the Ghost is able to find one, but King will clear out the last 2, and Lev will get themselves another pistol here on Abyss.
I love the way that Leviathan shows you so much patience, taking their time before they get the spike down to make sure that EDG isn't going to try to find a timing while one player is busy trying to get the spike planted. They wait that out, they find their opportunities with this high tide. So good.
Francisco! Let's go!
But really, it's the timing there from King. The whole time when it became 3v3, watching King to see what he does with that deep post-plant position, and they use that high tide to scale him up to find that angle that EDG is not ready for.
A couple players spotted out there on the recon. Ultimately, nobody winning the fight to claim the orb as his own. Kong try to line something up here with that Sheriff. Swings out and just narrowly misses the opportunity. Aspas gets away. Smoggy now. Clean up on top of the box here at the B site. All on his lonesome. Pings coming down. The jump across. Text the instant headshot. Smoggy, though, overseeing a bit there. Takes a bit of damage, but he does put King down to 53 and gives the team a fighting chance.
Goodness, that is sick from Smoggy. Oh, man.
Nasty, but still a hell of a lot more work to be done left. Very much in control of this site. Recon exchange. Cove now going to be sent to try to slow up the approach even more. With a Spectre to hold the line. The players on the opposite side of this very dangerously low, and he will be able to find those kills. Kong going to be good for one last elimination there. Ultimately, Lev losing out 2 players as they move forward here into the bonus.
Still though, not a ton of weaponry recovered from their round, but looks like they are going to be purchasing up a little bit on the side of Leviathan. Up close and personal with those sprays with the SMGs. Aspas, it's a couple kills. Let's see if that gets him fired up. See if that gets him back in this match, because if he comes alive, that is generally lights out for any team he's going up against.
Very much so. Guardian 2 Vandals here. They try to convert the bonus on the side of Lev, and it looks like it's just going to be a very pacey hit. Because there you go, the Reckoning going to be sent out. Kong dashing away. Oh, does get caught. Oh, an arm going to be spotted there. The flash connects onto Aspas. Now, site cleared, but the ult is gone. They've been held at bay here for now, but the full rotate has come through. EDG now need to send players back over towards A, where Tex is still just pushing his way steadily further forward into the site.
And look at King. He's taking this opportunity to gain space in mid as well.
So does he read this timing? Or does he get timinged?
Slip the net.
A quick turn back, but Chichu's not looking for it. He's not peeking in towards backside. He just has his sight set here on main. Catches a glimpse there on a Mazzino. Has nobody nearly caught with Util and him, and now the jig is up.
Right there.
They know his positions.
Right there.
Continued taps here on this spike plan, but not actually being committed to quite just yet. Paranoia already set, but Kong play with a sliver of visibility. Finds one. Tex resets the aim. Mazzino up on top. Comes up with one. Kong going to be taken low.
King.
Reload has to come through, and King, yep, slinking in around the back. Decides to strike now. Shock dart avoided, head spotted. Calm is dead. The dash down, the drop. Mazzino low on HP, but the shot does not come through. Smoggy, however, catches it for a brief little moment, and he's cognizant about this flank. The seconds dwindling, the wall to be broken. Tech some warning shots, but Smoggy's so wise to it, it would seem. Plant's coming in around the back. He's going to drop down. He finds the kill, but he cannot interrupt. And now it's a 1v1. The smoke's situated. He sees the drop, and he knows that he's taking him low. Shots have connected, but King waiting it out. Right-click spam. He goes for the push, and Smoggy wins it. The defuse can come through, but it is narrow margins and an immense amount of damage dealt. One weapon carried over. It's EDG. That is a rocky anti-bonus, but one that you will still be happy to win in the end.
But I think Leviathan might be a little bit salty about this round. They did so many good things here, buying all this time with their utility to get King in position to backstab, but then they just can't quite displace Smoggy. But man, oh man, the EDG fans here on their feet. The hero for China once again, just barely nobody.
Oh boy. Woo. You can see that this map, this series, it is starting to take its toll. Emotions running high, whether it's elation or despair. Simon tagged up a bit, pop flash sent out, holding Aspas at bay for the moment.
But here's this mid control.
0-point SEN cleared.
They have everything. It's the entire center of the map is theirs.
Chichu, the one holding on the opposite side, over here towards A. Smoke now coming down. Oh, spotted. Did he catch a pixel out of place? Seems like he may have. As Nebula comes up, just cutting off that line of sight. Kong now creeping forward, finds Tex over outside of B and window. 3-man push in towards Simon. He's here at the ready. Aspas leading the charge. That outlaw scoped in. He sees one. Flash now sent. Forces out the dash. But they're still here. Chicho around the back. Caught as Mazzino comes up with the kill. Kong now trying to sit, but Aspas will strike him down. Just peeking in with the outlaw. Finds its mark. Looks for another quick peek, quick shot, quick death. Smoggy eliminated, and now it's nobody all on his lonesome.
So difficult.
Just about the full kit here, but Calm the first that he has to clear, but now sights turned, and Aspas catches him right in the rear. A 4K is Lev, stretch the lead now by 2 rounds.
And this whole ground set up to enable Aspas to do damage up close and personal with this outlaw. And they need to get him fired up. I don't mind EDG's response to all this mid-space being taken by Leviathan. It's just Leviathan is crisper, they're cleaner in their reactions. The angles being held are tricky for Leviathan to deal with, but they do. And it's because of players like Aspas that they're able to get away with that. Blade Storm popped by Kong, and he's going right up mid. Aspas has his blades too, but hasn't popped them yet. Just the outlaw in hand. Watching for top mid aggression.
Making plenty of noise though. Kong hearing this, wants to go for the peek. Spots Tex out first, but King with the counter swing will be able to take him down. No further damage to be found. Aspas still protected.
Great fundamental awareness of the map here by Leviathan. King at the right time to back up his teammates.
Wanting that orb, the Hunter's Fury would be at the ready. Looks like he will just respect the players on the opposite side, so ultimately doesn't go for it. 3 players here playing around mid as Jiggle peek from Simon. I don't think he spotted him out. Means that it's an easy serve up for Aspas, who looks for that second shot, drops down, breaks that line of sight. Chichu pushing forward, out of A main, should give them enough information to know it's inevitably going to be a B hit, but it's just nobody in Smoggy to try to slow things up with those sheriffs.
They're just picking them apart. It's like taking a petal off a flower, piece by piece. Oh my God.
Wow. It's a blind check. Not just Smoggy. Been their hero time and time again, but this time pulling off a thrifty. Seems like a bridge too far, especially as Chichu, his only backup, has been taken away from him. Will eventually find the shot, but does get ping revealed down to 38 as they just spray through the box. Another smoke cycle through just to make this as impossible for him as humanly possible. And ultimately, even some additional kills, some damage dealt, it won't mean too much because the economy on the opposite side is going to be quite healthy. Maybe stop a snowball here, but Calm dead, but the time's just not there. He'll make a go of it. He'll look for a little bit more blood. But in the end, this spike is going to detonate. Left. Aspas trying to get out of there, trying to just drift off the side of the map. Will end up falling, but Lev will get themselves now up to 10. Double digits, 3 away from securing their position in the grand final.
This is such great awareness here by King. The IGL for Leviathan, finding a great timing to shut Kong down before he can ruin the round. Nice attempt here.
That's Mazzino's fault.
The nice attempt there by Aspas to keep himself alive. Could have drifted off the map until the end of round timer ticked down, but got caught there by the edge of the explosion. And yeah, the timeout for EDG. It's even on some of the rounds here on this defender side where I thought they made some good ideas, had some good reads. Aspas is Aspas, and now he is right back up there, up to 14 kills. Has shot up the scoreboard with that Outlaw.
Yeah, it's been a big resurgence from him, but EDG, this is the last time out. Leviathan still holding on to 2. Should that run back start to occur, they can pump the brakes, they can slow down EDG, they can course correct with the assistance of the coaches. Granted, yes, that gives EDG the opportunity to talk to their coaches as well, but they right now are very much in the driver's seat, is what I'm getting at. Both in the score, in the kills, as well as in what is available to them, because you look at this, it is nearly the full set. One charge away from having that Reckoning online from King, having the teleport. The rest is already prepped and ready to go.
And it's op the op. Once again, just like we saw earlier in this series, both the duelists are going to try to do what they do best. That's use those snipers to take rounds over, take maps over. And Aspas has been so good with that Outlaw. Is he going to be able to continue that here on the attacker's side?
Reckoning now at the ready as the orb gets taken. And there's the send. Simon and Chichu now going to be dancing here on the site, trying to avoid what they can. A quick pop into the astral form from Chichu, ends up getting stunned up. Swings back out, catches a glimpse here. Comp doesn't end up getting taken down, and Chichu somehow reestablishes the aim. Finds Mazzino. Simon dropping out of tower. Takes out King, and suddenly this round has been turned completely and utterly on its head.
It's got to be a save almost.
It has to be now. It's just the operator left. You don't have the money on Aspas at least to afford another one. Would have to be gifted over by Mazzino, who is quite flush with cash, but this has been a fantastic response here from EDG to shut down this push.
Well, and because you have the operator in Aspas's hands, that has to be a much slower hit. Taking a little bit of damage there. Aspas trying to get away and maybe gifted the opportunity to do so. Okay. Able to use the smoke to cover the recon dart.
Doesn't actually scan his position. Just give it the money. I mean, do you want to swing out and try to go for this one? Yeah, you absolutely do, especially when you hit the headshot and the op goes wide. Nobody more than happy to die in that position because it gets him his ultimate no matter what, but he wins out the fight. Still, 2 more rounds to go to tie things up. EDG are still on the back foot, and they still have to play up against these 4 available ultimates on the side of Leviathan.
And it's just a fragment and a smoke that mostly stalls up this hit by Leviathan. And again, because Aspas has that operator.
Whoa! And clearly, like I said, they were happy to send him to his demise.
Oh, yeah.
Surprised to see that he actually found the elimination.
It sends Leviathan onto an eco. Blade Storm there, but looking to find an opportunity. Going to use that high tide, cut off some space. Smoke in response from Chichu. See if he can delay, but this round seemingly looks to be Leviathan trying to scale their way through mid. The drone to try to check.
Moves down into the smoke, tries to go for the blind check, but does get a glimpse. So 2 players going to be spotted there. As Aspas once again dropping down. Counter drone now from Com. For a peek in, but nobody. Quickly go ahead and clear that one out, and then just sent the back pedal.
It's a game to get ahead of this null command.
Simon showing that shoulder and not reading that they were that far forward. Aspas takes him down. That's going to be a weapon now scooped up into this Jet's hands. He peeks. A couple knives going to be going wide. Dashes up to the side. Grabs the rope.
I know exactly where you are.
Pressure now getting built up. The neural depth going to be sent out. Hunter's Fury. Sent. Tom seeking target this time. Looks like it won't be quite rewarded with a kill, but just get a final shot there on to Kong and Mazzino. Can collect 2. Looking for a thrifty of their own to get themselves up to 11. Stop EDG from building up any kind of momentum, and what a round response this will be here from Leviathan after that flawless shutdown from EDG in the previous.
There's no hope, and it's going to have to be a save. I mean, I just love this from the side of Leviathan, keeping Aspas obscured at all costs, making sure that this Blade Storm is not noted because, oh boy,
they're completely stuck. They're here on the side of the map. will run out of knives. Nobody will be able to hold his ground, but there's still plenty more players to try to go through. Shock Dart going to be shorted, because there's the ping out on the Tex. The swing, nobody trying to find it. They will be able to hold on to their weapons. That cannot be taken away from them, but the MasterCard Thrifty is found all the same. Wev, one away from having match point.
Still, I just love the way that Leviathan does this, because they know that Null Command is there to shut down that Blade Storm, and they're doing everything they can to find the opportunity to kill Simon, or that ult is able to shut down their own ult. Great stuff by Mazzino there.
Was
the ping off of the Hunter's Fury as
that
well.
was perfect.
Chef's kiss on the round.
Absolutely.
Cooked up with Thrifty, and now Osbot still has that operator in hand. Goes for the peak. Kong immediately sat down. You can tell he's now feeling it. It was a slow start, but it might just be an explosive finish here for Osbot on this map.
There they are.
Ping out, but he's on the low ground. No chance to find that punish. Drone now on the chase, on the hunt.
Well, and you can see how badly EDG wants to try to find some semblance of mid-control for themselves, because it's been killing them in this half. And Leviathan is just happy to just spray at it, take op shots to keep them from being able to challenge those sight lines, to be able to reestablish control of the map. Now, it's like maybe another A hit going to be set up. Can Chichu come up big again?
2-2 split. Ball going to be sent out. Orb scooped up. Chichu out in front. Close left hold here from nobody. As Spike gets swapped over. So push up here from Mazzino will get punished. They don't see anything else on the back of this one, so they relay that, and Smoggy starts rotating back over towards B. Smoke going to be set up here on main to try to intercept, and nobody's going to start trying to creep in from behind, but there is a trap wire set up to intercept him.
Oh, this Cosmic Divide right in front of both sites.
Time is ticking. 15 seconds remaining. The Spike still being brought forward. But is this all a bait? Is this a ruse? Seems like, given the player count, the answer is going to be no, but King could just TP across the other side of the map. And Simon, only going to be good for one. Time still dwindling. Hunter's Fury opened up, looking for the interrupt here on the plant, but the plant still comes in. Chichu, however, spots out the final player, and he's already cleaned up 3. The re-swing, the re-snap! And Chichu will keep EDG in this. Stop Lev from getting up to map point.
Credit where credit is due. Chichu has been a real nuisance on this Astra, especially on the A site. He's able to swing over and bail out his team in time. He needed him to come alive. Ooh, great reactions there. Oh my God. So good from Chichu. We're gonna need more of that. They've done a great job of making A very, very difficult for Leviathan to hit. Let's see if Leviathan can find some more answers. 3 players though for EDG and an operator right towards mid. They want to see if they can shut down operator of Ospas as well. They know it's going to be there.
Looking for the duel again here in mid perhaps, but Ospas changing up the script, doesn't go for the upward approach. Tries to see if there's going to be a deep lurk forward that he can go ahead and get a punish on.
Well, and they're leaning towards B because they've been so thorough about keeping Leviathan from getting into A, but Leviathan, if they're going to go A, needs to create an extra angle, needs to go through vents, do what they're doing right now. This is so much better. This is such a good adjustment here from King. A great call from the IGL of Leviathan.
Drone to try to check and see if it spots out anything at all, but I don't believe anything was noted there. Calm makes his way through. Ready to strike. Another Reckoning available here. SEN, Chichu once again in a similar position. Drops down off the top. Just trying to play evasive. Keep himself nice and safe. Nobody moves forward here onto the side to try to reinforce. Calm now going to be spotted, but Ospas starts going for the peak out of heaven. Tex spotted. Doesn't register that nobody's there. Does end up getting traded out as Mazzino finds another kill. Kong now so far forward in a committed position. Takes the off shot. Cannot find it. Has to swap the weapons over. The backside is being filled up, but Smoggy cleans up 2. Simon gets calm, and in the blink of an eye, the round comes to an end. We have to see the replays, but EDG explode back onto that A site.
What just happened? It looked like maybe Leviathan was going to be able to get over the line there. I mean, they've got the site control.
Oh, I mean, straight away. It looks so damn good for them, but...
Oh, the crossfire here is so good.
As that Cloudburst goes down, they just have it set up, and Simon swoops into tower.
Unbelievable.
So swift, so concise. We couldn't even register what had happened in the moment. Leviathan, I mean, you saw it on your screens. It's not a spoiler whatsoever. They've called their first timeout. Not happy with the way that these last few rounds have been going.
No. And every time they've tried to throw different looks at this A site, there's been an answer that EDG has been able to dial up. And credit where credit is due, I loved that idea from Leviathan. It's just EDG has a better response there. They've got the crossfire, they've got the better reactions. They are so good at understanding smoke timings and when they're going to be able to set up and go for those pushes, set up for the crossfires, and they just dismantle Leviathan there in the blink of an eye. Now, a weaker buy has to be brought out by Leviathan. Couple Sheriffs, Hero Vandal for Aspas. Just a few pieces of armor. King, 0 armor. Early check for that positioning of Aspas. The high tide to try to take some space. The recon as well sent out. Trying to scale Aspas ahead. Similar to the round when he had the Blade Storm. It's going to be marching their way forward. Calm trying to make some noise towards Vent.
Got Australian for a second there.
I did a bit, yeah. That's Atlas's fault. Been spending too much time with him, man.
For now, things going to be slowed down. And for EDG, still every need to be cautious. Have been thriftied already on this half. Need to avoid it happening again. Only Classic in the hands of Calm here. Push up towards the door. Nobody backing off the angle, but the door's been broken. Recon quickly dealt with. As Aspas and Tex going to walkabout, sliding around the backside of this. Smoke, this wall for now, keeps him obfuscated. Seems like nobody is reading this though. Ice paid in, but now the smoke going to be dropping, and they're both lined up, but Chichu answers one back. Drops down into the site, Tex swooping around, but it loses the timing. He ends up falling, and now it is just Calm. Sheriff potentially collected, no. Vandal on the floor, but time ticking. Simon is setting out the fragment to go ahead and ensure his demise. We are tied up. 11-11. EDG have been chasing after Lev this entire second half, and they may have just caught them. But that's a thrifty avoided. Now we go back into a full purchase round to see which squad is getting themselves up to match point.
Oh man, and they're so close there, Leviathan. If Aspas can find that transfer onto Chichu, maybe could have broken it open, but Chichu's just been too quick. This Astra has been ridiculous, shutting Leviathan out of so many rounds with those tremendous individual plays, the understanding the timings, and now they're really starting to understand this mid control and how they can find some good counters to it.
Oh, the push up. Kong misses the opportunity. Not even damage found through the corner of the wall. Drone from nobody. Does get a spot here on Mazzino. Because once again, it's heavy presence here in mid. Left wanting to conquer this side of the map. Peek out Kong and just hair off. Cannot quite land the shot.
Just trying to look for those players who overstep from EDG, but EDG not willing to fight for that mid space once they've given it up. Then they start holding some angles, trying to cut off Leviathan as they try to push through mid-top.
Got Aspas basically leading the charge here with that operator in hand. Kong sending out a shot. The jiggle peek here for him. Aspas brings it through, but on the repeat, Kong comes up with one. Calm now going to be taken down. They had advantage for them as Kong repositioning. Getting on a different angle, and he hits the shot on the updraft! Sniping Aspas out of the sky! Texto barrels forward, up through main. The jump out of the smoke, though, and Kong takes his head off of the shorty. Goes for the peek, the updraft, the shot. Mazzino shuts it down. We're into a 2v2 as the spike gets planted. Some shots out, Chichu finding a first, and he finds them both! EDG! They're running it back! and they're getting themselves up to match point. 1 round away from punching their ticket into the grand final.
And are we finally going to see China making their way to a finals of VCT, and a champions nonetheless? The 3K from Hong Kong, absolutely ridiculous. Chichu, unstoppable. Unbelievable.
And now, what could very well be the final round unless we get a repeat of Icebox go once again into an overtime. EDG want to avoid that at all costs. Operator still in play here for the side of Hong Kong, has an eyes on the back end. Cosmic Divide in the pocket here for Chichu. Hunter's Fury at the ready. Mazzino once again 1 away from a reckoning.
They keep trying it and it keeps not really working. Maybe this round will be different. Gonna give him the orb here. See if they can set up for this. Simon Smoggy on this B site.
Reckoning sent, full attention paid here to this site. Simon setting up the pop flash and trying to sway to try to slow things up. Hunter's Fury from Com crashing across as Ospas goes on the hunt, but Simon gets the 90-degree turn and takes his head clean off. Man advantage now here in the hands of EDG as they look to bring this to a finish. Paranoia held from King. Tex scaling forward within the cage, but he's been spotted and nobody claims his life. Cold drops King dead. Smoggy finds the kill, finds the follow-up, and now it's Calm on his lonesome, and he can't do jack. 13-11. It is history continuing to be made as EDG takes China further and further beyond our expectations, further than they have ever been before.
This is the EDG we have been waiting for. For years, this team has shown us glimpses of brilliance, but 2024 may very well be the year of this squad. Unbelievable back and forth. Overtime on Icebox, a dominant Lotus, and then just a grueling, grinding abyss that EDG finds their composure, finds their form, finds that extra gear, and takes Leviathan down and sends them to the lower finals.
That second trophy for Palm, for Aspas, a little bit further, out of reach, but still obtainable. That history can still be made. They could still lift it yet again, but it will once again for Palm have to be through that lower bracket. For EDG though, what a year. The up and downs for them, always at the top of the region, never finding success at the global tournaments until we get here to Champions. And as the old adage goes, it is not about how you start, it is absolutely about how you finish. And already, the shortcomings on home soil at Madrid are wiped away. That slate is clean.
Washed away. This team has defied expectations to get here, to be at this point. A change up, a change of coaches. Simon comes into the squad, and this is the best version of them we have ever seen. And it is every player stepping up from time to time for this squad. It's not just Hong Kong. You're seeing Smoggy, Chichu, Nobody, Simon, such a tremendous role player. Everybody on this squad has had their moments. And they could very well do it. They could very well be the champions here in 2024.
They can. And with the form that they've been showing, the prep that they've been bringing into their matches to be able to get these counter strats done and having that double ban advantage, we could very well be looking at this squad in 2 days' time, lifting the Champions Trophy here at the Inspire Arena.
I'm thrilled with how this match played out. Just absolutely stunning. Both teams playing their hearts out. It just is, like you said, EDG I think has really good prep right now. I'm so impressed with Muggle. Like I said before, the man can't cast spells, but he can sure work magic.
I mean, it's every single one of them across the board. Simon, across the series, sure. He might not be fragging as hard as some of the other players, but that util is always on point. Yep. He is always setting up the rest of his teammates for success, and he's always racking up just absurd numbers of assists.
His breach is insane.
His breach is insane. His KO on point. I mean, he gets 15 here on this map as well. But what an incredible ride here for EDG. As you can see, the coaching staff finally relieved, finally being able to believe that they were capable of it, that they were going to be able to get this done.
Belief is reality now.
What an absolutely insane set between these two squads. So grateful that this ended up going the distance. So grateful that we got to see that Abyss and that EDG are now in that grand final. It has been a wild ride, and I could not be happier to have guided you guys through this series and to have this man right here alongside me.
Believe it or not, we do like each other. Believe it or not.
A little bipolar in that regard,
a little bit at times, yeah. No. I mean, truly a pleasure to be here. A pleasure to have this event in our home turf of Seoul, where Pacific is. Just absolutely stunning to be with you, as always, my friend. You're tremendous to work with. This is just a treat to be here at this Inspire Arena in front of these fans.
Yeah.
Couldn't ask for more.
Yep, could not ask for more. That's our final cast of this season. We'll see you guys in the analyst desk and whatnot throughout the weekend, but I'm just glad it got to 3. We got that crazy overtime on Icebox. It was a fantastic cherry on top to be able to round out being up here in the casting booth. But man, I cannot wait to see what happens in the rest of these sets in that grand final. Because, I mean, of course, this is just the start of the day. We still have a whole other series to get through, and that one has elimination on the line with Sentinels and Heretics getting ready to clash. The stakes are going to be even higher there to see who is going to be able to survive. Because, you know, it could just be the end of EMEA.
Yeah.
Or it could be half of the Americas teams going home.
It's going to be crazy. I mean, can you imagine if it's Leviathan versus Sentinels, Americas versus Americas? But Heretics has been looking so good this event. They're so strong. They hit these strides, and they absolutely just start running teams over. But Sentinels, man, they keep impressing me. They keep finding ways to dig deeper when things look like they might be done. When Sentinels look like they might be out of it, they find another level. They find another gear, and they start taking teams down. So anything's possible. I think that's going to be another banger 3-map series.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, of course, we talk about, you know, Calm and Aspas seeking that second trophy here the side of left because they just played, but Sasi is very much in that same boat. He's looking for that second champs trophy. Sentinels, the only squad that could get that second trophy here within the 2024 season as well. And we'll see if they're going to be able to do that. But you saw the man himself running out onto the stage, getting ready for his interview.
The fans, so emotional. So many fans came over from China today. It's got me a little choked up too, man. It's so awesome to see this team just continue to grind. So much adversity they've had to face. So many doubters they've had to rear their ugly heads against them, and they have proved them wrong. They have shut them up, and they are in the finals. Finally, EDG has done it. Finally.
Just been consistently breaking and bending expectations. But that does it for myself and Paper Thin. Thank you guys so much. We're going to go ahead and send it down to the stage and hear from Concon.
And we have our grand finalists. Give it up for EDG's Concon! 승리 축하드립니다. EDG가 결승에 진출합니다. 좀 믿기시는지부터 물어보고 싶어요. 지금 이 순간 믿기시나요? Now, congratulations, Concon EDG in the grand finals. Can you believe it? Does it feel real to you?
现在 EDG 已经进入到了总决赛，这对你来说像真的吗？你觉得这一切？
怎么说呢？就刚刚赢下的一瞬间，我人都是恍惚的，我感觉好像一切都是在做梦一样。但是事实就是我们进入了总决赛嘛，所以说我觉得我们值得。
At the time we won, I was like, wow, it was like dreaming. But the fact is, we get into the grand final. This is the truth. We're worth it.
꿈을 꾸는 것 같고 여전히 믿기진 않지만 그래도 바뀌지 않는 사실은 우리가 정말 열심히 했고 우리가 결승에 진출할 충분한 가치가 있다는 사실이라는 거라고 얘기를 하는데요. 사실 작년에 마스터즈 도쿄에서 탑6에 오르면서 정말 많은 사람들을 놀라게 했는데 1년 뒤인 올해 챔피언스에서 결승에 진출하게 됐습니다. 좀 이렇게 빨리 팀이 결승에 진출하고 트로피와 가까워질지 알고 있었는지 믿고 있었는지도 물어보고 싶네요. Just last year at Masters Tokyo, we really put CN on the map by placing in top 6. A year later in Champions Seoul, you guys are in the grand finals. Did you know that your time was going to come this soon?
其实，在去年东京大师赛的时候，所有人都被你们的精彩表现所惊艳到了。那今年在冠军赛1年之后，你们现在进入到了总决赛，一直以来你坚信你们能够做到这么棒吗？
那肯定是坚信的，就是真的很难得到这么好的团队，但是我们还需要更加努力吧，我觉得，因为冠军这个东西对于我们来说，就算是我们进了决赛，还是很遥远的，但是我们一定会努力的。
I mean, it's really, of course, we believe it deeply. It's really nice to have such a good team, and of course, we're gonna working hard to finally get to the grand final. We're definitely working hard.
당연히 믿고 있었고요. 또 이렇게 좋은 팀이 있기 때문에 계속해서 열심히 해서 결승전에서도 좋은 결과 있기를 바란다고 얘기를 합니다. 마지막으로 캉캉 선수가 정말 감격스러운 순간에 캉캉은 세계 챔피언이 되기까지 울지 않겠다라고 얘기를 했거든요. 그 순간이 정말 이제 코앞에 있습니다. 지금 어떤 기분인지 그리고 앞으로 각오가 또 남다를 것 같은데 각오 또 빨리 물어보도록 할게요. Just lastly, back in Tokyo, you said 캉캉 will never cry until he wins the World Champions. You said that yourself, and you're only one match away from actually becoming the world's best. So how does that make you feel?
其实，在东京的时候，你说过不拿到冠军我是不会哭的。那现在我们距离拿到冠军只有1步之遥。那如果真拿到，现在会是什么样的？
我现在什么感觉吗？
我太帅了
！I'm so feeling amazing right now, so dope right now.
기분이 진짜 너무너무 좋아서 날아갈 것 같다고 얘기를 했습니다. 이렇게 해서 결승에 진출하게 된 EDG의 캉캉 선수 만나봤습니다. Thank you, 캉캉.
Thank you.
Good luck in the grand finals. I'm gonna...
It's hard to feel myself with you miles away. I've been wondering why you cannot stay. Till the sky's blue when they're always gray. Trying to sweep myself, but I can't find a way. Diva, my diva, where did you go? I feel ya. Diva, my diva, where did you go? Where did you go? It's hard to feel myself with you miles away. I've been wondering why you cannot stay. Till my sky's blue when they're always gray. Trying to see myself, but I can't find a way. It's hard to feel myself with you miles away. I've been wondering why you cannot stay. Till my sky's blue when they're always gray. Trying to see myself, but I can't find a way. Where did you go?
Welcome back, everybody, to day 6 of the Champions Tour playoffs and our lower bracket semi-finals. EDG, they will be waiting for maybe one of these teams in the grand finals on Sunday. I've got Sideshow Kukuka and Mimi with me here. It's Sentinels versus Team Heretics. This is going to be a crazy matchup.
I think I've seen this film before, but I think that these teams have grown so much, and the expectations are through the roof because of both of the different journeys that they've had throughout the year.
Yeah, Heretics have been fantastic at taking what they did at the start of the year and building on it further and further. They've had their own wobbles in terms of not being able to use their full roster at an international event until Champs. But the last time we saw these two teams face off, Sentinels did manage to take the win.
But all 3 international events for Team Heretics, it has been a different roster. When they lost to Sentinels in a crazy close game at Madrid, it was when they didn't have Woot yet even playing with them in VCT, when they had Patatek subbing in. It was a different story in Shanghai, and it's a different story again here. But the consistent thing for Team Heretics is now making at least top 4 in back-to-back international events.
And bear in mind, back in that time, that was the first time that Heretics went international like that qualified. This was their first match, so it's literally going to be the end of the beginning for one of the teams.
And I feel like it's really important to note, a lot of people want like Woot back in on Duelist or bring Patatek in or something like that. They win much more with their full roster, okay? You cannot argue with the results. They're absolutely crushing with their full roster. Just because it looks a bit wobbly or they don't quite conclusively destroy people like they did in Shanghai, they are still doing the job with this roster.
Yeah, the stats don't lie, Sideshow. The stats don't lie. But for more on this matchup, let's hear from their IGLs. Mika Fab's caught up with John QT and Boo.
Hey guys, I'm here with the 2 IGLs of our second series of the day. We have John QT of Sentinels and we have Boo from Team Heretics. Now, you guys both have kind of different origin stories. That's right. Give it up for them. Give it up for them. There you go. There you go. So you guys have very different origin stories as leaders, right? Boo, you played last year, and John QT, you came from Ascension. So I'm wondering how the hardships of the previous year have shaped you guys, especially learning and figuring out this role as a leader here at Champions. We'll start with you, Boo.
I think for me it's just understanding what enables me as an IGL, like what do I like and what do I don't like, and yeah, just going from that, getting experience and playing a lot of games.
Figuring it out yourself so that you can figure it out better for the team, right? And you, John QT?
I just kind of understood what it takes to win, to be honest. After losing the Ascension final and winning the Madrid final, I kind of can see the difference, what makes and breaks a team, and just what it takes to win, yeah.
That's a really mature answer. Now, both of you guys were also in the grand finals of both Masters this year, of course, Masters Madrid and Masters Shanghai. So what do you guys think it's going to take for you to get there again, especially considering this is an elimination match?
I think it's just playing well. Honestly, like when you go out there, all you need to do is be confident, trust in everybody in your team, get the flow state, and then you're gonna win.
Just take it game by game, and just a lot of resilience and belief, and belief in we can win, yeah.
All right, well, very excited to see this match. Best of luck to both of you. They
are locked in, and they have been locked in this entire tournament because Kakuka, the group stage and their journeys to get here has not been easy.
Yeah, exactly. I think that every single person, when they saw this Group B, it wasn't the only one, but they said, oh my God, there was so much talent. It is crazy to think that the one that didn't make it out of here was Gen.G.
And weirdly enough, they didn't fight each other in the group stage as well, because Gen.G took them around different routes. It's so interesting as well, the kind of looking at the different journeys and that they've been in different finals. It's super cool. You know, TenZ is the only player here that could match Chronicles' 3 trophies if he actually ends up winning. Isn't that nuts? It's crazy.
Absolutely. It's insane that that's even possible. And also for these two teams, that they haven't matched since that first time that we saw them all the way back in Madrid. For SEN, this has been such a tumultuous year as a whole. While Team Heretics was dealing with roster swaps, Sentinels was dealing with the up and downs, finding the highest of highs, winning kickoff, winning Madrid, and then really falling apart in stage 1. Not even making playoffs in stage 2. Getting here off of that early success, but now at Champions, proving why they're the team that won in Madrid and reclaiming their form again.
Yeah, and people don't realize just how much it hurt Team Heretics to not win that trophy and the rest of their year as well. We don't want to see them being bridesmaids anymore, Kakuka. They end here.
No, it has to. I think that the build-up throughout the entire year of this extremely young roster with a lot of promises from all across the region. Everybody, if you were watching Tier 2, you were watching the boys that are literally, los niños that are literally touching that stage right now. And I cannot blame them for wanting the best for them. And as you're saying, if they're able to make that lower bracket run, by the way, both of them got to that final, Sentinels in Madrid and Heretics in Shanghai, through the lower bracket.
Yeah, they did indeed. And let's hear from Zelsis about this lower bracket run in the Omen Player Moment.
Hello guys, I am Zelsis and I play Valorant for Sentinels. Like I'm just happy to win the series because bind was 13-9 and I know maybe if I got a couple extra more kills, maybe it would have changed some outcomes. It just felt pretty bad to have 5 kills to be honest and watching us slowly lose. Probably karma for me calling out Boaster saying he averages 5 kills, but I'm pretty excited that we got to stay alive to go to the new arena in front of everyone. So now we're in the pressure and Sentinels is usually good at doing the lower bracket runs. So yeah, we just have to keep going into every match with 110%.
Zarsi 64 still sitting better off. Did he get spotted? He did! Alpha finds him! Zekken though, can the man become a monster? It looks like he might be able to! 3 in this round, he needs 4! And where does he wait? Where does he guess? The gap closes, 50 HP, paint shell to the left. He looks, oh! It's outstanding!
Heretics has actually been kind of a wild card for me. It'll still be a fun match to play them. We beat them back in Madrid when they had a sub, and I know they got finals in Shanghai with the sub as well. So them having their full roster here, I had a lot of expectations for them. I didn't expect us or them to be in the lower final or leading into the lower final. I kind of had us in the upper final. So it's kind of a different, scenario, but nonetheless, it's still gonna be a fun game against them.
You heard it there from Zelsis, and of course we mentioned in terms of the different players stepping in different global events, but Miniboo, he is here. He will get to play against Zekken today.
Yeah, and that's so cool because they've actually had very similar styles. They're both people that were in full-time studying at the same time as playing.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. When Zekken first appeared on stage, when he was playing back with XZ, he was a high schooler at the time, 17 years old when he made his debut at his first international event. And that's been the exact same story for Miniboo this year. Not getting to play with his team when they went on the run at Shanghai, having to watch from home while finishing his studies, and now showing up here and proving himself on that international stage.
And it's all about sacrifice, right? You sacrifice your time, you go for your passion, but you do not want to give up on the rest of your life. The amount of stress that this has to put you in, to see them both here performing in the big stage with the performance individually that they're having, it's mind-blowing.
They have very different styles too. Miniboo is sacrificial, Zekken is farming those first kills. He's got a 61% success rate on the entries. That has got to shift. They've got to shut down Zekken if Heretics want to win this game.
Yeah, I think it's a similar story on the other side, right? If you shut down Miniboo after the performance he had last time, and you guys spoke about sacrifices, and I just love seeing all of the emotions in the crowds, the family members of all these players coming to support them. And we saw in the COEX arena with Heretics when they won, I don't think there was a dryer in the house.
No, there absolutely wasn't, and because there's so many people who care so deeply about these players, their families showing up and showing what it means, really. But when you're talking about sacrifice, in the server, I mean, Miniboo is so often dying first, being that team player, putting everything on the line, and not always putting up games like he did last time, but he's so committed to the system. I mean, his brother is the IGL of this team. I feel like we forget about that sometimes.
I got the brothers.
Boo. It's so cute.
It's crazy. Like, just bear in mind, I know that in Americas it has been the same, but of course they have their families, but they've also a little bit of our family too. We see them every single week. They're supporting their family. Mama Fishy the other day told me, oh my God, it went to 9-3 and I thought it might be cursed.
Was that your British accent?
Sorry, that was terrible, but she is amazing. It is crazy to think that they are so young, and it's like going to watch your kids playing football at the weekend.
And they are very young. I think that's another crucial point to bring up. It feels like they're somewhat experienced as a team, but they have a ton of rookies out there.
But what's different is that, well, Zekken, while some of these Sentinels players are also young, they have a lot of experience. When Zekken was in Miniboo's position, that was 2 years ago at Champs 22 with Exet. It's been a very different story since then. And in a lot of ways, it feels like this Team Heretics squad is following in those footsteps of what some of these Sen players have done in the past, trying to achieve that first international trophy.
I want to hit on Miniboo again, though, right? Because Team Heretics are the only team in the top 4 who have more first deaths than they have first kills. But they are so good at winning, even when Miniboo ends up dying first. They've got the highest 4v5 win rate, whereas Sentinels have the lowest 4v5 win rate.
Part of the plan.
So much comes down to these first kills, because you have to shut down Zekken, and if you're winning those opening duels, I don't think Sen are going to be able to hold on.
I mean, this is the thing. This is a familiar matchup. We've seen this film before. I didn't like the ending, but are the expectations the same this time around? What's different?
I mean, I don't know what the expectations were last time. I thought that Heretics were going to do well at Madrid, and then they didn't because they had so many rookies. I actually think Heretics are going to do well today. I'm in the, I'm in the minority here, but I also got the first match wrong as well. No one knows what's going on.
I mean, it's a first, Josh, so I think you're all right, okay? So I think that it's just as the same as the first match that we saw. Everything is so evened out. My expectation for this one is the same as the match that we just witnessed. I want overtimes. I want upsets. I want things to go crazy.
And I think for Team Heretics, if they're going to win today, Sentinels has been defined by a star player. Team Heretics has been like defined in the consistency, winning those 4v5s. Guys like Benji Fishy, guys like Boo, all stepping up and having incredible performances this tournament. And also having insanely good set ideas to start out these rounds. If it goes down to the mid-round though, John QT has been calling a masterclass at Champions thus far.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see what the maps are going to get. It's going to be a very, very important map pool, because this is an elimination match. We already have one team in the grand finals, and for both of these teams, everything is going to count today. It's time to bring Sentinels and Team Heretics onto the stage.
Sentinels. Team Heretics.
They might both think they are the lower bracket Run Demons, but they could only be one. The loser will be eliminated today. And as we talked about before, the map pool, where are we going to go? Are we going to get all three in this best of three as well?
Oh, wow. This is very different than what we could have been expected. Two of the maps that we actually saw in this encounter at the beginning of the year are going to be the first bans.
Yeah, it's really interesting, I think, especially to see that Abyss coming through as the final map. We are yet to see that one coming out from SEN, and for Team Heretics, even there, like, not showing that is a massive strength. Earlier in this series as well, Haven does feel like a big advantage for SEN. They love slowing these games down, playing into the mid-rounds, and I think they've looked right on that map.
Yeah, I agree. I think that both of the vetoes, they've taken out maps that they can both play well. They're just trying to target their opponents. So it's left you with some unknowns here in Haven and Abyss. I think SEN could 2-0 this. At the same time, if Heretics come out and they've got a great game plan on the first couple of maps,
I don't think it's
They've got the hat buff. It's spreading. Benji Fishy is spreading.
Benji's on his ultimate form right now. There's nothing that can stop it, and the rest of his team is just one up in him. I also to say, Haven, though, we're going from a Sentinels that decides to ban it against Fnatic as to picking it right here, and that is also comes into the time that you had to prepare and how you want to play with your opponent's mindset. Is this a map that they would have expected to be playing at?
Yeah, they're both very prep-heavy teams, and they finally had a little bit of time. We remember hearing Kaplan saying, we just want some time to be able to dig deeper and to prepare more, so we should get an incredible matchup here.
And if you remember the run for both of these teams, when Team Heretics made it to the final, when Sentinels won Madrid, they had no time to prepare. It was back-to-back-to-back matches in that lower bracket. It was brutal on these players. But now they have that opportunity to come into playoffs with something new in these final 3 days.
Well, let's see if we're going to get anything new in terms of agent compositions on Haven. That's what I'm expecting, and my goodness, we will.
Oh my dear Lord, Blue on the Sage. I mean, this is a complete revamp of the ideas that we had. We had not seen Heretics play on this map just yet in the competition, but we have seen it back in EMEA. And let me tell you, it looked nothing like this. Apparently, Woods, after trying the Omen, he decides is what he wants to go for.
He said it himself. He loves his role right now.
yeah, I think this comp looks dodgy on Haven, though. Very dodgy. I'm looking towards Rienz to trade out Minibu. I think that's
Soba, or one of the best Sobas in the competition, and he goes for Gecko.
Yeah, I think that he's fantastic at trading out Minibu.
Yes.
He's having a wonderful tournament right now, Rienz. But how are the others going to get involved in this?
Yeah, I can't wait to see, because this is the EMEA's last hope, and who better to take them through this than Pansy and Steel.
Thank you so much. The analyst desk there breaking everything down, teeing us up for an exceptional series. And I told you before, and I'll tell you again, it is time to lock in a familiar yet blank page here, Josh. Nothing is given anymore. It's all earned. But now that veto, we have to pay it dividends. Where is your mind going?
The eye test alone, Sentinels won the veto. What did Heretics cook up in the days off? But we're seeing that right now. What's going on with this? We're seeing the Sage pick on attack of Haven. They switch up there, not on their comfy agents of Benji, Cypher, Rian, Sova. That's a switch up. So is it going to work out? The last change they did was Lotus. They changed their comps coming into this. They changed who's on which role. It wasn't working out for them. They ditched the Lotus. They pick up the Haven. They know it's going to be played. They do a massive switch up. They need to get the first 6 rounds here. It needs to be defined.
Yeah, this legacy is now tantalizingly close for both of these sides, and it's survival here. Sentinels on the defending side, Heretics on the attack. The comp switch up is something to note, and it's pacey. Straight towards B, we've got a plant from the offset, and I think that's going to be in play, denied. The breach util going to keep that in place and put Boo's body on the line.
Can't get out.
Oh, and they're still fighting for that space, Josh. They've already taken over the site here. A little bit of a flash to come. They've got to swing here. They've got to clear that back line. Zekken going to be flashed up. It's Minibu to take him down. Time being bought on the spike. You can see the util coming in. That's another problem. Another couple of precious seconds. John QT, if he wants to break that back line, he's got to get a move on. You're right, the turret should note him, but it's chaotic. For the time, there's going to be so little left now. They've got to make a go of this sooner rather than later. Zelsis, Sarsi, quick back-to-back, but time is ticking. Tens takes away Benji, and it's close. But they've got it, first round to Sentinels.
What a big start for Sentinels as well. They're so good when it comes to these retakes. They start with their gamble stacks. They don't budge until they are needed to. But that first breach aftershock to stop that wingman from getting that spike planted, those were the crucial few seconds that set the tone. And Team Heretics, they're picking the Sage for a reason. They want to get in, they want to use these walls and these slows to disrupt Zekken's retakes as that Neon. He can't sprint in for free. But Sentinels, They're so good to the last millisecond.
Now we do have the two classics, Benji with one, Miniboo the other. For Sentinels, you want to see this clean. Don't really want to be suffering losses here. Miniboo looking again, pressuring towards his B site. Whoa!
That's a big pick.
Huge shot from Miniboo, and that's so early in the round.
They can wait, they can get that heal off. Boo can heal his little brother up, literally. Try to figure out where that next action is. See if Sentinels decides to slip up here.
But what do they have to clear 10s? That's what I'm looking for. You still got Dizzy, you got
That
some
shot.
wingman action, but you got to clear this, man. You got to respect it, and they're eyeing this up. I'm terrified. If they walk around this corner to 10s, they could be left in tatters.
Honestly, a pause and a re-hit to B would probably be the best course of action here. Will they do it, though, is a different question. They have that wall still. And they have those Sheriffs to walk in, that contact in. They don't even have to use their abilities.
And I'm looking at John QT, whose eyes are already towards this. He's the one shouldering off of that C connector, waiting for contact. Smoke did just get put towards Garage, and I think Tense is going exploring, but there will be the turret there in play. Once again, going for the plant from the wingman, this time nothing to deny it. They have the plant, they have the time, they have the bodies, but do they have the wherewithal to deal with Sen? They have the weaponry here, Josh. By all means, they still overpower Heretics.
This is still, they wait patiently before they start actually moving in. Try to make sure that they're grouped up, wait out the smokes, and then they move together. Here comes the strike, out the A-Link right now. Will they see him top site though?
Boo, he was pinged out. John QT seems so aware. Finally removes Boo, and now gets towards trying to deal with that spike. Beautiful from Tens. And wrapped in a bow by Sarsi, unaffected by the pressure. Sentinels take a second step.
When we look at a team like Heretics, Sunset, one of their better maps, is basically sit in B main, get the spam battle off on that spike defuse. Haven B site is set up almost the exact same way, where you can take these mid fights, window fights, you can get these late flanks from Garage. Sentinels is doing a pretty good job, granted. First round was pistol, this was an anti-eco that they convert.
I thought he was one, but he got healed, so I just body shot and knifed out.
They'll hold their gamble stacks and play their retakes. So Heretics, they need to make sure that they're not afraid and they don't give Sentinels too much respect. Get in their faces and disrupt them a bit. First gun round coming out here, though. It's going to set the tone.
And they feel so precious when you have these rifles. You feel so worried that you might lose out. Fantastic scam, but a limited connection from Zekken. Going to have to fall away towards long, but they try and take the space here early on. Heal's already used up. Miniboo on the receiving end of that early damage.
And a pause from Heretics. A crucial difference between the two teams here is that what Team Heretics likes to do is move together as a pack of 4 or 5 players and go and do a just mass dump util everywhere. Take the site, plant. They're going to get the site for free. Again, it's about this retake, though. How are they going to jam Sentinels, prevent them from getting here? The flank already coming in from A. This is going to be a lot of pressure onto Benji. He needs to go big here, as the rest of the team still in the site, peeling off ever so slightly.
And this guy used to be clutch. Has he still got that capability? Cleaned out in a heartbeat. Sarsi breaks the back line, and suddenly the floodgates are open. That's problems for Miniboo. That's problems for Rienz. The gap is closing, the net is closing, and Miniboo looks a little shaken here, and he gets put down. Zekken slides through him. And now they're being overwhelmed. There's nowhere to fall back to. There's nowhere feeling safe. You're going to need a big round from Rienz, and he doesn't have even a chance. Zekken is doing damage this time. Sentinels proving it. They don't even need the better weapons. They just needed the bodies, and they have 5 alive. It's down to the wire, and he's got it!
.64. Sentinels has been flawless this half so far. Team Heretics crumbling a little bit. Maybe an early timeout coming in. These coaches have so much impact for this team, but what Heretics needs to do is they cannot lose that first fight. Benji going down there was the difference maker. Opens up the floodgates, as you said, and now everyone's coming in from the backlines. Team Heretics, they don't know which way to look, front or back. They need to set the tone and push forward. Miniboo needs to be the spear, the tip of the spear.
We talk about momentum when it comes to Sentinels, and you know, once they get that in their favor, it's almost unstoppable. It's very hard to quell that, to break that. Very few teams have that accolade against them. If you're watching Heretics so far, they've looked a little bit shaky to start with. I think that's a fair assessment. Couple of shots going here and there, these high-tempo hits. Yeah, they've been getting the site, but as you said, that retake has been elusive for them. For now, though, in this round, we've got Sheriffs out and Stingers. This isn't going to be one that you're going to be calling home about, but what a switch it would be for Heretics if they could actually do some damage now.
This insert from TenZ down at the C cubby is what I look to. We're looking at a massive read from Sentinels here. Already 3.5 players towards that C site. It's only Saucy down towards A, looking at that long line. Heretics, though, they don't do these audibles that well, but this push, the timing.
It might just start and end with TenZ. This round could be all for nothing. The one-way goes up. He's got him locked down in there. Paranoia primed. He knows exactly where the split's coming in from. Smoke goes up. This round's done. The threat was nullified the second they ran into TenZ.
A little bit of damage here there could be good, but it's not happening right now. Okay.
All right, Boo, that's nice. Gonna need a lot more, though. And he's pretty much surrounded here. The slow eventual creep as well from Saucy closing that gap in. John QT just sitting a little bit safer on the corner. Lovely. Well handled, a little bit of a threat, but TenZ won them that round what felt like a minute ago.
Not just TenZ, though. Great timing on that push, gets those 2 kills. But look at how Heretics is setting up, though. Omen's got the smoke in their hand, Killjoy got the molly in their hands. They're trying to set up these elaborate plays. And when we get to the opposite side, Sentinels goes on that attack, you'll notice that they're only really setting up these small 2 or 3-man plays, trying to do these small incremental things to take the site control. They're not trying to full 5-man util dump on a site. Another thing, though, is they don't budge. They win the rounds just so easily.
Yeah.
They know next round, we're going to defend C.
And we've been talking about TenZ a fair amount, and I think touching base now during this Heretics timeout, I do have to note he's off to a flying start. 5-0 so far. I wouldn't say he'd had the biggest impact in the tournament to this point, but put the man on the stage and he seems to thrive. But for Heretics, stepping onto this stage has seemed to be a bit of an issue for them so far. It feels like they're not off those starting blocks.
They definitely aren't off the starting blocks. We're seeing that in some of the duels they took, Miniboo and Benji on that round 3, for example. They need to do way better than that. One of the things I'm looking forward to, though, is beyond the fact that Heretics crafted this composition to stop Sentinels, right now, you mentioned it before, Sentinels, their momentum picks up when they start winning these rounds, stringing them together. It's not like... Yes, they are good at that, but what Sentinels is really good at is when they're down and they find that little way in to, you know, break through. They win on an eco, they win an unwinnable 1 versus 4. That's what really propels them forward. Right now, it's no contest. All of the players on Sentinels are fighting back. Nobody from Team Heretics, really. We see a couple kills, like 2 kills on Boo, 2 kills on Miniboo, 0 for the rest. They're not on. Maybe this timeout was used just to calm them down a bit, maybe.
Oh! Excuse me?
Okay.
Thank you, observers. Appreciate you, yeah. But Miniboo didn't get his reward. And look at the space already filled by Zekken. He's already going to be able to control all of this area. Yes, Saucy got spotted, but that's nothing. He got himself alive. Yeah, took a little bit of damage, but that's fine. All of that and no reward.
Sentinels probably just happy where they are, waiting for Team Heretics to come back into them. TenZ, once he sees that C hits coming, he's probably going to back off and wait for that triple flank to come. It's Killjoy here. There's no tripwire. It's just the turret and the alarm bot. Easily bypassable, but Heretics just going to walk into a free site, and it's all on that flank. And how is Heretics going to press forwards and deal with that retake? Are they going to sit back, get split from different directions, or are they going to get in their faces right now? Benji already in garage here. They need to reinforce the spawn, the garage lines, and get ready to push forwards. But Sentinels actually opts not to go for that flank. They're coming all through spawn. This thrash from Rians, that's what I look to.
Yeah, huge ult could start this off them. Heretics are desperate for a round here. The paranoia goes in, and as does Zekken. Contained, captured, and taken down. Rien's looking for a little bit more timing here. Invest Mosh towards CT. Woot finds TenZ. They've divided, and maybe they've conquered. Beautiful from Rien's on the follow-up. This is much better, much more composed. Breaking down Sentinels bit by bit, and suddenly only 1 man left alive is Zelsis. Clean work there, Josh.
You take away all the names, take away the HUD from this round and round 1, round 3. I wouldn't even think it's the same team. Team Heretics looked completely revamped this round. They took a timeout. They go for the early fight with that Sage wall up at A main. They don't get it. They walk into C site, but it's how they deal with this retake coming in. The way that they use that thrash on that timing, the mosh to follow up, and they're fighting together, and they're reinforcing each other, pivoting from that garage tunnel to help garage, help spawn flood. very different look from Team Heretics.
And they needed that. Now it would be a miss to not note the ults coming online here. TenZ, how do you want to handle this? It's a big pressure play up towards C, and he's stuck here, and he stands. He got caught up that time. Minibu the one to connect towards him. They've taken down the tip of the spear, but John QT, the backbone of the Sentinel's side, still trying to do damage. He did a whole lot. He did the best he could, but Heretics again hold the site. The wall goes towards Garage. They've got the res if they feel it's required. Zekken still stands with the ult. Zelsis not too far away. Dealt with again. Heretics seeming to really come alive now. Out of nowhere, they're finding this form. This C site seeming to be maybe what they were looking for. The ult as well. I mean, Saci better swing on this one. It's basically on him. They can't make the most of the ult that just came through. Not sure if that was the right investment here from Zelsis. One to the right, 2 down long. They're giving him no quarter, no chance. Zelsis can try as he might, but he's surrounded. There's no fight that he can truly win here. The bigger picture, that spike that's ticking away. And Wu just needs to do the dance, and he's doing it well, buying precious time for Benji, who's standing and waiting. Heretics have found an answer. They found a cure for their ills.
Back-to-back hits on that C site, and TenZ, he had the good stall with the Paranoia, but misses his chance, his opportunity on Minibu, who actually catches him paranoid, barely saw him at the edge of that Paranoia. And once that floodgate was open, it's all on John QT. If he can get more than one there, different story. But because he goes down, I mean, that's just such a big investment from Sentinels using that Rolling Thunder, not coming out with a round win. Team Heretics crawling back round by round.
And it's caused a timeout. Sentinels have felt enough of a switch here that it's time to check back in. An early timeout as well. They're normally quite reserved for when they call them. We know that that momentum shift is very much in the playbook. Sentinels are very aware. But maybe it is the right time to touch base. Heretics clearly adjusted something during the timeout, 2 consecutive rounds, and there's a lot of ults on the Heretics side here as well. You've got the TP, yeah, with Wood, but you've still got the Showstopper, you've still got that res there. They're only 2 away from the lockdown, and that was a lot of ults invested from Sentinels for 0 reward.
Not only that, but now we're getting to the point where if Team Heretics is able to pick up another round here, Sentinels is looking at maybe potentially having to do a save here. The good news is they have economy for this round, including op economy. And if they're really able to get an early pickoff here, that can snowball things. Res in play, Team Heretics can pick up their lost soldier. But right now, I mean, I could definitely see a pace change from Team Heretics here. We've seen them go quick towards B. They have that Omen ultimate. They have that Showstopper. That's what I look to here. Are they going to go fast again? Really keep the pressure on right now off the back of the momentum of these 2 rounds? Or Sentinel's going to be able to crawl back and stop them?
Now, I'm looking at that operator in play. I'm looking at TenZ here. Can he be the one? But you're right. The pace change is apparent. Right back towards B, right up the guts. Heretics instantly investing that Showstopper. Trying to hold back any sort of pre-take, but plants in. And SEN aren't really wanting to investigate this too early, and rightly so.
No flank this time. Wall up for A main. That's going to take a little bit of time to chip down. Off also for this retake at B. Not ideal.
No, this is going to be incredibly difficult. 3 through that C connector side. Boo, the wall gets broken, so he has to respect it. Back away. Zekken going to take the space that's been given. They're starting to clear house, but there's the TP. TenZ has to try and find the play towards window. That's a pixel. He knows it. Can he find it? There's still pressure on the side. They've got to find a body, and he does! Takes away Benji. Backline open. Paranoia sent. Wu denies Saci. Good trade for Zekken. Trying to step down towards middle tonight! Huge from Rienz! When Heretics needed him, he stood his ground and got them up to 3.
When we look to Rienz, we know that he delivers this. Normally it's on Sova. We look to him to be on the maps where he gets to play Sova. He's in these late round situations after he uses his drone, his dart, and he closes it out so frequently for them. If it's not him, it's Benji. But here, he goes big. Oh my god, it was down to a sliver almost with the amount of diffuse left. Sentinels almost stealing that away, but big. That's 3 in a row for Team Heretics, and Sentinels, they still have a little bit of economy, but they're bleeding these rounds out.
The timeout worked for Heretics, and even Sentinels' timeout worked for them again. The pace change was divine. Ult back in play so quickly for Rienz, and he's identified players, but Zekken cleared in a heartbeat. Minibu quick as lightning, takes him away, and the site is 1 out. Heretics have what they want here. There's no lurk on the way, no, I guess, flank coming in, but they've got everything they require, and once again we rinse, we repeat. The wall goes up. They get ready to sit into this post plant.
Still one more slow on Boo. So once this wall gets broken down, once the stun comes off cooldown, they start using the aftershock and comboing it with the fault line here. That slow comes in. Thrash also for Rians. Sentinels realizes what's going on and they're backing out. Thrash still used preemptively, waiting for, expecting and anticipating this retake, but Sentinels realizes what's going on, what the name of the game is right now. They've lost the sight. Team Heretics, very pacey. Normally we see them maybe taking a little bit of map control first, waiting, pausing, going
Slow,
on that second
steady.
interval.
Yep.
Around that 1 minute mark is when they're grouped, gathered, hit by 50 seconds. But now it's the first full motion, swinging all the way through into the sights.
And if we kind of pause here ourselves for a second and kind of consider this, we were discussing this veto at the very start, Josh, how this feels indicative that there had to have been change amongst Heretics. You would not walk into this veto without a plan. We are seeing a very new look Heretics here.
This is a very different look. I mean, we talked about it a little bit with when it comes to Lotus. They made those changes coming into Champs. It wasn't working. They scrap it.
Yeah.
Honestly, it makes sense. We looked at Icebox as the pick from Heretics. Notably, one of their worst maps, if not their worst, outside of Ascent, which was their permanent ban, and now they're picking it. It makes me wonder what they've cooked up on that map as well, now that we're seeing 4 rounds in a row for them and looking revitalized after that timeout.
Yeah, this is... it feels like a different team. But I'm looking at Zekken walking middle here. Miniboo, hopefully he doesn't tunnel vision towards this because could get caught out this time. Sassy is going to be at least kept back. I like this for the control towards A-Long. We know that Sassy does like to try and take towards that. They now know about it. And they pause.
This is tough. This type of situation when you don't have that Cypher trips up, when you can't really clear mid. Normally that turret can spot someone walking down middle. It's in a really passive spot. It spots Garage. The alarm bot on that C means that it's not watching A, it's not watching that window. So Zekken could be able to hear all the noise that's happening. Here are the rotations back and forth between A and C right now. But if it's a shift walk, if Team Heretic slowly moves, yes, this camera can spot them early. Yes, these traps will get that information and allow that rotation to come in. But still, the slows are in play here. 2 smokes, Paranoia, so much retake utility. It could be a pre-take. It could be a fast one. Breach, Sova, you guys are still on A site. You gotta have to move soon.
Yeah, here's the committed approach towards C. Looking to see if anyone tries to get a shot. I think maybe just John QT eyeing up to see if anyone gets caught.
Oh no.
That's outrageous. Takes down John QT, who thought he was set up for success. Not the case. It's 5 standing for Heretics. You're looking at the flank and they still have the util here. Benji, if he falls, then suddenly the floodgates could open. But he stands. Hunter's Fury from downtown. That's the connection though. That's gonna be Rien's removed. And trying to set up safe passage forward, but it's Benji to find 10s. Trade comes in. Zekken looking to close the gap though. Lockdown in play. Beautiful from Zekken. Miniboo answers back though towards CT. Back and forth, but right now it's falling in favor of Heretics as Sassy, the last one alive, can do nothing but die. Heretics are in control.
That is 5 rounds in a row for Team Heretics. They have not dropped the beat, and all of them are punching back. We talked about 2 kills for Miniboo, 2 kills for Boo, and none for the rest of the team. Guess what? Everyone's on the board right now. Everyone's got impact in their own moments. The fact that John QT couldn't capitalize on that spam kill with the trip through the smoke, and he actually instead gets taken out, that is just so devastating for Sentinels. And a second timeout in 1 half. Round 7, round 10. This is, like, you don't burn this unless you feel like if you can't get a grasp of the game right now, it's going to slip away from you. They need to have a way to stop Team Heretics right now. Team Heretics going fast. Sentinels, you're playing really split 2-1-2. How are you going to get ahead of what's happening? Maybe more gamble stacks. They're good at that. But the problem is, if Team Heretics picks the right site, you have a 5-on-5 retake. Those Sage walls and slows are killing you right now.
They absolutely are. And again, you got to roll your mind back. Last time these two met, it was a bitter loss in Madrid for Heretics, sending them to their deaths eventually against PRX. First time that they ever truly met. Devastating for them. All that potential we discussed at the start of the year, and it went up in smoke. Now they bounded back. We saw what happened eventually once they made it through towards Shanghai. But still, this team has suffered at Sentinel's hands. But as said, those 5 rounds, Josh, they are impact to say the least.
I'd go a step beyond that as well.
Go for it.
Look at a couple of the rounds that Sentinels won. The pistol round and the bonus round, round 3. It came down pretty close within a matter of a couple of seconds.
Fuses, yeah.
These are very close to fuses. Had things gone slightly different, we might be seeing something like an 8-0, like a
really
8-1
heavy
right now.
Really heavy. Okay, still a buy here, though. The only caveat to that going to be John QT. He wants that full util as best he can. So Guardian in hand. Still has his ult, as does TenZ. Not massive impact off the back of it. Rez still in play as well.
And a pace change from Team Heretics. They've been going quick. They got the back of these last 5 rounds.
But Zekken is still Zekken. There's still danger. That Rez gets burned. They're back up to 5. But he wants another bite of the cherry. He fancies another go at this. He's so close. Went towards Sue. He's still got Sassy on long, so if they cross, that will be go. Mini Boo! Just pries him out of there. The can opener for Heretics now. And Zekken has to respect that. Suddenly, A feels vulnerable. He can't sit on that island alone any longer.
Now Team the Heretics, they have the control of the map. They have that turret locking down middle. Sure, they don't know much about C, but right now Sentinels taking that gamble stack. They're reinforcing the site where they lost one of their players. Right now, if Team Heretics goes into this, this is the best chance that Sentinels has to get back into this game. Paranoia already set up for long here. Zekken, first one was free. Is the second one. Full site exec. This is so typical of Team Heretics. They're waiting for that second smoke to come off cooldown. They pop them both. Paranoia, paint shells, everything's coming in.
Yeah, Dizzy gonna set this one through. Zelsis, TenZ in danger, in trouble. Zekken still fighting the good fight for Sentinel, still holding his ground. TenZ dives head first, takes away 2. They're getting no access this time. Wall goes up, but the timing's just not gonna be there. Boo would have to pull off something like a miracle, and it doesn't happen if you go to Zekken's site. He has been the impact player for Sentinels. They needed him that round.
Off the back of a timeout, Sentinels pulls out another win. Do I think it was as a result of that timeout? Maybe not. What I see happening here, and this is what we see as the difference between these two teams, is that Team Heretics, they get that early kill, they sit, they wait 20, 30 seconds. They're hoping that the other team makes a mistake, pushes, or overreacts and rotates the wrong spot. Sentinels, when they get to their attack side, they know how to manipulate the rotations to make the defenders go exactly where they want. Team Heretics goes into the stack.
And it's pacey this time. John QT and TenZ going to be having to stand and deliver. You could maybe take a TP out, but they want to take the fight here. Paranoia primed. TenZ looking to maybe set him up here, but no one can swing on this one. TP to the back. John QT finds. Hack comes in. TenZ finds Rienz. They're holding the line. They're keeping their kingdom safe. Finally, Sentinels hold this C site as Benji falls. Sentinels onto back.
Back to back for Sentinels, and now they're getting back in control in the driver's seat. One more round remains in this half right now, and that first few rounds were going in the way of Sentinels. Heretics bite back with 5 in a row. They do the paciness for most of those. It's working. They slow down one round. It doesn't work. They go fast again. But Sentinels, once you give them an inch, they take that mile. And now, scores closed down to 1 round gap.
Yeah, we're getting there now.
Yeah, see? Just disrespect it.
Disrespect it.
There
That's
it
going
is.
to be the name of the game.
It's a reminder of who they are. Sentinels, the team that you can't really doubt when it comes to it. But can Heretics give them that reminder? Can they put them back in place? TenZ showing off now. Picks up the quick pick on Boo. And then readjusts, repositions. The younger brother wants to walk in those footsteps. Maybe feel advised against it. It's now with those 4 players standing. What do they do now?
Sage down, there's no wall. IGL gets to spectate, micromanage a little bit more. A little bit of map control here. We haven't seen the side of Team Heretics yet. It's been these 5-man hits over and over again. But softening up that garage area, that front B area, pulls all of the Sentinel players over there. But again, Sentinels, they're stacked towards B, and Heretics is primed to go in here. The showstopper, Miniboo, needs to land it on TenZ, otherwise this could be disastrous for these guys.
Could be waiting, poised, prowling above. He knows what's coming. Oh, he couldn't get away from that Miniboo. Starts things off with a bang. Takes B to himself, but look at the back of the side. John QT's still here. They have no idea. Zekken now tries to run around, keep them on their toes. Heretics being forced around and a quick pivot. You're right, Josh. That spike's heading towards C.
30 seconds
They're making noise. They have an inkling about Miniboo here. He's going to go down, but still 3 versus 3 on this post plant right now.
Still game on. Plant is in. Time's on their side. Held towards CT. Sentinels don't have that safe step back. Looking to maybe pivot through Garage themselves. Sassy just trying to keep attention, keep check on anyone trying to close the gap. The one-way cuts off the route, and now they can focus on Garage. The crossfire looks heaven sent. How do you get around it?
The slide needs to happen.
Zekken could. There's a chance here. Rienz basically could deny this, as could Benji. The time ticking. They got to make a move right here, right now. The timing is perfect. The synergy is off the charts, and Sentinels are never out of it!
Unbelievable work from Sentinels. They're waiting the time of that one way out. As soon as it goes down, Saucy sends the dart in, and the player to turn around and break that shows his back to Zekken. Zekken stabs him in the back, gets that slide off of cooldown, is able to bypass that second player, and able to close out the round on that third kill. Again, Sentinels, 3 versus 3. I mean, it was a 3 versus 4 there. That Miniboo kill happening. Maybe a sign of Miniboo not understanding how he should sit there and wait for his team to develop the next play. But again, huge to close out the half.
That synergy was just amazing. Love that. Absolutely love that. But if you like Heretics, there's a man you'll want to hear from right now. Is Patatek with Jen.
Hi guys, Jen Lee here with Patatek. 파티텍 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 어떻게 지냈는지부터 물어보도록 할게요. Long time no see, Patatek. What have you been up to?
I've just been sitting at home, playing ranked, streaming, and just chilling, waiting for a team to pick me up.
I vouch for you. Best player in the world. 일단 집에서 좀 앉아서 랭크도 돌리고 좀 열심히 하면서 팀을 구하고 있다고 합니다. 연락 많이 주셨으면 좋겠다고 얘기를 하는데 헤리틱스가 사실 파티텍 선수에게 고마워하면서 오늘 좀 선수들에게 서프라이즈로 파티텍 선수를 초청했다고 얘기를 하는데요. 이렇게 팀원들 보면서 어떤 마음이 드는지도 물어보도록 할게요. Now, Heretics invited you over, flew in as a surprise to the boys, because you're very much part of the success that they're having, as much as the other guys up there. So what's it like rooting for them and watching them play today?
I just pray for the win for Heretics. As I said on my stream, they're gonna win the whole thing. And when it comes to watching them play, it's just insane, I just imagine myself to be on the stage one day, but I came here and I'm gonna support my boys to win the whole thing.
Your time will come, for sure. 먼저 스트리밍 할 때 얘기를 했듯이 헤레틱스가 우승을 할 것 같고 그리고 정말 떨리는 마음으로 보고 있는데 본인도 이런 스테이지에 올라와서 언젠가는 챔피언스 무대에서 좀 경기를 멋지게 펼치고 싶지만 자신의 시간이 올 때까지는 좀 더 기다려야 할 것 같고 그냥 팀원들이 계속해서 잘해줬으면 좋겠다고 얘기했습니다. Thank you, Patatek.
Thank you.
Lastly, predictions today.
2-1 for Heretics.
오늘 2대1 예상한다고 얘기를 했습니다. 헤레틱스 승리. Okay, back we go.
Thank you.
What a first half we had there, 7-5, and it was swings and roundabouts. Josh, both teams runs, 4 rounds in a row, 5 rounds in a row, and then a strong close from SEN. It feels like this is still anyone's game.
Both teams right now delivering the goods in their own respect. It's on Team Heretics now, though. They get to go in their defense side. They're really good on their defense because of their retakes, but they've cooked up a new comp. So I look to how they've changed that. Do they do something different with the rotations, with the gamble stacks?
Speaking of, Josh, there's a gamble stack in play from the very get-go. 3 players dedicated towards this C side. Miniboo the one with the Sheriff there. You could hear that rattling off in the distance. And a quick close clear for Sarsi. Just going to be having a look, even spotting Woot. So again, you're getting a little bit of a read of what's going on here potentially, but Sentinels seem reticent in their approach. They want to carry on here. They fancy going into this one. The paranoia might have slowed them down. The counter can't be capitalized on yet. And now it's standoff. Do they really want to go through with this?
This is where the situations, when the rounds get to simmer like this, Sentinels does so well at picking where they want to go. Heretics peeling off, getting out of the site. They're going to reclear Garage first for this retake.
Yeah, I'm looking at John QT waiting there. His eyes are still on it. Miniboo, though, with some pace. Belting shot from John QT. But now there's too many. Tens, you can't really back away. He just about makes it out with the help of Zekken. But they do have the plant down. Sarsi going to try and be the kind of, I guess, the one to put a full stop to the round if they did go back through Garage. But he sees nothing. Sets them up to focus towards CT. 2 players waiting in the smoke, and look at that deadly little duo. You don't want that. You don't want that. It's Tens all day. Oh,
Go for the knife.
Do it. Why not? Why not? It is you, Tens. He's him. He's absolutely him. Give him a pistol, and he'll get you around.
That Sentinels classic right click.
There's something about it, man.
Something juicy.
Look at this.
Stopping them, and we heard it in the soundbite before from Tens. Disrespect them. This is how you do it. This is what Heretics needed to do to Sentinels. Get in their faces and just pump them full of lead.
Sorry
there.
if I punched your arm. Sorry if I punched you.
Yeah, he's getting into it. He's feeling it, immersed.
Dude, it's tens. He is a big game player. That is what you want to be seeing. There's the impact off the back. But remember the first half. It started really well for Sentinels. The timeout hit, and Sentinels burned both of their timeouts in that first half. Heretics still, I believe, have that option available. So it's not over yet. This is just a good beginning. But with the lead on the half, it certainly makes that scoreline look a little scarier now.
When I looked at this game, I'm thinking, Haven, how many rounds realistically does Heretics need on that attack side for them to be able to comfortably close it out? I'm thinking 6, maybe 5 if they don't get pistol round. But losing the second pistol round as well, that's going to make things very difficult. And Sentinels, we're going to see why they picked this map right now. They start with that orb control. They get John QT here. 4 of them move together towards A. And look at the map. Team Heretics has 4 on that A site, and C site is open for the taking. Sentinels, a free round.
Yeah, that's lovely. They'll be happy with that. Managing to navigate all the potential dangers. Again, there were a couple of sheriffs in play. This wasn't like it wasn't without a little bit of threat. So Santi looking to farm here. Nice opportunity for him. Lovely. Quick 2 kills. Again, only against pistols, so no need to lose your minds just yet. But you can see Zekken here maybe with his opportunity to get some ult orbs building. Oof. Okay, or not. My bad. Sorry, Zekken. Any more? Can they cost them much? Again, this is quite an invested round. The 2 SMGs are still there, but it's that Bulldog, that Phantom you don't want to see being lost, really. Trying to slip away a little bit.
Last-ditch effort. Try to take anyone down with them.
Don't think you can get much more. Nice try. Not to be. Sentinels, 4 standing. They should be happy with what they've been able to do there. A very clean early start to the round as well, navigating all that potential danger.
That was a big difference that we didn't see that side from Team Heretics, of depositing players and having them as callback options. Everything was all in, and as soon as they start trying to go towards one site, they have to commit to it. There's no way for them to fall back. But Sentinels,
I like when you call me
we're going to see this
Pooksack.
constantly of the callbacks from John QT, especially saying, hey, come back. This site's free. Hey, I think they've overstacked there. Team Heretics, they want to be able to catch back up to Sentinels. This is going to be a big round for these guys.
Miniboo, right place, maybe right time. How far does he try and investigate on this? Boo doing similar things down towards long, but again, this is the bonus round for Sentinels.
Drone and camera invested. Spots 2. You don't know where the other 3 players are right now.
Chomping at the bit there, like he wanted in.
See if they had an opening. But still, I see a couple of Spectres here, so maybe closing the gap at B through Garage, getting, just like if you get into C site and you have players in Garage and Garage window, getting those flanks, stopping that rotation, that's so difficult to go through. B, dangerous with that wall and the wingman.
Yep, waiting to see when the alarm bot gets triggered.
It's a fake. I've seen this before. They're going to send Zekken in. They're going to take all this pressure, but it's going to be a C split through Garage and Zekken. The pressure was made. He kept his life. He didn't destroy that alarm bot, though. That alarm bot and the turret still being up. This setup from Team Heretics, that triangle, Bermuda Triangle, Sentinels is going to disappear in it, but 30 seconds left.
They're running low on time. They've got to commit somewhere. Are they opting to go back towards A? The walls should be dropping, I imagine, soonish. I don't quite know when it was fully invested, but still, finally they clear the alarm bot. But that's late. Wall's still there.
Breaking now, but the slow.
And there it is. Time, 20 seconds. They're running so low here. Sentinels need to make something happen. They've got to try and face the music. Miniboo gets away with robbery. Boo then swings! Back to back impact for Boo. Leaving just John QT irrelevant to the round as Heretics make it past the first big threat here. It was their buy round. It was the bonus from Sentinels, but the way they approached that, Josh, they missed a beat on that. The alarm bot's still there. The turret and garage. There was security for Heretics the whole way through.
Sentinels is usually so much better with those fundamentals, breaking all the alarm bots, getting exactly what they want to manipulate the rotation. And for the most part, it still worked. Yes, it got a little bit low on time. You get nervous when you see that clock ticking down, but that's still enough. That's 10 seconds that you have to take out 2 players and get the spike planted. You can do that. That's loads of time as long as you don't freak out. But Miniboo and Boo coming together through smokes and getting the shots, the kills they got in that fashion, unreal.
Here we go again. Now we get into the fun of it. John QT still down though on the SMG. Not ideal.
I like how loose Team Heretics is getting right now, though. They don't normally get this loose, these players especially. We saw on Boo, on Fade, on Lotus maybe. He's taking this deep line towards A right now.
And the adjusted turret as well for Benji, not letting them even get to spam that, trying to remove that easily. That's still in play deeper on C, yes, but still serves its purpose, especially with Rien's keeping control here. They're going to hear all this, they're going to see all this. That's at least 2 players noted off. Just Dizzy and Benji backfilling this. This could be perfect from Benji.
No.
Pulled the trigger on the first. I thought he could have waited a touch longer, but no. We're getting to 50 seconds, and they don't have a full foothold on either site. Pressuring Garage short with the double stack on long. You're right, Heretics taking some more gambles, getting a little bit more risky here.
This is a huge bait and switch step as well. If Boo's able to get one, get away with his life, or even just make them look towards him, take out that drone and get away. Mini Boo.
He got John QT.
He got John QT.
And they have no idea about Mini Boo. This is everything they dreamed of, but still, the plan needs to happen. 25 seconds.
And once Boo shows himself towards A link here, they won't expect Mini Boo at all.
It's a full.
John QT's dead.
Surely, right? Surely, there's no way.
They push through. This is good from Sentinels. They're alleviating pressure.
And it's Woot who has no idea. He has no idea. Now he does, as if he still gets 10s. But they've made something out of nothing. A 2v3 is still doable.
Mini Boo.
Rez on Boo, but the timing on Mini Boo should be the death of Sassy, and it is. All on Zelsis.
Rez as well.
The salesman or the soldier, let's find out. But now he falls. Mini Boo there. They are playing this so well, Josh. I can't stress it enough. We are seeing Heretics get loose, getting the reads, getting the feel of this game, and playing out of their normal style.
Their normal style being that very passive, let you take the site, they come in for that retake. Right now, getting that space on A, getting in their faces a little bit, but also, even when you think that there's no way they're gonna get a kill, stunned, it doesn't do anything to them.
Medic.
Yeah, it's all cosmetic. Zelsis shouldn't even use this. It's not affecting them. I've seen so many, at least 3 or 4 different kills, concussed players from Team Heretics, putting them down and converting these rounds. Sentinels 9-7 with both pistols. The gap is closing again.
If you're a Sentinels fan, you are eyeing up this round. This has to be a big impact round for them. Heretics finding success back-to-back here. Mini Boo, ult in play, and that's the site they lean towards. Caution has to be aired. They're all going to be invested over towards Sewer, but it gives them a nice angle towards long.
You note the time, that's 45 seconds, it's going to break. You see how Zekken's sitting here with 10s. They're waiting here for any regress at long, but what's going to happen is the fake's going to come in from Sentinels. They're going to put a lot of pressure, maybe even tap the spike in that B site. They're going to go back and hit that A site on that timing. It's got to be the play. 10s has that ultimate as well. Get that info, create that pressure, break that alarm bot though. John QT, there you go.
Okay.
And here comes the next step of this fake.
Yeah, starting to put the question marks around the map here, giving themselves options, but this time a different look towards Garage. That's 2 players. They want to work off that Dizzy if they decide to invest. And it's getting tense now.
Wall breaks.
Smoke goes back up towards B.
Showstopper still on Mini Boo, and he's on top of that Sewers box. Trying to get this fake off. They still have a stun. Full abilities on Zelsis. Add it with a stun, a smoke. Try to create this pressure, but it might not be enough.
25 seconds, they slowly creep, they can disrespect the smoke, they're going to give away the game a touch here. Now, Mini Boo decides to move.
20 seconds.
Where are they going? Back towards B. At this point, they're walking into the unknown.
They can
a
ult
TP,
him.
where's he off to? Over towards B. Going to try and quickly get that plant secured by Zelsis.
10 seconds left.
Spikes down. He's done his job. 10s gets out of danger. And now the bedlam begins. Boo, you nasty boy, waiting. Checks to make sure there was no one else here. Waits. This is a dangerous game to play in an arena, folks. That's a dangerous game! The crowd honoring. But that could have gone completely haywire. But a 5v4 now. Advantage towards Heretics, but they still have to try and break the backbone of Sentinels. And 10 still stands. Zekken gonna get one. Time now ticking, the defuse halfway. John QT holds the line. Oh, so close!
Rien's one around there, 1v3 or a 3K at least. Here, John QT, couple bullets in the smoke, no problem. Team Heretics trying to stick that, but still so well played from Sentinels. You can see how they set this round up so far in advance. They knew wall is breaking at 45. We softened them up at B. We softened them up at Garage. We softened them up at A right after. And guess what? It's going to leave a hole in B. We're going to ultimate there with Omen, get that spike planted, and play out this round. This mid-round adaptation, the on-the-fly calls from Sentinels are so good.
Heating up here now. Might have a game on our hands.
They abandon this elaborate back and forth. They're just grouping and ready to hit right now.
I mean, you look at the ults, they've got so many. Sassy one away from having Hunter's Fury as well. They've got so much of what they need for this. Sentinels should be so easily securing C as they do. It wasn't particularly held by Heretics, sitting back a little bit deeper. Rien still does have his ult. Oh my god, you're lucky, Zelsis! He's the one to get caught by that. Benji playing back in through Garage. Clears out the first. That's one of the 3 ults gone. Rien's invests his. Already you can see that counter pressure. Sassy from all the way down C takes away Rien's. But Heretics clear the site. And you're right, the wall is still there. Does it get used? Looking to try and secure safety.
No
it
chance.
does. It's perfect work. Surely there's nothing to be done. They've got to wait and watch as Woon eviscerates them all.
Raising the bar, raising the walls, Team Heretics. And that's why earlier in the half when I was talking about how Sentinels was jamming them up at that spawn point, when TenZ was getting in their face, disrespecting them, this is the exact reason why. If you fall back to long C and play that spam battle, you will lose. There's a wingman, there's a wall. You need to get in their faces. Zelsis is going down, losing that Rolling Thunder. They can't push into Garage or spawn and disrupt Team Heretics' retake. Sentinels, 10 to 8 only.
Hold on, Zekin's gone down. We're looking at the hero with the gun, it's TenZ. And we know what this man can do, so pay attention.
Bro.
And it is straight up brawl, but Sentinels are winning. Maybe just stick to the classic, it seems to work so well. And a 3v3 in this situation, Zelsis has his ult, as does TenZ. They've got information on their whereabouts. And now they can let this simmer for a second. Zelsis even getting the upgrade.
So much time to let the round... Wait, TenZ just used his ultimate a couple rounds ago. How's he have it again?
It's TenZ, telling you.
The alarm bot,
but the timing. Gonna be able to clear that. He's gonna put a question mark to it. And look at where the other 2 are, Josh. They haven't even fully moved.
Team Heretics fights very hard on these rounds, but if they move together and 3-man flank, if it is an A hit here, they could get a lot of damage off. Still, they have that wall, they have that slow, and they have the Omen smokes. Great characters to have for this retake. But still, 3v3, Rolling Thunder and guns up for Sentinels. This is going to be difficult. Rolling Thunder, queued. That's going to let Team Heretics know. They're going to come for this retake. The Omen on the flank is going to be massive, especially if he uses his ultimate to get that info here. That is going to initiate.
He could move past the invested ult that John QT has in play, so he can still make some real threat happen without an early warner towards it. But we look towards the fight on CT, and TenZ has been instrumental in this round. He's down on 41 HP though, still has a smoke to play. Where does he opt for? Looking to be set up by Zelsis, and TenZ waiting. They got so close, but it's Woon closing the gap. Great shot. Oh, but TenZ, you gotta keep this man in mind. Perfect impact. He came in with the gun. Zekin was taken out in a second, and then that classic of all things was gonna do the damage.
That full-on brawl at A. Team Heretics not getting ahead of that to the likes of a classic. Zekin getting instantly taken out as well, but again, maybe getting a little bit too ahead of themselves, feeling themselves too much, getting too loose, potentially. Team Heretics, this is a side of them we haven't really seen before.
And this timeout is everything. Let's simmer it down, focus in here. If you weren't paying attention before, now you should. Heretics pumped the
Absolute
break
cinema.
At 11 to 8. Now, the money. The money is the issue here for Heretics. They're going to have to do basically what just happened to them back to Sentinels. But without the ult from Zekin, without that sort of tempo, they can. It looks like they can afford 1 rifle so far, Josh, and that's it.
That is not the round that you want to lose.
This could be 12.
This could be 12%. That is a bad round for Team Heretics to lose. Those are the rounds that Sentinels have been winning all event to get to this point here. It's been these big swing rounds where not only do they win, but they're at their disadvantage just in terms of economy. They're doing it with classics, popping whatever ultimates they could to make it work. Then not only do they win that round, but they're also able to pick up the following round because the economy on the other team isn't good enough to string together a proper buy. And here, a hero Vandal for Riens, the rest of them budgeting themselves to play for that OT. They know it's potentially likely it's going to be a 12-8, and they're going to have to crawl back and bring it to 12-12 unless Riens goes huge.
He's the only one to watch here, really. I mean, Heretics are good with those Sheriffs, but this is a lot to ask. Second, set into motion off the back of Zelsa's utility, at least to try and test towards A-Long. It's currently where Boo is playing. You're looking for where Riens is. We can see it, it's over towards C. Can they manage to slip past? Pixel spotted. Boo's not going to stick around much longer here. Can't really have that sort of fight.
It's going to be a period of time here where he can't watch both entrances. He's going to have to wall off one. Trying to hang on to that as long as he can. Sentinels creeping up, though. That gamble stack from Team Heretics still towards that C site here. Boo cannot instantly drop here.
Take flight. Boo's screwed, surely. I mean, he's been able to back away at least. That's something.
Right here, revealing area.
I don't know how he's still standing. And the support system's not moving. The rest of Heretics aren't falling for this, but it looks pretty much committed.
40 seconds left. Sentinels, all 5 players here. No real fallback
options. Is that
options.
A gap?
Not
no,
enough
I don't
to
think
move
so.
through.
I don't think so.
But still, I mean, it's just too much of an order for Boo to get. Just a classic in hand.
I mean, it's not even the Sentinels one, so he can't do enough. But Boo somehow has played his life as best he could, maybe hoping he'd deter them, maybe be enough to send them over towards C, but it's not the case. 12. Looking so likely. As Heretics have to do that long rotate back.
Right here.
Every step arduous on the way. They cause chaos now, though. 5 to find. And so little time to do it. And away we go. Sarsi instantly gets Benji, excuse me, Mini down. Hold on. Rien's still alive.
Maybe. Wingman's still in play.
Time, though, it's so low. Trying to swing off the back of the Wingman is a nice idea. But John QT, the mastermind behind Sentinels, not going to let this one slip. It's 12 in map 1 for Sen.
Rien's the man with the Vandal. Last to fall there. 10's 27 kills.
Huge.
Multiple times he's had his ultimate. But I need to highlight how he's getting to these kills. It's not like he's sitting in the back waiting for things to happen. He's
I love the
in their
composure.
faces.
Oh, he's an instigator.
Yeah, he understands his mission right now. Yes, he's Omen. Yes, he's on those smokes, but he's getting in the faces of Team Heretics, not letting them have a chance to be able to get off their elaborate plans, disrupting them.
We go again, this time with guns though, but Lifeline starting to be flattened out a little bit here for Heretics. Held on 8.
We haven't seen a change-up from Team Heretics' game plan yet. Same players, same spots. Now lockdown in play as well. That's going to help with a retake if they need it. But gambling towards the C site, Sentinels has been so good with their audibles. Once they get certain information, they know when to pivot away. They know how to use that time, squeeze out the last second. Zekin coming into Garage. Benji.
And Benji's been having a nightmare this series, fair to say. But this time he's saved by Whoop. Second goes down, and now they can maybe live for another second or so. But it's Zelsa's to trade out, at least take away the first. But Tens then takes strides towards the site, disrespecting the Mosh and the man behind it. Riens falls, and Tens is just on an absolutely nuclear level performance here. 29 kills. And now Mini Boo and Boo, brothers in arms. Might have to watch map 1 slip between their fingertips now. Forced to fight forward and forced to fall. It's all on Boo in a 1v4. Map 1 surely sitting with Sentinels. What more were you ever meant to do against this side? Map 1 is in the books. You put them on a big stage. They just keep stepping up.
Great performance from Sentinels there, and Team Heretics trying to change things up with their agent composition, throwing in that icebox pick as well for that map too. So what have they cooked up there? They need to slam back as hard as they can if they want to be able to stop Sentinels here and go into that third map as well.
Come on. Trade in any phone in any condition guaranteed and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6. Only on Verizon.